I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah, promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you, don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you, baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable, baby, you're not lovable. And you fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again, I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine, I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been tough for so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I tried into the night. When I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it all again. Lost it all again. I lost it all again.
Wow, voicemail again. Classy, I like it.
I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. I honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I'm so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beer till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. Say you wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beer till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah. You bet I'm a dick, I'm gonna fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hear it in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hear it in the hits. You bet I'm rich, y'all hear it in the. You're all hype, flex on a hoe any day or time. Yeah, she want pipes, so I'll let her be a plumber. She wanna get beats, so I had to be a drummer. I'm looking her beat, beat, yeah. I'm running this scene, yeah. I'm looking her beat, beat. I'm running this scene. You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah. You bet I'm a dick, I'm gonna fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos.
Hello, ladies and germs, and welcome back to another lovely day of playing Siege. My name is Jim the Knight, and today I am joined with TW on this magnificent double double match game with Outlast Gaming and Silent Sins.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing game to watch today. It's still the lower bracket, so whatever team loses this one, they're going to be kicked out of the tournament. All of these teams getting really far so far, almost near that grand final. They can smell it, they can touch it, but now they just have to reach there and get there.
And we also have another game as well. I can't believe I didn't say that. We have Nocturne versus Packwatch. Both of these guys have been doing pretty good. They are in the losers bracket. However, they have a chance at redemption today, and we will be seeing that from both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting co-casting. Both of these games, both of these teams, or two of these teams already having played today. Packwatch getting a win a little bit ago against 2-0 and Outlast winning against Lionheart. I did notice that Lionheart was a team that really had to battle yesterday in order to get themselves here. And they, unfortunately for them, they lost again against Outlast, and that cost them the tournament. That will throw them out, and that will be making sure that Outlast gets through and gets another chance against Silent Sins to take themselves a spot further.
However, we have also seen Silent Sins go up against HK Gaming's, and they were pretty close last time, so we can't knock back Sins. We can't say Outlast is going to win just yet. Sins is also very skilled, especially with the amount of hours and the headshot ratio that their top player currently shows.
Oh yeah, that's an absolutely insane headshot ratio to have. Looking at these players, I mean, is there or looking at these two players, is there anything in specific that we should be watching out for? Because both of them have around the same hours played. Both of them have a good headshot ratio. But both of them, it could be a really exciting fight to see who will come out on top.
Well, in terms of Packwatch and Nocturne, looking at it, it's not too different. We do have a bit of an MMR difference for the best season. Nocturne's ace having a 5600 MMR, while Spoken only has a 5000 excuse me, 1500 MMR. Excuse me, very.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It is a huge difference, but as well, it's ranked. It's like it's not pro play. This is a different type of game that you're playing here. Ranked is more solo focused. It's whoever is the best single player will be doing the best. Right now in this tournament here, it's focused on the team play. It's focused on everybody showing up and not just about individuals doing individual stuff, because any individual can be playing insane or can have an insane game, but that won't necessarily lead or amend to a win.
no, and you are right. There is an entire team behind the star players of each of these teams. So we should be watching out for those and maybe getting the full picture of how they're doing together. How are their kills? Are they spread out? Is one person specifically carrying the team? We should be looking out for that, and that'll give us a little bit more insight later in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. Looking here at if we can have a look at what the map bans are going to be for these upcoming games would be really nice. And yeah, we're not necessarily. We're hopefully going to be seeing some exciting games come through today. Hopefully, we're not going to have any of those slow, too much methodical games where everything just kind of doesn't seem to be rolling. We'll hopefully just get some highlight machines, people showing up, and people really need to show up if they want to keep continuing fighting for this major.
They're gonna have to fight long and hard, and especially these two guys, Silent Sins and Outlast. I saw these guys last night play, and they played extraordinarily well. Outlast had double overtime twice, and Silent Sins almost beat the two-time champion and going for three winners, HK Gaming. So Sins can really hold their own against the top dog and the supposed winner of this bracket. So it's it's anyone's game, really. My money's more on Sins, if anything, just considering how well they did against the top dog. They went into overtime. So, in my opinion, I'm thinking Sins could win this.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll have to see about. We'll really have to see about that because, of course, Outlast already played a game today. They already got themselves off to a quick 2-0, a quick 2-0 game. So that means they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready to go, ready to fire on all cylinders. And Silent Sins might just have a little bit of trouble with that in the first map. We'll have to see if they can immediately start to get fired up and start to get going, because else we could definitely see Outlast perhaps taking a map or two.
Well, it's very interesting. We are going to talk about the Game Rogues April Fool's Gold Tournament with a $1,000 prize pool. And that is currently open for registration on their website. So if you guys like to go check that out, please do. It's going to be a fantastic time for everybody. And maybe we'll get to watch it and we'll see some amazing teams and amazing plays go on in that tournament. So please do join.
Yeah, exactly. You can join over at GameRogueEsports.com, if I'm not mistaken, or over at GameRogue. And hopefully we'll be able to see all of you in there, and hopefully we might even be able to cast. If I'm not sure if they're going to be streamed those games, but hopefully we might be able to cast all of you in there, or hopefully we might be able to see some of you win it. If you do, or if you're playing in it, definitely tweet us out. Let's see how many people we can get in there.
I definitely wouldn't complain if I were to see the April Fool's tournament. I would love to watch that, and I'd love to commentate on how they're playing. I believe we are going to be going into the first. We're going to be going into the first game with Silent Sins and Outlast Gaming
Yeah,
to
most
begin
definitely.
with.
Yeah,
So,
it's going to be a very exciting one. We will be seeing Villa, if I'm not mistaken, being played first, and
mhm.
looking at what's going to be what is going to be banned here. Is there anything you're expecting coming out from Outlast?
Well, last I saw Outlast, they did pretty good on Villa, so I'm kind of expecting them to do pretty good here, at least on defense, because that is a pretty. That's an easier held position than attack. So I hope to see a few games from Outlast, but I don't think Sins is going to let them get too much momentum. They're probably going to take maybe a round or two on attack just to make sure to keep Outlast on their toes.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at this Villa map, it's almost every single map in this game is defender-sided, I feel like. And obviously for Outlast starting on defense, they might just be able to get themselves onto the right foot, into a right position in order to take this game and take the first map over Silent Sins. Because what they want to do, what they need to do, is get a good start going here. If they don't, then I feel like Silent Sins are probably just going to run away with this one.
That is true, and we also don't see a Jackal ban, which is commonly it's a common ban on Villa, but we don't see it today. So I'm expecting to see some of Silent Sins using Jackal, considering it's very good for finding those roamers and taking out anybody who's really hiding in odd spots. So I hope to see some Jackal play today.
Yeah, and so far, Jackal not having been picked out yet, we will be seeing a line coming, so at least a similar kind of operator to Jackal, someone that can still gather you a lot of info and do a lot of work for your team. But hopefully he'll be staying on that in just a bit. Over on the map or the bans we did on the attacker side, get to see a Flores being banned and a Nuke being banned. Two pretty interesting operators. I do tend to see Nuke being banned a lot on this map, but Flores is an interesting one.
Flores is commonly used to break open soft walls and destroy shields, which is commonly used on that 90 hallway near bar. If you look, that's kind of where Kronk is hanging out. Commonly, that is where you place a shield. So Flores is extremely good at getting rid of those and just making a general good distraction, making an explosion, of course, and also scaring anybody out of any holes that they might be hiding or some angles that they might be holding a little too tight for their comfort. So I think it was a pretty good ban on the side of Silent Sins.
Oh, already we see the first kill coming out from Rejected. Getting that one, getting himself on the scoreboard early on with the Solus pick.
Rejected Gold is actually one of Outlast's substitutes, but it looks like they decided to keep them in for today. So I really hope to see quite a lot come from him, especially with Solus's and his P90.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we're already seeing him being fired up. Gets the second one on that P90, spraying his way through that attacking side.
He is really making some progress here. He's getting 2 kills on Silent Sins already. Not something to sneeze at. Both the Lion and the Capitao. Capitao having those hard breaches, which is imperative to getting into sight.
Yeah, and he will now eventually be found. Rejected Gold shutting down before he's quite able to just take over total mayhem in this round. But at least he gets himself 2 on the scoreboard. At least he puts his team in the right position in order to take this round.
Also looks like Silent Sins is taking a pretty good handle on top of Villa, getting a good grabbing of the half of the map. Taking half of top floor, half of bottom floor, and making a push through there. We did see Iana drop downstairs. No, they came back upstairs to make a push and get some information with Gemini.
Exactly, but so far, at this very moment, it seems like the entire attack is going to come from that north side. There is one player rotating over towards the balcony, maybe to try to get that alibi that's hiding in there, get that kill in order to open up some more space. As Crank will be the only one defending 90 here. It's going to be getting first contact anytime soon.
Kronk is definitely the kind of person you want on those 90 hallways. He has extremely good aim.
Oh, look at this. Milo already finds the first one. That's going to equalize the scoreline. 3-3 now, and there's still 30 seconds left. Milo, do you know that there's someone nearby you? It does seem like he does. He does get out that smoke, gets the Candela activated, and it's going to have to force that last defender to rotate away from him, to give him some respect, to give him some space. As there's only now 20 seconds left on the clock. Silent Sins, you have to hit up the side really quickly now. Milo getting himself... Oh, Pokey does get the plant. Oh, Pokey doesn't manage to get the plant, and Foresight finishes it up.
I swear Milo... Yeah, Milo saw him behind the shield. I'm surprised he didn't take a shot or anything. That was kind of... I saw them even without the outlines. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I guess he probably just thought, all right, if I'm going to shoot this one person, he's going to peek me and he's going to try to extend a whole lot of time away from me. If I just don't activate on him and I just play a bit slower, then I could easily just take, I could perhaps take someone down on side. But unfortunately for him, it didn't go that way. We'll now be seeing here on the other game, Nexus with Ace having to defend his team from going 1 down.
Nocturne already looking pretty not good. Going 2-3, now 2-3, with Nexus getting a kill on the Ivy, Floof getting a kill on Nexus, making it 1v3, Ace being the last one alive, but taking the IQ, which is very good for finding those operators and those gadgets being used by said operators. Though there is only the Valkyrie and the Smoke alive, so she can't really ping too much, but Ace is going to get tactical towed as he tries to push into security. Very good reaction time from Ace.
Yeah, and look at this. Floof is 1 HP. He just has to hit 1 bullet in order to get that kill. And Pokes and Locks is there as well with the smoke. He's playing quite passive, and this bomb the diffuser has been dropped. So Ace is going to have to go back and retrieve that. It doesn't seem like Packwatch do know about that. And they get themselves back onto the side, in order to make sure that no one... Or in order to make sure that they can guarantee this round. Ace's position now has been known, and he's going to try to drone himself out in order to get him, some further information.
He's going to start relying on his teammates to check the drone that he just threw, if it's not destroyed, of course. So he is going to have to start relying on those callouts a lot more. He's going to start, but he's going to get taken out by Floofs with a headshot. Castle just knew where he was and took his head. Very nice shooting from Castle.
Yeah, the Castle, he had to hit the shot immediately, and luckily for him, he was able to do it before any big problems came out.
Now let's look at Silent Sins and Outlast Gaming. They're doing pretty nice here. Silent Sins already taken out Rejected Gold, which was one of the top fraggers last round. It's only been 2, but that is a good early sign that we're going to see some great things from Rejected Gold.
Yeah, hopefully we will.
Drone up.
So we definitely got ourselves a little treat last round. This time around it will be shut down early and Mouse finds himself 1-2. It's going to be Outlast. They don't seem to be comfortable this round. 3 on 5 already and not much map space has been taken.
Silent Sins looks like they're slowly pushing and just slowly giving a little bit of pressure, getting some of Outlast Gaming out of position and then taking them out, giving them a bit more space to work with and a bit more comfortability going forward. Poke is going to go into a gunfight. Mouse is going to take out Foresight. Joddles is going to take out Revival with a headshot, waiting for him right on that door frame. Very nice shooting from Joddles.
Yeah. Talking about giving some space, he didn't need any in order to hit that shot. Now there is still 40 seconds left and 2 of those attackers are low HP, so there definitely is a way back in for this round. As Jotos seems to have the angle on the first one. Kronk gets a couple shots out as well. He is not able to defend that other bomb site quite that well as the castle is. It gets timed up a slight bit.
He's gonna take some pot shots, but he's gonna not really do too much damage. He's gonna take some damage himself. Kronk, last time I've seen Kronk, he was MVP of his team, but it doesn't look like that comes back with Space getting a kill onto Joddles. Kronk be the last one alive. Can he clutch up this 1v4? But no, it doesn't seem he can pull it out just now.
Yeah, Space taking it just when it matters, equalizing the scoreline and getting the first attack around on the scoreboard. Well done by Silent Sins to get themselves on the scoreboard as well.
Now we're seeing Nocturne Packwatch still on border. No deaths just yet. It looks like Nocturne has been made their way into the building just a little bit. Ayana has been poking. It looks like at locker room door wall. So she is just kind of keeping them busy there. Well, we do have a few other of Nocturne going in. Josh gets a kill on the Skeezy.
Look at this from Ace. He's already so deep into the side and no one has heard him yet. No one knows about him. His Nexus, he's going to be evading explosives in order to keep himself alive. The entire top side of the bomb site has been given up already, so Ace is able to open that up now. And there's still a minute left on the clock, so a lot of time for Nocturne to still play with, to still perhaps poke and prod and see if they can find an opening.
They do have a Thermite, they do have an Ash, they do have a Thatcher, so it looks like they might be trying to play upstairs and trying to take them down. Thermite, they're going to use that Thatcher to maybe get any anti-electric, but Nino's going to take out Floofs with a headshot. These guys are surgical in their precision. Very nice shooting from both teams so far. Ashes is going to take a little bit of damage from a gunfight. Josh on maybe 5 health in a dream. Gonna see if he can't make that work.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Nino finding another headshot. Getting himself the second one of that round, the second one on the scoreboard for him. Ace finds one too, and that's gonna leave it all up to Josh. Josh on 1 HP. And this is just too big of a mountain for you to climb, buddy. Nexus does get down by the frost mat, but that's just a little consolation as Ash will get that nade onto Josh, finishes it up. That wasn't even... He just... Okay. He walked right into the nade.
That was a very interesting move. Why didn't he see the grenade marker? That was kind of strange. But
yeah, it was definitely a bit strange.
He definitely paid for it, and paid for it dearly with his life. Now seeing... Ooh, we're now to a 3v3 on the side of Silent Sins, making it 3v2. Silent Sins having the man advantage. Kronk and Foresight being last ones alive on Outlast. Kronk gonna be taking some potshots at some roamers downstairs, but he doesn't seem he gets anybody. Foresight's gonna take a headshot on the Milo, making it even 2v2. Looks like Kronk and Foresight are just gonna be hanging out on site, just gonna be holding angles. They don't really have the manpower to start looking for those roamers, starting to look for anybody trying to make a push. They're just gonna have to sit and wait for anybody to come to them. But Space and Mouse are gonna have to make a move. They do have a minute left. It does sound like quite a bit, but in reality, it goes really fast.
Yeah, Space still has some of those cameras left and an EED scan. So if he just gets the info about one or two of these players and then activates that EED scan, it should be a free kill, a free entry onto the side. But then he indeed needs to spot someone out. He needs to get himself in a position in order to do that. And looking at the clock, there is not much time left for him to find that.
They're really to start to cooperate here. They only have 40 seconds, so they're going to have to make a game plan, and they're going to have to make it. They're going to have to think of it, make it, and execute it very fast, or their round is going to go to Outlast Gaming. Foresight's going to take a little bit of damage from Capitao's arrows from the crossbow bolts, so good move on them, making them rotate outside of A site and now taking it for themselves. But Foresight's going to be waiting for them, waiting for that, and watching that angle, just waiting for a head to walk right in front of him.
It's going to be so hard to get into the side. Only 10 seconds left, and that's to defuse it down. Mouse gets the first. He has to find a kill in order to close it up. But Foresight, he is not going to be giving it. Lays himself on the ground. With Mouse, he gets himself enclosed. And oh,
wow.
Foresight finishes it up with a 2 versus 1 clutch. What a round coming out from the boy.
He definitely wasn't expecting that angle from the floor. That prone shooting from Oryx. That was a very nice touch.
Perfectly played, making sure that we can get stay alive for long enough. Looking at the other screen, okay, actually we do. We are mid-round already. I thought I had a little glitch there. We see Packwatch already 2 people down. Judge and Flus, they've been taken down. And now they'll be Packwatch will be finding themselves on a back leg. Oh, that's the 3rd one down. At least there's a consolation. But that consolation, once again, doesn't even matter too much. Ivy finds himself a kill too. But there the trade comes through and there's just absolutely no chance. Another round for the attacking side.
Nina was going a nice triple kill. She was really going for everything. That was very nice.
10 seconds to insertion.
Most definitely. Now looking at this other game, we
5
see
seconds to go.
the setup just being done perfectly on time for us. Perfectly on cue.
Attackers are moving out to locate
We'll
a
now be
bomb.
heading
Ooh.
into the initiation phase.
All of Silent Sins spawned Fountain, which is kind of surprising. A lot of teams tend to break up into groups of 3 or groups of 2, and then they'll spawn in different directions. But it looks like most of Silent Sins spawn in the same area, and now they're kind of pushing the same side. Some pushing bathroom, master bedroom. Some now pushing, it looks like maybe 90 hallway. So, very interesting strats coming from Silent Sins. Maybe they're just doing this not so nobody expects it.
Yeah, what I'm thinking here is they've had some time to poke around, see what Outlast is doing on their defense, and now they probably just read the play. They know what Outlast is doing, and they're trying to counter it. And Rival is already doing a great job at that, finding himself the opening kill and finding himself a way into this.
Silent Sins
Located by attackers.
look like they're entering slowly and kind of pushing in slowly, taking most of the map, half of the map before they really make a push, which is always a good idea to have. You want to have that property, you want to have that space to work with, and you want to have those angles to work with just before you go into bomb site. Because you're trying to basically break into a fortress full of people with guns. So you want to be as careful as possible, you want to have as much space and much control as possible before you really go in.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the Outlast side, what they have to do there is just try to extend as much time as possible, perhaps get a kill or 2 and get themselves in a good position in order to win out the round, in order to make sure that that whenever Silent Sins hits the side, that it's going to be a hard time for them without any utility, without any walls open up or anything. That is Outlast. That is the thing that Outlast really has to concentrate here on. But so far, it's something that they haven't been doing too well at. They've just kind of been anchoring the side, but they do an amazing job at anchoring the side.
Oh.
As I say that, one of the anchors does get killed, as Mouse will chomp him up.
Indeed, he kind of overextending and went for that peak. Not a very good idea, and it cost him dearly. He's now currently going 0-4, not looking too good comparative to what he did last few rounds, at least in the last map I saw him. Oh, we do have a disconnect from Mouse. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. Kronk is going to find a kill onto Milo. Kronk is also going to get a kill onto Poke. Kronk going a double kill. showing them who's boss, especially with the Warden, who doesn't have a good gadget, but he does have a very good gun setup.
Oh no, that disconnect, it's costing Silent Hills. They were in an
15 seconds to go.
advantageous position a second ago, but once that disconnect happened, it was
10
just
seconds
all
remaining.
hell from there. Jotis picks up one as well in space. He's just gonna be saving the AWP now. He's on this. There's just nothing he can do. He cannot get his way back
Operators,
into.
you are out of
Mouse
time.
did manage to return, so we saw it right in the end of that round, but that will him disconnecting cost them the round.
It's quite unfortunate when we have tech problems. You know, it happens to the best of us. It happens to me. It happens to everybody who plays Siege. Really, it's kind of a buggy game, but you know, we still love it nonetheless. That's why we're here, and that's why we're giving you these entertaining games to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. We used to, or I don't know if you still call it in Siege, but we used to call it buggy soft.
Buggy. Oh yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs
There's just
from
so
being
many
defused
bugs
by
in the
attackers.
game. It might have just been like a PC problem or something, an internet problem. We don't quite know, but at least he did manage to return back, only at the cost of a round.
Now we're looking at Border once again, and I'm not seeing too many interesting op picks. We do see a Mozzie and we do see a Legion as well as a Warden. So a few interesting operator picks here. Legion's not the best. It's good for slowing down people, but not really for making too many plays or
10
doing
seconds
too
left
much
before
damage.
insertion.
Josh is also going Mozzie, which does get those drones. However, Ace is going to be taking a Nook. So a bit of a counter pick there with the Mozzie basically stealing intel, while Nook is anti-intel all the way. So we're gonna see some interesting interactions between the Nock and the Mozzie today.
Yeah, most definitely. So Mozzie will already be opening up that window, getting himself into that, into the building. Seeing the Legion pick coming out from Flus is very interesting here. He's not really been picked too much recently, and he already finds himself the first kill. Well, showing up why he picked Dan Legion, and him just surviving longer and longer makes him be able to get more of those goo mines out over the round. And the longer a Legion survives, the more dangerous a Legion becomes. Snow Ashes will pick himself at one, and another one is going to be found by Tactical Toad as he will exchange the favor.
It's looking really good on the side of Nocturne, or excuse me, on the side of Packwatch, but Packwatch is going to take out another one, making it 2-3 Nocturne. Oh, no, actually 1-2 because
Look
Ace
at
is
that.
currently down. Nexus is the last one standing on the side of Nocturne. He's going to have to clutch up, get two more. He's going to have to take out Josh. Josh is going to finish off his down teammate. There's no chance of him coming back this round. He's going to try to make a push onto Pox. He's going to get the down. He's going to have to go for the other one. Switch to his pistol. See if he can't get him off. Finish off Pox. Now it is Nexus and Josh. And Nexus had the health disadvantage, so he's probably going to want to reposition. Probably not going to want to push that. Not get too brave, or else it's going to end in doom for him.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem here for Nexus is, okay, he just solved his one problem that I thought he had, is getting that diffuser in his hands. He did manage to do it quite in time, and there's still a minute left on the clock for him to wreak mayhem with that buck shotgun. That thing from on top, being able to rip out the entire side, and even opening up the hatch, making Josh have to guess where he's going to drop from or where he's going to come in from. It's going to be a very annoying time as Nexus will have to find himself in an angle, a way into this.
We also did see Mozzie try to use his C4. I guess he preemptively placed it to get anybody who was trying to roam upstairs and get those hatches, but he missed completely, doing... The C4 did no damage to Nexus, so it was pretty much in vain. We also did see a few other C4s on Packwatch, so there was a lot of preemptive C4 placing on the side of Packwatch that didn't really pay off for them too well.
The shot from Nexus. Nexus able to get the kill, and he finishes up the 1 versus 3. What is that shot? Just hits Josh by a pixel at the end there, and is able to finish it up. What a clutch coming through as Nocturne will now once again take another round 4 on the scoreboard for them now.
Now let's talk about Silent Sin's op pick here. Once it comes in, of course. We will see we'll see an interesting Dokkaebi pick. I do see her quite often, but it is kind of hard getting those cell phones from those drop bodies. We also see a Hibana and an Ayana, both very good for what they need to do. Ayana
Attackers need to
has
locate and
become
defuse
one
as
of the
many
more
bombs as they
meta,
can.
the meta rushers, the meta fraggers of Siege. One of the more often used operators of Siege.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just because she has so much utility. She has a free drone essentially, and she's just she has a really good weapon as well. But then looking at the operator combos that's going on here is the Cabby and Lion, and I love seeing that. Or I love seeing that, and I as well get flashbacks from seeing that. For any of you, you old heads that or a little bit older heads that remember back in the day where you had that Lion and the Cabby combo. You just had that annoying call coming through every single time, and then the Lion scan came out, so you couldn't move, and the enemies knew where you were, and you had to pay attention to your phone. It was just such a big bad, not a fun time at all. If you were on the opposing end of that. Nowadays, at least it isn't as overpowered. It isn't as powerful anymore. But Silence still seem to be seeing some value in running that combo.
If I'm not mistaken, Lion's pings only work when you use WASD in any sense of the matter. So you can still aim. I think you can still aim, shoot, crouch, use gadget, throw item, and still not get pinged by the Lion. So it's not as good as a lot of people would think, at least anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. But then, as well, combining that with the call, once that call comes out, that player is not able to move. That player has to like worry about his call, worry about that no one is pushing him. It's you kind of feel like you're backed up into a corner against a setup like this.
That is true, and that call does give a lot of location information if you can at least pinpoint the sound cues. So these guys have to have pretty good headsets to get the just right sound cues to know what they're talking about. Rival almost looked like he tried to shoot him through the wall. That was really nice. He gets a little bit of damage on Deity through the wall once again. Deity ducks out of the way before Rival can do any more damage, and he is already in bar, now into safe, and he's going to be clearing out Aviator. Rival is really moving fast, doing a lot of damage, and making sure everybody knows to get out of his way.
Exactly, and that's something that you see a lot of Iyanas do. They just make that space with the Astral Drone available, with the nade available, and then with the good weapon available. You're able to just take that space and be the entry that your team needs, and Rival's definitely showing that so far. Not necessarily in terms of kill, but in terms of value, utility that he's giving his teammates in order to really set them up for a win and for the right situations.
We also did just see Milo picking up the cell phone of one of their, I believe, Foresight. So they do have access to default cams as well as some operator cameras like a Valkyrie camera or any other bulletproof cameras that they have lying around. So that's huge for intel, especially having space and mouse being dead and being able to look at said default cams that Dokkaebi just picked up.
Yeah, exactly, and this is that moment where Valkyrie can just come to bite you in the back, picking her and then getting that hack come through against you. It just is it's like a nail in the back of your shoe, as Kronk does manage to get the first one.
15 seconds remaining.
Outlast doing very good for Silent Sills, making it 2-4, making Milo being the last one alive. Gonna try to get a clutch, gotta get Jottled, but he's not gonna make it very far, and he's gonna get taken out with a beautiful headshot.
Yeah, it was just a range at the end. Everyone shooting at Milo and not being able to do quite anything. As we now do switch that side on over on that game.
Go back to border. It doesn't look like too much action. Oh, it's still prep phase, so you haven't missed too much. Thank goodness.
Yeah, we did miss one round, but again, that round did manage to go out to the attacking side of Nocturne. But now these teams have switched. Both of the teams on both of the streams, or on both of the games, have switched, and both of the games have gone 5-1 so far on both defensive sides. This is just really weird what is happening right now. Everything mirroring just perfectly.
It goes to show that defense is a very strong starting position to have on any map. It's a lot easier holding those sites than it is going into those sites, especially when you have guys of these caliber people with this much aim and this much precision and this much experience, it's a lot easier holding those spots than trying to challenge them and figure out all of the wacky angles that the defense could be taking, waiting for the attack to push in.
Yeah, definitely. Something you notice to see, or if you watch a lot of Pro Siege, is that in that lower tier scene, you see a lot of just like 50-50 maps. Almost every map seems like a 50-50. But here on this tier, on this stage, it seems like it's all the way through for the defenders. As Nocturne, they seem to be proving me right. Already finding themselves in a great position, able to take it, as Seki will find himself the 3k, find himself the 4k, and what a round in order to finish it up. Oh, how are they already on match point?
Nocturne is really going for gold already. That was impressive. They speedily just took out everybody. It was almost like every single member of Nocturne just kind of opened into the map and took out every single person in the map all at once. That was ridiculously good on Nocturne. That was a very good job, guys.
Yeah, most definitely. So they will now finally find themselves onto match point, and that's so early on. I mean, we did kind of make a little bit of a miss call early on, or at least I made a bit of a miss call. It's Nocturne that took 5 rounds on the attacking side of this map of Border. They didn't take 5 on the defensive side, they took 5 from the attacking side. So now having 5 match points before we get into overtime, they find themselves in the perfect position to close out this map number 1.
Definitely feeling pretty comfortable having those 5 rounds going into defense in their back pocket. And now that they're going into defense, it's going to be even easier to hold it. So there's a really good chance Nocturne is going to be able to take Border from Packwatch, and we're going to go into the next map, seeing Nocturne going 7-1 on Border, which is going to really hurt the morale of Packwatch, and it's going to improve it tremendously for Nocturne.
Yeah, definitely. Nocturne seeming to have been able to get themselves into a very nice position. As we do see Ace, he's probably going to go for a little spawn peek over here. Try to get cheeky with it. As Josh is indeed going to be his first point of contact anytime soon. We'll have to see if he is going to be able to drone him out. Then, oh, he does read the play perfectly. Josh goes down, and Ace able to pick up that first kill. What a great frag to start off the round and to start making sure that Nocturne is able to take this map. Flus now able to find himself a trade, and though he's there immediately. Nocturne, they are doing so well, finding themselves trades all around on the scoreboard.
Josh a little angry at that run out, saying no cams at all right. So a little salty on that. A little salty, but fair is fair, and if he guessed it right, give him the kill. We do see Nocturne having the man advantage, but it is now made even, but now it's going back to 3-2, having Nocturne have the man advantage. Packwatch almost made it even, but Nocturne said no thank you and made it back to 3v2 at Nocturne's advantage.
Yeah, and this now leaves it all up to Tactical Toad and Ivy to clutch it up. They have managed to take the upper side, but they are not quite able to go down there yet, and there's still only 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and I'm wondering, did they manage to open up all of those hatches to find themselves enough space in order to hit the side, or to find themselves enough, or to push Nocturne enough onto the back foot in order to get themselves in here? And Ivy definitely spots out the first bomb, but not quite able to close it. Should now get himself closer in. Ooh, Big Sexy is able to get him. It's going to be tanked down to low HP, and that's going to be Ivy down. Tactical Toad left to do it all. 1 minute still left on the scoreboard, and she has to, or Tactical Toad has to get back and retrieve the diffuser. Now been heard out, and Ace will finish it up. That's going to be the game 1 for Nocturne, finding themselves up 1-0. Okay, Ace. Okay.
That's a little.
That's a way to finish off a game and to rub some extra salt in the wounds of the enemy.
With the elite finishing screen as well. Wow, that has gotta. It's gotta be lemon in the eyes, salt in the wound, and everything else in between. That has gotta hurt.
Exactly, and now back onto that other map of Villa Outlast versus Gaming versus Silent Sins. Outlast is 6-1 as well, and we might just see perfectly mirrored first games of the day here.
I had my money on Silent Sins today, considering they went against HK and they did really well, but it's looking like Outlast is feeling a lot more comfortable on Villa than Silent Sins is. They are getting quite a bit of space already. They're getting a good grip on the map as we speak. Rejected Gold is already inside and he gets a little bit of damage on arrival with a grenade from below. He's getting great timing and those great predictions already. So these guys have been practicing this map for such a long time. They seem really comfortable and they seem very precise with every single angle they want, and every single nade throw has been practiced to a T.
Everything has been practiced to a T. We'll have to see if Space has practice for this, as the Ash is coming up. Line scan does come through now. Space, he is just on the back foot in. Yeah, that's going to be Kronk finding him. As that will open it up for Outlast, finding themselves up
Attackers have
5
located
versus
a bomb.
4 here. And Silent Sins, what can you do in order to find this back, in order to claw your way back into it?
I'm not really too sure. Outlast has already made their mark getting space. Not one of the highest players Silent Sins has, only going 2-6-1, but any kind of kill is a good kill to have. Any kind of advantage is always a good advantage to have. Rival also has a little bit of damage taken, and that chip damage can add up. But also looking at Outlast Gaming, you see a little bit of chip damage going to Deity, Foresight, and Kronk. So, doesn't look too good. Foresight's gonna get poked with a beautiful headshot, making it 3-5. Silent Sins disadvantage. They're gonna just stick in sight. They're probably gonna just wait for everybody to make their move, make a push, and see if they can't get any kills from anybody making any overextensions.
Yeah, exactly. And Silencers now have to use their utility in order to force Outlast Gaming back for a little bit, in order to get some more time out of this. Now Mouse spotted out as well, but that's only going to be the armor clone getting closer. Oh, and the rival managed to find the 3 versus 3, so there is a way back into this for Silent Sins. And Outlast, they only have 30 seconds left to do it. There's still so much left to find. Jodis gets themselves onto a good start. There's still one of those smokes available from Mouse. That will extend even more time from Outlast, from them getting into the side here. The plant is going to start coming through. Jodis on it, and Rejected Goes able to defend off so far, but Milo able to find himself the double kill, and there's now only 5 seconds left on the clock. Crank getting himself in closer and closer and closer, but he's not quite able to hit the shots. Time does run out. What a clutch coming out from Milo, stopping the defuse from coming in last second, as he will make sure that his team gets to survive another round.
That's a major play on the side of Sins. That is very important. That ruins all of the momentum that Outlast Gaming has. They're going to be starting to doubt themselves, like, what the heck just happened? We were doing so good, and now it seems that they've figured us out. What are we doing wrong? They're going to get a little bit of doubt in their brain. That's going to slow them down quite a bit. But we do see Milo also going Pulse, I'm assuming, with a C4. So they're going to go for some C4 floor kills, or possibly some well-placed C4s on the bomb site to stop planting.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about doubt, it's really going to start to come into Silent Sins' head. They were definitely the favorites heading into this game. Outlast, they did get a good start on earlier on, so that I mentioned it earlier on. Them getting the first game of the day started off before Silent Sins got their first game, and then winning cleanly without a single problem. It's gonna get them warmed up. It's gonna get them riled up and ready to go, and we're definitely seeing that come through so far. As Silent Sins, the favorites, are not quite doing as well as we were perhaps expecting them to do.
To insertion.
Oh, definitely not. I would have expected them to maybe take this into overtime, but it looks like Outlast is already going for match point. And if they win this, that's over. They win Villa. So it's very important that Silent Sins stops them from doing that, of course, because, you know, you want to win, of course. Both of these teams want to do really well. We do see them trying to push into bathroom. Well, we do have Rejected Gold waiting for them. No, we do have one of Silent Sins waiting for them in the bathroom. Master bedroom. Rival gets Kronk, trying to come out of the closet, but he doesn't seem to come out in just the right time. Space is also going to find a kill under Goddles. good stuff from the side of Silent Sins. It seems they found their rhythm. It seems they found out how Outlast Gaming, and they're starting to adapt a little bit more and getting those kills early on in the match.
Yeah, we saw earlier on Outlast Gaming being a team that relies on going together and clearing everything out from one certain point of the map and then going deeper and deeper together from that point, not really splitting themselves up. And Silent Sins, they're totally taking advantage of Outlast Gaming being a little bit one-dimensional so far.
It doesn't seem that they're employing the tactics that they once did. Silent Sills is now taking most of downstairs. They have the majority of their team downstairs roaming, looking for those players that tend to roam, and it looks like it worked. Milo getting a kill onto Deity with a headshot. That's taking out one of the star players. Space also getting a kill on the rejected gold, one of the better fraggers that we've seen today. Foresight is starting to believe in himself, getting Mouse and Milo. So we could see the beginning of an ace clutch here from Foresight. I would love to see it. He is going 11-3. He does have the scores. He does have the numbers behind him. He could pull it off, but will he?
Oh, and he definitely has the operators behind him to do it. Ying with 3 Candelas, 2 smokes, and that gun. It's just the perfect position for him to clutch it out, but he still has a lot to do, a lot of space to clear, and a really hard hole to break. Because any moment he's going to start hitting it up.
Oh my gosh, there he goes.
He has managed to find the first kill, and as Rival is down to low HP, so there definitely is a chance into this.
Oh my
Rival,
God, he's getting
he is
quad.
still low HP, and Foresight, what can you do here? Rival peeks out, and oh no, he shuts it down just before Foresight was able to get that Candela off. So unfortunate, as we're just not quite able to see that Candela come through, but a great attempt anyways.
That was a fantastic. We almost saw an ace clutch. He just looked at the wrong bomb site. He just looked the wrong direction. He didn't expect him coming from B site in that direction, in that angle. So just looking at the wrong place, wrong time, wrong angle. It happens to the best of us. I'm not sure what he's feeling. I would feel pretty good about a good 4K against these guys, but I would also feel pretty bad that I didn't get the ace. I was so close to it, yet so far.
Yeah, I will be a little bit pissed off. I will be thinking to myself, why didn't I take my time? As Foresight, he definitely could have took his time. He still had a drone available. He still could have tried to poke out that defense and see where that last player was positioned at. But unfortunately for him, he didn't quite have time to get himself back into a position to drone out, and in order to read the play that was happening from the defensive side. But nonetheless, almost getting a 1 versus 5. That's something that's really gonna bring you forward with the right mindset.
That is definitely something to be proud of. If you're last one alive and you get 4 kills, it's only understandable that your adrenaline's pumping. Your aim might be a little bit off, you're a little jumpy at the time, you're just really excited to get that ace. So it's completely understandable. Still be proud of that 4K. It was very pretty.
Yeah, exactly, and especially, I'm wondering if these players are just drinking a lot of caffeine today. I've heard that a lot of pro players, if they have a long game day where they have to play a lot of games, they don't drink caffeine during the beginning of the day, which would be today or which would be right now. And then towards the end of the game, at the last best of 3 or something, they'll start drinking those energies and really getting themselves fired up in order to get themselves on that last energy and do something from it. But now, we're still really early on into the day. I'm wondering if he took those energies, got himself ready and ready and hyped up to get this game going, in order to get himself going on the right foot.
I can definitely tell you from personal experience, a good cup of coffee or a good energy drink always helps me play a lot better than I usually do. Surprisingly, it's like a little superpower every time you drink a cup of coffee. You just start getting those heads, and it looks like Outlast Gaming has drank a bit of coffee, but it's starting to wear off. Even though Foresight's going 13-4, they did let Silent Sins get a little bit of momentum, and Foresight, speak of the devil, gets a kill onto Poke. And Deity also gets a headshot onto Rival, making it 3-5 on Outlast Gaming. It looks like they might be getting this match point, but it is still early on in the round. They still do have 3 people, and we did almost see that 4K, so it's fully possible. Sins could win, but Foresight's going to get another kill onto Space.
Oh, and that's gonna leave it all up to Milo now. 1 versus 5. We almost saw one come out last round, but Milo, you're gonna have to one-up that if you want another chance at this map. He's now starting to clean his way through. There's still so much
Attackers are
left for him
activating
to
the
do.
diffuser.
He's that first player not spotted out, and the crossfire comes through. Kronk able to finish it up, and a flawless round coming through at the end in order to get that win off.
We did see one from Outlast Gaming. We saw almost a quad kill. We almost saw an ace, but now we saw Silent Sins have the possibility for the same, but they just couldn't pull it off in the same way. Looking at the scoreboard, it looks like Foresight was obviously the MVP of that game, getting 13 kills to 4 deaths. Very impressive. Should be very proud of that score. That's extremely impressive, especially at this high level of gaming.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We saw him just fragging out, almost getting an ace clutch that last game, as we'll probably be heading into another game anytime soon. If I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
the other game should, or the Nocturne game versus Packwatch should be getting started anytime soon. But
Indeed,
yeah,
it is.
we definitely saw some amazing stuff coming through from Packwatch, and we're just gonna have to wait and see if he's maybe able to do even more of that in the next game. But first, we'll be seeing Nocturnes versus Packwatch over on this stream.
This map is gonna be Chalet, so we're definitely gonna be seeing a lot of. Maybe we're gonna see some bandit tricks, probably some K tricks as well. I wouldn't be surprised at a Thatcher ban because that is a very important operator on this map. No, we're gonna see a Flores ban instead, which does still make sense. Flores can destroy those deployable barriers, and they do get placed quite often on the basement site. So good ban for good ban getting rid of Flores, and we also see a Valkyrie from a ban
Interesting
from
pick.
Packwatch.
Yeah, interesting ban denying those cameras is definitely. And on Chalet, there's not definitely necessarily too many spots for a Valk, but it's definitely she's definitely one of those operators that can have some heavy impacts on that defensive side, and as well Packwatch, they will be starting on that attacking side, so they're gonna have to want to ban out those really powerful characters on the defense side first.
They also banned a Capcan. I think that might have been a target ban because I have seen a few Capcan plays, I believe, from Nocturne and Packwatch. So it could have definitely been a target ban, or they could have just really not liked dealing with those Capcans last round. So very interesting ban. I don't know if it's justified considering this is a different map. These are different operators, different play styles. So not
Attackers
sure
need
why
to
they would
locate
want to
and
do that.
defuse bombs.
But nonetheless, Capcan is going to be out for the game.
I mean, a Capcan can definitely just be very annoying in one of these games where you're just so hyper focusing on what the enemies are doing and what you are doing that you kind of just forget about that Capcan utility, and if that utility is placed right, it can get a free kill or two just by placing it right and not really doing anything with it. So banning that out it's interesting to see, but it definitely has its reasons.
10 seconds left before the
That is true, and placing them in very odd positions can also lead to accidental deaths, especially if you put them in an opposite floor. Say they're on second floor, placing them on first floor. That kind of takes care of roamers, or at least slows them down enough, because they're gonna have to start being careful. They're gonna have to start watching the doorways. Maybe that's why they banned them outright in this map.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of those maps that has some really tight corridors. Capcan untied to corridors, in my eyes, is just a spell for destruction. It's just going to be so hard having to clear out all of those doors for all of those Capcan traps every single time, again and again and again. Luckily, we won't see that coming through this game, as we'll be seeing Nocturne on the defense against Packwatch. They'll have to enter themselves in here as Sexy finds himself the first one. That's going to be Fox on loss. getting destroyed instantly, and another one on the scoreboard for Nocturne. At least a trade has been found by Flus, and Ivy getting a couple shots through, but not really doing much. Just a little bit of poke damage onto Slashes. Wait, what is that from Ivy? Through the wall, gets the headshot instantly onto Big Sexy. But she's blinded as she will get through even more. Finds herself the second one, but now Nexus eventually trains it up, and Josh repelling on that north side is the only one left. Oh, he spotted out one at least. A couple shots do start coming through, but it's nowhere. He's playing at this very moment. Being called out, not quite landing, as Nexus will be finishing it up.
He wasn't in a very good position, especially since he had one in B site, and then I'm sure that they had one going bathroom. So he's about to get crossfired, and he really didn't have any other places to go except to bow out of the gunfight and maybe reposition himself into a better place. But he just didn't do that. Instead, he just decided to push and get crossfired from that Cade. So very unfortunate for Josh. Probably shouldn't have pushed B site or bathroom that hard. Probably should have jumped through out of stairs and repositioned. But hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020. You can never really know what is gonna happen before it's gonna happen. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things. But yeah, it was kind of unfortunate that we didn't see Packwatch getting onto such a good start, as we do seem to be having a little bit of a technical issue at this very moment. We'll have to see if we can get that figured out. Hopefully, it's nothing hopefully it's nothing to do with the game that is causing the match to not really go through. Hopefully, it's just something on the production side that we can get fixed anytime soon.
Yeah, let's hope. But we also have had some internet issues recently, as well as some of the other teams have also had some internet issues. I believe Silent Sins, or no, it was Outlast. Outlast's Kronk had an internet issue last game they played. Not today, but the yesterday they had some internet issues which really brought them down quite a lot since Kronk really had a lot of frags. So we really hope that it can be a really fast fix for all of the teams and all the production.
Yeah, most definitely. And let's actually talk about the other game, the silent game versus the Outlast game in just a second. That will be going on Oregon in a little bit. We saw that last game on Villa being a little bit closer than necessarily the game that was being played on Border. Hopefully this time around we're going to be seeing it get even closer. Hopefully we'll see some to the nail fighting, as we are getting into that game any minute now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, we are. We're going to be starting the operator ban phase for Silent Sins and Outlast Gaming. If I'm not mistaken, this Oregon is Silent Sins' pick of map, if I'm not mistaken. So we really do hope to see Silent Sins do a lot better than they did last time. I believe they ended off on a 7-2. They did fight back just a little bit, but it wasn't really enough to really make a good impact. So hopefully they'll be able to do a little better on the map that they picked and take Outlast Gaming for a little bit of a ride before the third map, or even maybe Outlast Gaming could beat them at their own map.
Yeah, we'll just really have to see. We'll just really have to see what's going to happen. In Outlast Gaming, they now are on a high. They need to ride that high until this map ends. And if they're able to do that, we'll see Silent Sins getting eliminated quite easily, and a bit too easily for me, to be honest. These guys, they put up a heck of a job against HK Rebels. And if Outlast Gaming do now pull out the strat book and win over Silent Sins, it is definitely a huge upset. But once again, we're just gonna have to see if Outlast is able to ride that high, or if they're gonna crumble and let Silent Sims take it back into a one-on-one.
If I'm not mistaken, let me pull up the stats once again here. Silent Sins was the crowd favorite, and they didn't seem to do very good. You were right on that. So kind of surprising that they didn't do as good as anybody really thought this round or last map. So hopefully they can bring it back today, especially on the map that they specialize in, and as
Yeah,
well as
most
they're also
definitely.
they're using a 0 as well, which I always love to see a 0.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
Attackers need to locate and defuse
sorry,
as
my
many
voice.
bombs as they
It's
can.
definitely a very interesting pick to see coming through. But of course, on a map like Oregon, I could see Zero having quite a lot of utility or quite a lot of impact. Those cameras, being able to place them through the walls, it's just, yeah, it can be so impactful. But then, of course, you have to be able to transition that information towards your teammates. They'll have to be able to play off of that and get themselves into the right positions in order to really make valuable use out of those Zero cameras.
10
And
seconds
really, I
remaining.
don't know if they're gonna be able to get much use out of it because
5
Kronk
seconds
is gonna
remaining.
be playing Solus. They're very good at spotting those Argus cams. And that is
Attackers
probably
are
why
moving out
Milo
to locate
switched
a
over to
bomb and
Ying
defuse it.
instead of sticking with Zero because he knew those Argus cams weren't going to
Attackers
last
have
very
dropped the bomb
long
diffuser.
with a Solus
Attackers
around
have recovered their
on
diffuser.
Oregon.
Yeah, it's basically just a full-on hard counter to any of those utility characters or utility-heavy characters like
The
Zero.
attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Picking
dropped.
out that Solus,
Attackers
Kronk, we
recovered the bomb
saw
diffuser.
him get a good start last game on that Solus. We saw him do an amazing job on the P90. Now we're just going to have to see if he's going to be able to continue that, as his teammate Rejected Gold will be taken down immediately by a rival.
Oh, he also does spot somebody outside a big tower, showing the utility of Solus. He did see somebody on their phone outside a big tower. That is absolutely huge early in the info game that he already knows. And now he also knows who is currently trying to break through Game's wall, as well as push downstairs. See, Solus is extremely good at gathering that information, as well as seeing any kind of gadget that would be used to break open a wall and destroy it. And you also see a very interesting and very cool technique
What
here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
That is
destroy.
interesting.
You can destroy breach charges, Habanas, anything else going on that wall by throwing an impact on that lamp. It is it's an incredible strat that not a lot of people know. It's super cool to see play out.
I mean, that's like one of those things that whenever a game has been played for a very long time, you start to see little stuff like that. Just the tiniest, minuscule little stuff that will just change the course of a round. And so far, it has definitely changed the course of this round, as that entire wall will not be opened up off the back of that. And it will now actually be able to put Outlast Gaming into a 4-on-4. They were down a man a little bit ago, but they've been able to retrieve it and make themselves be in a bit of a better position going forward.
I mean, you need to get it if you can get in any better position, you want to take it. And we do see Silent Sins kind of taking trophy in a little bit of big window, so they're kind of making a bit of a pinch maneuver here with the group pushing towards pushing into site in trophy. Deity getting a kill on his face with a headshot. Foresight, excuse me, getting a headshot on the rival. So they are making plays here, and it looks like Outlast just decided to destroy the planned push that Silent was making up in trophy and outside a big window.
Yeah, exactly. Silent Sins trying to pin at that Outlasting side, or that Outlast Gaming side, in a corner, but the pin is just not quite strong enough, as they will fall down one by one. Now Milo left to do it once again on that Ying. And once again, he will fall, as Foresight will be cleaning it up at the end. The Alibi coming through, doing massive work. As Outlast Gaming, they seem to be on the back foot that round. They seem to be pinched in from all sides, but the hold, the pinch, that it just wasn't quite hard enough. It just wasn't quite tight enough onto that Outlast side, as they managed to fight their way out of it and just break open those weaker points bit by bit.
It was also a very unfortunate Candela throw. That was really sad, right onto Habana, who was already down. So that was a little upsetting, I'm sure, for the Ying playing at the moment. But we do see one of my favorite setups going blue 90. In my competitive college siege team, it is commonly referred to as the monkey strat, having a deployable shield and 2 Jaegers on that 90, just so it can take care of any utility, and having a good way to fight back against anybody going
Moving out to
construction.
locate a bomb and
It's a
defuse
really
it.
fun name to see. Yeah, it's just a really fun name for that strat.
I like cool. You just before the round, you say, "All right, we're doing monkey strat. That's what we're doing right here. Let's go." Everyone just makes out a little monkey cry, and we'll get started. As Outlast Gaming definitely has to get started in order to get themselves into a very comfortable position.
It also looks like Outlast put a lot of utility on construction and hoping for that push, but it doesn't look like Silent Sin's gonna give it to him. But Deity, predicting they wouldn't go construction, takes out Poke, and Space is gonna take out Kronk as well, making it an even 4v4 on the side of Silent Sins and Outlast Gaming. Lion's gonna be using his satellite drone thing. I never. What is? It's the
E1D, if I'm not mistaken.
E1D. Yeah, you are right.
Yeah.
He's gonna be using that E1D, try to get a little bit of information, but nobody moves a muscle as it goes out.
I mean, I cannot get any of those names, but that's the one that I seem to have remembered for some reason. E1D.
E1D.
It's such a weird name for something as Milo. He definitely seems to be thinking that whatever Didi was doing there is a bit weird, because Didi will be taking down the advantage that Outlast had coming or straight off the bat in this round. They've already lost it, and they've conceded one as well. Or as they've conceded two.
And they are going to be losing their top fragger at the moment. Deity with 4 kills and 1 death. He is going extreme. He has a very extreme score for the side of Outlast Gaming. Foresight also having a 2-0. So they do have a very good player still alive. However, they did lose their star player. On the other side, Silence, I was about to say Space is going 2-1, so they do have a positive player. But with that death, it makes it 2-2.
Yeah, definitely. And Outlast finally finding themselves at 3-on-3, putting it back into the hands, making sure that they're comfortable going in for whenever Silent decides to go for that side. As they definitely have to feel very uncomfortable. They haven't been able to open up quite too much and haven't been able to put up too much pressure on these Outlast players, as they now do seem to be deciding to go for that for those north hatches. They should be coming in any second now with only 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's all about what utility Outlast Gaming has left. Smoke, the first smoke does come out now, and there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, and he still has 2 of those canisters available. Call now does come out from the cabby, and some nades raining in. Rejected goal down to low HP, but does it really matter? That's the first one down. Iana not quite able to find anything. Joto's able to find himself another one too, and that leaves it all up to Mouse. He has the defuse, and he has found another kill, but Jotos will pick it up in the corner. Actually, no, that was not Jotos, that was the smoke in the corner, finishing it up.
Good playing from the smoke. Both teams were doing very good, though it did end up not exactly working out the way we wanted. We were about to see possibly a clutch move happen, but it doesn't seem to have come true for them. We are going to go back to Chalet, though, and seeing Tactical Toad take out Nino as they try to push into sight.
Yeah, it seems like the technical issue has finally been resolved, and I mean, well, while the technical issue was going on, Nocturne, they've been rounding up some rounds. They've been getting themselves onto a lead, but that lead, now the moment we come back in, it's probably going to be taken back once again by Packwatch. They seem to be 5 players up ahead against 2. There's just so much left for these 2 defenders to do with only with an entire 1:30 left on the clock. For that attacking side to push in to find those kills and to poke around.
Definitely not looking too good for Nocturne right now. Skeezy is gonna take out Floofs though, so that was a pretty good shot. It looks like they could possibly bring it back though, with 1:15 left, and now going 2-4 with Packwatch being at advantage. They do have a lot of space, they have a lot of time, they have a lot of people, and they can probably make a good plan and execute it with that much time.
Yeah, most definitely. Just gonna have to be all onto these defending players. They are cornered. They have to be able to get at least a kill or 2 before the plan starts coming down. That's the optimal situation. Finding a kill or 2, but the optimal situation is definitely not coming through, as Ivy will pick up the last 2 kills, putting Nocturne, or putting both these teams up to equal heights once again.
Good game from all teams. Now it's getting even with Packwatch and Nocturne's going to 2, but now we're gonna see Silent Sins. We're gonna see Silent Sins pushing into the building. They're already looks like they're mostly inside, but Rejected Gold's gonna take out Space, making it 4-4. Deity is already dead and down. Again, one of their star players on the side of Outlast gets taken out. Rival gets Rejected Gold, who's also a very good fragger, at least at the beginning of the round. So
Yeah,
it's
indeed.
not
He
looking
always-
too good for Outlast.
Yeah, Rejected Gold always manages to seem to find those first couple kills in the beginning of the round. That's something he's really great at. And so far he's been showing a little bit of that. Not quite showing too much yet. But of course it's real early days into this game. It's Outlast Gaming. They wanna find another one. They wanna find a third on the scoreboard. Get this map of Oregon onto the right foot and make sure that Silent Sins feel pressured or feel like they're in the back corner for the rest of this map.
Jodl's getting droned out and promptly taken out by Rival with a headshot. Pushed it early and got pre-fired out. Milo takes out Foresight, Kronk being the last one alive on Outlast Gaming. We have seen him clutch up a few times before, at least yesterday we did, so let's see if he can possibly do it again. He does have 2 people, one in kids' dorm, one's outside the softball in kids' dorm, and one on white stairs, so he does have 2 people kind of hunting for him on the same floor. Yep, someone's gonna take out Poke. He could get it, but Rival's gonna silence those hopes and dreams and put him down for good.
Yeah, he will injure that first one and still only an injure. He doesn't quite manage to get the kill onto the scoreboard, and he's still sitting on 0 kills this entire game. Not a good start from Kronk so far, but at least his team is doing good. At least Outlast have found 2 rounds already on this defense side.
Nocturne's going into Chalet. Oh, Nocturne's losing now. Nino. Floose takes him out as he tries to push. As Packwatch tries to make a little bit more space for them, and he takes out Nino. Just from that, Floose trying to push up with a frag. Gets onto that destructible shield. Takes out Ashes with a headshot. Just beautiful strafing and beautiful target locking. You could definitely see him practicing on aim labs quite a lot. Ivy gets a kill on the ace. Nexus and Big Skeezy being the last ones alive. Floof's now taking out Skeezy. Nexus being the last one alive, and Floof's is gonna take out Nexus with a headshot. Floof's really being the MVP of that round, really shutting his stuff and taking out a lot of Outlast.
Look at those headshots, Floof's. His aim seems to be on point at this very moment. He just doesn't seem to be missing any of those shots.
Just got really comfortable that round. Excuse me for saying Outlast. It was Nocturne. Excuse me. Apologies.
It happens. We all make mistakes.
It's all good.
We all make mistakes. Even the best do.
We do see a Frost pick and a Mira pick as well, so that's pretty interesting. Frost has been used a lot more, especially with her gun. I think it's got a nerf recently, so it's become a lot more usable, and sometimes people just don't expect those Frost mat placements, and they end up getting caught by accident. Even though these guys have been practicing for hundreds of thousands of hours, these guys have really perfected the placement of Frost mats, but we are going to go back to Oregon and watch as Silent Sins goes against Outlast Gaming.
Yeah, and Silent Sins, both of these teams actually already having found themselves a kill each. As Didi is the one going down on that one side, and Moose being the other one going down. Mouse, I'm sorry. Mouse on that ace. Interesting to see him go down first off. That's going to deny that attacking side being able to open up any of those reinforced walls, as none of them seem to have the utility or seem to have gotten those smaller hard breaches with him.
No, it's kind of huge that their hard breach is now down, and now Gridlock is going to be holding the diffuser, which usually the hard breacher is the one that you say safe. He is the president that you want to keep safe. Space is going to take out Rejected Gold, and he's going to take out Kronk while he's at it. Might have just seen both of them and taken them out beautifully. Foresight and Jodls being the last one alive on Outlast Gaming. Can they take out the last remaining core? Foresight's going to take out Milo with a headshot through the floor. And Foresight and Joddles are now going to be holding a little bit of angle. Foresight getting a little brave, going to be starting to peek through and starting to look for a bit more of Silent Sins. He's going to hear them go through big windows, going to take some shots. He's going to really have to try holding Kid's Dorm as hard as he can just by his loathsome.
Yeah, definitely in this. Oh god, he does manage to find the
Has been
C4.
dropped.
And what is that from Foresight?
That
The
was
hit-
such a
no.
beautiful arc.
Oh, the
Oh
hit
my
does have to come
gosh.
in anytime though. There's only 30 seconds left, and both of these players, they're just cluttered up together. Foresight finds himself another one, and that's going to be the third one onto the scoreboard for him this round. And he just looks to be keeping on fragging. 4K
Oh
for
my
Foresight, and what
gosh.
is that?
This
Holy
guy
shit.
really popped off with his aim, and that beautiful C4, bro, right through the window, right through the opening. That was glorious. That's a good 3-pointer right there.
Yeah, whenever I seem to be throwing those C4s, they always lock onto to a little bit of the barricade. For Foresight, he's like LeBron James shooting those hoops. He hits it perfectly, as that will make sure that's just a perfect end to a clutch for him.
We are going to see a bit of a timeout from Silent Sins just to get a little bit of a break, talk it through with their team, and see what they're going through. So we're going to be looking at Nocturne and Packwatch and go through their operator bans. Not seeing anything too interesting. We do see a Mozzie from Floofs. Very good gun setup, very good gadget, very good anti-intel, and we're also going to see a Frost from Josh, who did, I believe, had a very good Frost placement and was
Attackers
congratulated
need
for
to
that Frost
locate and defuse
match
the
placement. So we are probably going to be seeing a very nice Frost placement from Josh.
Yeah, in this match, we've already switched around sides, by the way. So, Packwatch going up 4-2 in that attacking side. I mentioned it earlier, but this game it always feels defender-sided, and Nocturne now have to fight themselves back into this game on the attacking side. They are definitely on their last foot. They definitely seem to have a problem. They definitely seem to be in a big world of problems right now, as they need to claw and fight their way back into this game.
5 seconds left.
But it seems like they have decided on what they want to use in order to get themselves back here.
Objective is to locate a
It's
bomb.
not. It's a pretty interesting setup that we're seeing here. Not necessarily too much info gathering being available, but all of it just being, all of the setup they have is just to open up those walls, get those angles in, and that's something Chalet really is known for. Having those soft walls and being able to break them open from upstairs, from down under. It's going to be so powerful from time to time.
It is an extremely good strategy to go from the ceiling and go to the bottom of the site. So that is why Packwatch is going to be holding top floor very hard. They did have quite a few operators on top floor. I don't even know if they had anybody on site properly. And now they're just watching and waiting for Nocturnes to push on top floor and try to make a mistake. Floofs is going to see that the main door is open, but he's not really going to do anything about it as Ashes makes his way through, and he's going to be sweeping through that balcony just to maybe get a kill early round.
Yeah, and they were closing in on Flues and the Sharks. They did smell that blood, and that blood is going to be spilled as he will now go down, and that's going to leave his teammates in not the best position in order to win it. But look at this flank from Jones. He hasn't been hurt so far, and he might be able to find himself a couple kills. Yeah, that's going to be the first one indeed. Picked off, able to pick off the second one, and he's going to be able to get out of there as well. Now shooting a couple shots over towards Nexus. Nexus still alive, and no, Josh finds himself the triple kill, able to shut down that entire side of Nocturne on his own, and that just gives Packwatch an amazing start into the second half. Spots out the last one too, not quite able to connect the shots onto Ace, but Ace is low HP, and only a little touch by a feather, a touch by a finger, or a touch by a baby just punching you could kill Ace. And yeah, indeed, Ivy does come through from the back, hits the ass, hits Ace's ass as he will now be going down. And what a round from Josh. How did he manage to find 3 of those kills?
I'm not too sure. I think the first one was, I think, Ayana just waiting on the stairs, just waiting for anybody to really walk into their sideline. It didn't expect a push from Library, and it paid for it. But we did see Nexus try to push connector between hallway and library, and it seemed that the gunfight resulting was just a little odd for Nexus. He did question what happened, but Josh really just came out on top. I guess he just reacted a little bit faster and reacted a little faster, reacted a little better than Nexus did. And we are going to be going back to Oregon, and we're already going to see a 4v1 Outlast Gaming already on the worst advantage. Kronk be the last one alive and getting taken out by Rival.
Yeah, and a shot from Rival closes it down, and once again another one on the scoreboard. And now we're going to be seeing that half switch, or that side switch, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, actually no, we have one more round to be played.
Yep.
Now, Silent, since they are one round down, so they really need to be getting themselves back into this round in order to get themselves on the right foot going off on that second half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
I
they
think
can.
Outlast is... Oh, sorry.
But already them winning 2 rounds on the attacking side, they've done a lot of good work. They just need to continue that, going onto the defense side, and hopefully pick up another one in order to go 3 for 3 and get themselves into a wonderful and a comfortable position.
Having 2 rounds on attack is a pretty comfortable position for anybody to have, especially against Outlast Gaming, who already has 3 rounds. So there isn't really a momentum between either of these teams just yet, and we also do see the monkey setup going on Construction 90 hallway. So I hope to see that being utilized, and maybe Silent Sin's going Construction, but considering how they're spawning, it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that. They're going to be going through small tower and probably front door instead of going Construction. A very big waste of utility on Construction then with that deployable shield and those 2 Jaegers on it. They're going to have to quickly switch that over to properly predict the push from small towers from Silent Sin.
Yeah, most definitely. Rival. Oh, what a free fire onto Rejected. That was something else. He just knows exactly. He just reads Rejected's book, and he just knows exactly what this entire Outlast Gaming side is doing. He picks them off one by one, and it's like reading a children's book for him.
That's got to be some amazing drone placements, or maybe the Dokkaebi caught the phone really early, and now they just have an amazing amount of intel. But that was amazing prediction on the side of Rival, just showing how good he can be with that Iana, and that ricochet on that frag. He knows exactly how those bounce and exactly how much weight they have to really make an optimal play when he's throwing those frags.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
So far, really him on that Iana, or he's not playing Iana. Oh yeah, him on that Iana. It has shown up big. He's on 10 frags already, the most out of anyone in this game. No one is even nearing what he's putting up so far. Now Pokey does manage to get shot down. And Outlast, they want to get a way back into this. Kronk finding himself the double kill, puts himself in a great position, but he has been spotted out by Space, stuck in a corner, finds himself another one. And this is like it's like a cat or an animal in a corner fighting back at you, knowing that it just has to do anything in order to survive. And oh wow, Kronk able to get himself the quad kill, and not quite able to get the ace, and Rival will pick it up.
Hey, a 4 kill is a 4 kill. He's still got most of the other team. That's a very good amount for Kronk to get. And you know what? It seemed like he pulled the right lever on that one. Really popping off on that round and doing a lot of damage to Silent Sins, making Rival do a lot of the work, but he does have the numbers to back him up, going 11 and 3. So he does have the skill to possibly pull this back for Silent Sins and make it even 3-3.
There's still 2 smoke candelas, or 2 smoke canisters available now, and he's going to be using both of those in order to make sure that Rival doesn't really have time to push in. And yes, Rival does make the decision to go through the smoke, but that's going to cost him a lot of HP, and Foresight will finish it up at the end. Another round on the scoreboard for this for the defense side. They now managed to go 4 and 2.
Now we're going to be switching Silent Sins to defense and Outlast again on attack, but we are going to go back to Chalet and watch Nocturns and Packwatch, as it looks like not too much is happening. We do have a fuse pick, at least that's what I hear. Yeah, there is a fuse pick and an OSA pick. Very interesting operators to pick, and as well, we also have a basement site. And we see Josh doing his best, bandit tricking. And let's see if he can actually pull off. He does. And that wall will stay unbroken for now. Let's see if he can still do it again. He is waiting for Nexus to put down that thermite charge. He does put it up. No, the fuse puts off the fuse charge. And he does.
Genius.
Blue gets ashes, excuse me. But Bandit does stop the thermite charge once again. He's really good at bandit charging this round. Or bandit tricking.
I thought he had it right there for a second with the thermite coming through, or with the ace, or I'm sorry, with the fuse charge coming through, forcing that bandit to go away for a second, but then managed to come back and just pull out another one of those electric charges, and it's just such a hard time for Nocturne getting in on that side, as they now have to go from upstairs, from up on top where it's been opened up, in order to get themselves back in this round.
If I'm not mistaken, they did use the balcony floor and used an ace on that to open up the floor, which is actually an extremely genius play, considering that they don't have a lot of utility to open up the floor, i.e. frag grenades, hard breachers, or any soft breaches to open up the floor. Instead, they use the explosive that Fuse's gadget lets off. Instead of going for kills, they used it to destroy the floor specifically, and it feels like you can really only do this in Chalet now that I think about it. I can't really think of another map that you can comfortably do that strategy, so really unique and creative way of using the operators that you pick. And Nexus is going to be the last one alive, but he's going to get taken out by Josh. He doesn't have too much health, so he is going to get taken out pretty easily.
Yeah, once again, getting to the nail though. And Josh almost able to pick that round up. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have quite enough HP. But already looking at this other side, at this other game, Kronk finds himself on low HP after getting a kill on towards or over towards one of those Silent Sins players. And it seems like Outlast Gaming are once again in quite a comfortable position to take this round.
Already having 2 people dead on the side of Silent Sins. It's not looking too good for them. And they are on defense. So seeing how Outlast Gaming is doing so well already at the start of the map, and they are on attack, is a good sign to see that they have been practicing attack a lot on Organ. So they're feeling a lot more comfortable than Silent Sins did on attack, seeing as they only had 2 rounds, while they have 4 on defense. Projected Gold getting double kill, 1 on Milo and 1 on Pope. Mouse the last one alive. He's gonna try to keep them out of that. Small closet, but he's gonna get taken out by Joddles with a beautiful headshot.
Yeah, and once again, an amazing round from Outlast Gaming, and they just seem to be want to destroy this Sin side as they find themselves up 5-2 against Silent Sins, the favorites of that game. And they just seem to be on their back foot for now.
Now we're going to go back to match point for Packwatch. I honestly didn't expect this coming. I didn't see Packwatch. I thought I was going to see maybe a more even split. Probably Nocturnes going 5 and 6, or at least 6 and 6. I thought there was going to be a bit of a more even split between the games, but no. Packwatch being really comfortable in defense on Chalet. And their score proving that. Looking at the score, you can see Josh going 8 and 3, very good split here. Ivy going 9 and 4, and Floof's going 12 and 6. While we see Nocturnes going, nobody's really going positive or even close to it. Big Skeezy, Nexus, Ace, and Nino, all going 2 off from even. No, Nino's actually 4 off from even. So not looking too good on the side of numbers for Nocturne.
Yeah, it's definitely been a game of one of those games where Packwatch, the individual players show up time and time again, and it is definitely working out for them so far. Once again, they are up a man, but oh no, Ash is able to get himself that kill onto Judge, and this now does put in some danger for that defender side, but they're downstairs, and I think they still have some C4s left to throw at those attackers once that diffuser does start coming through. So side is now going to be starting to get, it's going to be droned out all the way through. Still, oh actually, no, I was mistaken. I was confused for a second. I thought the bomb side was upstairs, But no, it is actually in the dining room as Big Sexy picks himself up, pucks unlocks, and Nocturne, they seem to be getting back into this. Able to perhaps fight or claw their way back into it as there's only 2 players left on that Packwatch side. But still, those frost traps, they're probably still available here. Josh can still do a lot of damage from the grave if those Nocturne players don't watch out for it, or if they get too tunnel visioned.
We do see still Ivy's on Packwatch, one of the top fraggers, and you see how why they're top fragger and why their score is so big, getting a
there
kill
we
on
go.
the Ashes. Nino
the
going
from underneath
down.
the grave. It's gonna take down Nino.
Oh my
He
gosh,
didn't
Nino
know
got
what
taken
was sexy.
down by Josh's Frostmat. Death from the grave. Geezy getting a kill, and now
gonna
Ivy
go
being
for
the
the
last one
revive.
alive. It's gonna be one.
Ivy knows. He's getting there, and Ivy finishes it up, and Packwatch wins out the game. What a clutch from Ivy coming through. He knew that revive had to happen over towards the end there, and he just manages to get there just in time before those players are able to run away. And Packwatch, they will be able to take down that gate, or take down the opposition, as we now do get ourselves back into the Oregon game, if I'm not mistaken.
And wow, we just got back to see Outlast Gaming going a flawless round. Not sure if that was game point or what the score is currently, but I guess
Quite
we
sure
will...
they're on game point now, and they're actually on match points. They are
Ooh, it is
1-0
on match
up.
point.
So Silent Sin's the favorites. They need to win out 4 rounds in order to get themselves back in it, in order to make sure that they do not get eliminated here by the underdogs of Outlast. But the underdogs of Outlast, they definitely still have a lot of bark into them. It's not like there's a couple puppies barking at you. It's a pack of wolves, and this pack of wolves is hungry. They're smelling blood.
Oh, especially looking at the scoreboard. Foresight going 7-3, Joddle's going even with a 3-3 and a 4 assist, Kronk going 7-6, Deity going 8-6, and Rejected Gold going 7-5. They're all positive except for Joddle's, who still does have 4 assists on their scoreboard. But looking at Silent Sins, we see mostly Revival doing a lot of the work, going 12-6, having a KD of 2. And he is currently the only player on the side of Silent Sins going positive. So the numbers are really looking in favor of Outlast Gaming. They're all going positive, so they're all extremely skilled, and they all have a very equal chance of getting a good kill and making good plays this round. And this is the round that they really need to work on those good plays. And they are going to be pushing construction, which they haven't been doing the entire time. So this might be throwing off Silent Sins.
Yeah, they definitely need to be throwing off silencers. They have 4 rounds to play with. So at least there's a lot of wiggle room for them. There's a lot of things they can try out before they run out of ideas, or before silencers are quite back into it. And throwing something weird into the mix right off the bat will indeed make silencers think about, or double think about what Outlast is gonna do, as Rival will be taken down immediately. That's a top fragger on that Silent Sin side, going down to begin with. And if I'm not mistaken, that's only roamer as well. Milo will find himself a roaming Deity. He was just far away from his teammates, but I don't quite know what he was doing there. He does seem to be found. Messy round now coming through here to end it off with. Outlast Gaming are just going to be able to finish it up.
Very nice.
Does come through. And once again, Silent Sins able to get themselves back into it. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, space is closed down. He does get down, but the trade does come to leave it over to Jodis in a 1 versus 2 situation.
Giles being the last one alive and the one with the lowest KD, he's really going to have to step up this round. He's going to have to basically 1v2 these guys, and he does know somebody's on that shield. He's going to start poking at them, but I don't think he should really keep on them too much. He's going to flash them out and make them rotate back to site. Very good move from that, but the smoke is going to keep him at bay for quite a while. He's going to have to start to look for a better angle, or he's going to get a little bit more information. He's going to throw a drone behind him just to let his teammates look at the drone, make sure that he doesn't have anybody flanking him from behind. He's going to try going maybe through, back to stairs, go through hallway. Good move destroying that bulletproof camera. That is a very important piece of the intel for Silent Sins. And let's see if Jodels can actually pull this off.
Yeah, there's no utility available for him anymore. He's used up all of it in order to get himself here so far. And oh god, that one behind that wall, and he just about hits the wrong timing. Milo will take him down, and Silence Sins, they survive yet another round.
Silent Sins have really come back from the ashes once again, stopping all of Outlast's momentum going into this next round. Though we still do see Outlast having a 3 rounds in their pocket ahead of Silent Sins. So they still do have a very good lead. They still could be very confident. Maybe that confidence is giving them a little bit too much, and they're starting to get a little cocky going into these rounds. Maybe that's why they lost this last round.
Yeah,
Defenders,
definitely.
protect your bombs from being
They
defused by
could get a
attackers.
bit ahead of themselves, but I'm not expecting that to happen. These are some pro teams. These are some good teams that are playing here. I'm expecting them to close it out anytime soon. Probably Silent Sins might just find themselves a round or two, but once they are onto those bomb sites that are not quite advantageous to them, it's gonna be a very hard time, and I think Outlast should be able to close it out by that time.
Let's see if they can do it. They've been pretty comfortable on attack on Oregon. So
10
I think
seconds
they
left before insertion.
still do have the chance, and they have been picking some pretty good operators here.
5
Capital
seconds
is
to go.
extremely good for the attic pushes. Kronk
Attackers are
as
moving out to
well,
locate a bomb and
being
defuse it. Attackers have
sledge,
dropped the
excuse
bomb
me, can
diffuser.
make a lot
Attackers
of
have recovered their diffuser.
headway very fast. So I think Outlast Gaming could possibly win this round. There's a very good chance that they will, but Silent Sins could still come back as they have before.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Silent Sins getting themselves in a bit of a better position, but they have a big mountain to climb, and they've only been able to get up the first hurdle. We'll see this entire outlasting side taking the time, not really doing anything weird this time around in order to perhaps secure themselves the round. Closing in bit by bit.
Foresight's going to be going into large tower. That's a good place for Capital to be. He does have those secondary hard breaches. Hopefully they won't be bandit tricked or any trick. No, they can't be because there is no bandit. There is no Kate. Deity's going to get space. Maybe overextended just a little bit too far and takes him out. Rival gets a little bit of damage from a frag grenade through the floor. Ooh, but Rival is going to snap back with a kill on the Deity.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And Mouse is also going to get taken out by Kronk. Outlast Gaming is giving them a run for their money. It's looking pretty close. Silent Sins having 3 people alive. Outlast Gaming only having 4, but Rival is also down to maybe 50 health. So it is not looking too good for Silent Sins. Rival almost getting taken down by another frag.
Yeah, and at least looking at those frags, there's only one available, but that one available frag could do a lot of damage. It doesn't even matter. You're taken down and die out for Silent Sins. Silent Sins on their last back foot. Pokey haven't showed up so far, and you're gonna have to do a whole lot more to keep your team in it, but no, Foresight will close it down. The man that has been carrying his team today manages to win it out, and what a game. Outlast Gaming able to eliminate Silent Sins from the tournament 2-0, even winning out on Silent Sins' map pick. What a game coming through here.
And now they're going to be going against HK Gaming. Those guys are absolute behemoths. So I imagine these guys are probably going to be stressed. They're probably going to practice quite a bit more before that game happens tomorrow. And they better be ready because HK did beat Sins already. So it's got to be stressful. Everybody's got to get really pumped up, got to get excited, and you got to get ready for this because there is no going back after this, and this is for all the marbles. They are going to the finals.
Oh yeah, definitely. Getting there is, or going to the final, if I'm not
Or
mistaken.
excuse me, sorry.
They're not quite in the finals yet, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
excuse me, sorry.
They should be in the upper bracket game fighting against Rebels now, or in the next game. And then the winner of the other best of 3, Nocturns and Packwatch, is going to be playing against, if I'm not mistaken, I can't quite remember the name. They're going to be going up against, wait, no. Outlast Gaming are going to be going up against the winner of Nocturnes against Packwatch. That's it. and then the winner of that will be going up against HK Rebels, if I'm not mistaken, in the grand finals.
Yeah, I apologize. I guess I got a little excited. That was a very fun game to watch. Both teams did really well. Outlast Gaming surprisingly beat out the crowd favorite, so I guess I just got a little excited, and maybe they will go to the finals. But who knows? I think they have a very good chance at it, especially with how they've been playing today and what we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. What we've seen so far from them today has been absolutely amazing. We'll just have to see if they can continue that form, as we still have one best of three being played out of the two. Packwatch against Nocturnes, we went 1-1 a little bit earlier ago for these two. Next up, we're going to be seeing Clubhouse, as all of these players should be loading in any second now. And yeah, on that Nocturnes against Packwatch side, is there anyone that you necessarily think that we should be looking out for going forward on Clubhouse?
I would say Josh's Frostmats placements were amazing, and they actually took out quite a few people. Even though he was dead, he did take out quite a few people with those Frostmats. So that was a very fun thing to watch. Very good placements on the side of Josh. We also did see Floofs going very well. He got a lot of kills, not a lot of deaths. He made a name for himself in those rounds, but we also did see Ivy pull up quite a few times and pop off on a few of those rounds. So a lot of members of Packwatch I'm very eager to watch. On the side of Nocturne, I don't think we have seen too many. Ashes and Ace have pulled off a few fairly good plays, as well as Skeezy or Iskiz, whatever the name is. So, some of these guys have been playing pretty good, though I am fairly confident to see Pack Watch probably win Clubhouse.
Yeah, most definitely. That Packhouse side has been really strong individually so far. We're gonna have to see if they are able to keep that up. I will definitely be keeping an eye out for Falus. Earlier on, he was fragging out, getting a lot of 1 versus 3s or getting a lot of clutch situations. So him being able to perhaps show himself again, come alive again for this last map, will definitely be a huge advantage for Packwatch.
Oh, most definitely. You gotta also figure out these guys' morale going into this. I feel like Packwatch is probably feeling pretty good about themselves. Not too sure about Nocturnes. Um, I think probably Packwatch has the better morale at the moment. That is a huge player in how these guys play in the coming rounds. Morale, momentum, and just how you're generally feeling about the map is a very important part of how they play and how well and confident they will make those plays.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm kind of trying to search around if I can find the map win rates for both of these teams. Because it would be interesting to see if any of these teams have necessarily played Clubhouse a bit more this tournament, or what win rate they have, at least so far. And if we can perhaps see and kind of try to predict how it's going to go so far. But definitely Packwatch having the wind in their back, having the wind in the sails so far, it's really good for them, and hopefully they're going to be able to keep that momentum going forward and take Nocturnes down a little peg.
We hope to see it, but we will be getting into the first round of Clubhouse. Let's see what they pick. They do pick a Maverick, which is a pretty good pick, especially if they're going to go with Cash and CC as their first bomb site. We also see a Vigil, which is completely anti-intel. So they're going very anti-drones right now. They have a Solus and a
Attackers
Vigil,
need
which
to locate and defuse
specifically target drones. So they really don't want to be spotted this round.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe they have a little ace up their sleeves, a little trick up their sleeves, as they'll still be getting started on Clubhouse with a pretty decent setup. An Echo picked out too, not necessarily one of those characters, one of those operators that you see being played too much, even with a shotgun. Actually, that's interesting to see. Yeah, an Echo with a shotgun. I like that MP5. I feel like it's really one of his best guns. His SMG is just, it has so much recoil. But if Pokes and Lux has a strat with it, if he perhaps knows how to play around with that shotgun and get himself into a good corner, it will definitely, might be proving really dangerous.
We also are seeing a Fuse pick as well. These guys are picking some interesting ops today, especially with the Echo shotgun. I did not expect that whatsoever. It looks like he's still. Oh, Ivy, was that a run out?
I know.
Yeah, that
Oh
was.
my god!
No,
Josh
it
runs
was.
out too.
Yeah, it was one of Packwatch's watching that door super tight and being able to get 2 early kills onto Nocturne. That's really got to hurt their morale and their momentum going in just to this round.
Oh yeah, the team morale over and that Nocturne side, it must just be absolutely zero. They must be wondering what just happened. How are we down 2 men before we even really got the round started, before we were even able to spot anyone? They didn't even see anyone and they were dead within an instant. And they have to find themselves on the back foot. It's a Thatcher going down and a Nook going down on that side of Nocturne. Thatcher is one of those operators that you really, that if you're Nocturne, you want him going forward in this game or in this round. I mean, Nook is not necessarily the most dangerous of operators. It doesn't bring out the most utility, but it's still one of those operators that, if played right, it's definitely very. She can definitely be put down, do a lot.
And it seems the Fuse pick was actually a very wise pick, as Tactical Toad goes down but gets res, is now left with 20 health, not the amount of health that you'd want to have going into these rounds. But Nocturne is still at the man disadvantage, having 2 people dead, and especially Thatcher and a Nook. Some of their any kind of person getting down, taken out, is a very huge disadvantage. Nexus almost looked like he was about to get somebody through the wall. That was kind of impressive. As Ashes tries to push in, but he is getting spotted by 2 people. Luke's getting cornered by 2 people, getting shot down, and getting finished off by Ashes.
They're finding their way back into this. They seem to be looking good. Tactical Toad, yeah, is still on low HP, and Ivy has been tagged up a little bit too. They're starting to close in, but there's still just no time left on that Nocturne side, as they have a lot of space to find, a lot of work to do if they want to win it out with just a little time.
And Fuse still has quite a few soft charge. Pox gets Ashes, Nexus gets Toad, Skeezy gets Joss, and Skeezy also gets Ivy, leaving Pox the last one alive on Packwatch. And Nexus is going to be also facing down.
He's gonna have to deny the Fuse. He's gonna have to deny it. No, he doesn't. Oh, and now he's in a bad position in order to try to clutch this out. This seems so good for Packwatch. Within a heartbeat, it just goes the other way. Fox unlocks now the last one with the shotgun, pulls it out, and Nexus will pick it up, clean up the round.
That was really close. That was extremely close. It looked so good for Packwatch, and then just a few of them started to drop like flies, and then it was all over. Nocturne just took over site, and they got the plant down. That was what was really important, and it made Packwatch panic, and it made them panic push into site. So very good move putting down that diffuser, even though they probably should have gone for the last player, but it still made him panic in the end and getting that kill.
Yeah, indeed. They had to. They didn't have to push up right there. That's kind of what I'm wondering about. They all took those fights toward the blue position instead of just holding it, playing safe, making sure that diffuser cannot get planted. They all went for the fights and they overextended just a slight bit, and Nocturne take incredible advantage of it in that very moment, taking that first round on the scoreboard. And now Packwatch, they're gonna have to be wondering, like, how did we not win that round? What just went wrong here? Why are we down a round now?
It's got to definitely hurt morale, and we also see Nocturnes taking Fuse once again. If it works, don't fix it. They did get Toad down and make him go down to 20, so that was a good move. However, I don't know how useful it's going to be. Ivy is going to be waiting at that window. I don't think he's going to be able to get anybody. Pox is going to be taking some damage, but he's going to take out Ace. Nexus is going to get Pox in return, making it a 4v4.
Yeah, Pox not quite able to get out of there. Did manage to find himself 1 kill, but it's not quite enough to deliver him his teammates an advantage.
they did get the Dokkaebi and they did get the Echo. Not very important operators to their push. If they did get the fuse or they did get the buck, that probably would have been a lot better for them. But any person down is a very good advantage. But now that they've made it even, it's not too big of a deal. Nino's going to be trying to break through that hatch and see if she can't make a play off of it. Easy is also going to be going behind Nino and backing them up. I did not know you could do that with Candelas. I'll be real with you. I didn't know you could place them like fuses. I did not. I've never seen that happen before.
And I don't play too much Siege, and I know that you can do it. It's like a fuse thing.
I've never
Just
seen.
like-
I've only thought they were thrown like Pokeballs and then they explode into a bunch of flashes. I've never seen them used in a fuse manner. That's kind of cool.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
It's really
dropped.
cool being able
Attackers
to
recovered
get them
the
through
bomb
those soft
diffuser.
walls, but it's not just quite. It's not quite able to do the same thing as a fuse charge is able to do nowadays, getting
Attackers
himself
dropped the
through
diffuser.
those reinforced hatches and reinforced walls. But it's still very powerful being able to put them from up to down. As Tactical Toad will be finding himself from down below. Let's get picked up by Zexy, but Zexy is down to no HP. His teammate will be taken down in the meantime. AV picks up the first. But she and Josh both low HP. Josh able to pick up one, leaving it all up to Nexus. Nexus doesn't have the health advantage against both of these players. Has combined a bit more, but he still has a lot of work left to do. Does manage to find the first camera and able to pick up the bomb, but still little time left to do, and it's a hard side to break into as he now decides to get in here.
Especially that hatch. That hatch is definitely a very heavily watched. Nexus getting the kill on the Ivy. Can he get the last one onto Josh? Josh doesn't have a lot of health. He could basically sneeze on him and take him down. And Josh doesn't have any impacts left. So let's see if Nexus pros don't fake. And in this case, he didn't, but he paid for it with a headshot.
The flick onto Nexus hits perfectly, and Josh finishes it off. Finally putting that run on the scoreboard for Packwatch, then getting the first one on here. It's absolutely great. It's exactly what they needed. They should have been able to do it one run before, but now they do get it. Now Josh does manage to clutch it out does manage to clutch it out on low HP.
That was a very good flick and a very nice headshot. That had to be super satisfying. And as you see at the end of the round, he kind of shot around the diffuser in triumphance, knowing that he just pulled off of an extremely good move and now making an even 1v1 between Nocturne and Packwatch.
Attackers need to locate
This
and defuse as
this is
many
a
bombs
very
as they can.
close match so far. Even looking at the scoreboard, you see it's kind of even. Nexus going 5-1, looking pretty nice. Skeezy going 3-1, very sweet. Can't see Packwatch's kill death at the moment, but both of these teams looking pretty even. It is in my mind, it's a pretty even 50-50 shot at both of them winning.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's something about Packwatch that I'm thinking right now. There's just something that I feel like they just seem a bit stronger than Nocturne at this very moment. They should have won that first round. They managed to win that second round. But both of those rounds, they seemed way stronger than Nocturne. Even though they are on that attacking side, they are in the disadvantage here. They have to climb the big hill, and Nocturne can kind of just sit back, relax, and enjoy. Like have a Coke, maybe just drink, have something to drink and something to eat, as they can just chill on defense. But so far, Packwatch have really been pressuring them, really been catching those Nocturne players off guard in order to find those opening kills.
Looks like Nocturne also caught Packwatch off a little guard. Tactical Toad maybe down to 25 health already. So they did catch him off guard. Next is going to be trying to open hot tub wall, but it is going to get mute jammed. Ashes gets a lot of damage taken onto him, but he is going to take out Toad in the end, making it 5v4, but Ashes is on 2 health and a dream, so he's not really going to be able to do much else for right now, other than maybe get intel. He could probably get sneezed on and get taken down, so probably not a good idea to make the push, especially since there's a Goyo in play, and those flames can pick him out instantly.
Those flames can be so dangerous. But of course, if Snatcher still being able to stay alive, still make sure that his utility has some value. And as long as he isn't dead, he still has those nades available, he still has those cams available to move around with, and he can still open up those soft walls and soft floors with his hammer. It's not the entire Packwatch side here, they seem to be very defensive side. They seem to be not really be roaming too much.
Oh, Flus is gonna take out Ashes.
If I'm not mistaken, he just ran out there.
I think also Nexus went through some of Goyo's flame. He takes a lot of damage. Ivy is gonna get a headshot on Skeezy as well. So Packwatch is looking pretty nice right now. Josh did take a little bit of damage, so Packwatch does have a little less health than they would probably want. But Ace is going to take out Floofs, making an even 3v3, and it looks pretty even now. Ace is going to take out Ivy, making it a 3v2 in advantage of Nocturnes. So these guys are switching left and right, trading kills. Josh gets a kill on the Ace beautifully from hot tub balcony.
Yeah, he's just turning around at the exact wrong moment. He's gonna get himself caught off, and that's gonna make sure that this entire Nocturne attack is gonna be very one-sided towards one area of the map. Josh picking up the first one, just holding the angle, leaving it all up to Nexus, and Nexus is now being spotted out by those 2 mines. Getting themselves in closer, still not removing them, and Josh picking up the last one too, showing why keeping the Legion in the late round is so powerful.
In the end, it was a very good round for Packwatch. Again, these guys are just kind of going back and forth. Nocturnes. My prediction is Nocturnes is going to get another round, make it even 2v2 once again. We're also going to see an Ace pick. We're going to see a Montaigne pick from Ace. I don't know if they're going to keep that, but that is a very interesting pick already. Maybe they're just getting a little bit more defensive. We're also seeing Josh picking up a Doc pick. Josh going 6-1. He would be the one to stay alive and help out his teammates that take a bit more damage than he'd like to. So maybe he's just tired of seeing his teammates getting damaged lower than 50 health and not being able to do much about it.
It's definitely a good pick, and it's interesting that he picked the Dog instead of going for Thunderbird necessarily. Dog has to stay alive in order to be useful, essentially. In order to being able to heal your teammates, you have to be alive. Someone like Thunderbird doesn't necessarily heal your teammates for too much, but you don't have to be alive in order to use it. And you have more users out of those Thunderbird healing stations than those dark stims. So I'm quite wondering why the dog was picked instead of the Thunderbird. But there might just be a reason to it. It might just be because of that shotgun pistol that can open up walls. Because if I'm looking at that side, there's not much other than Ivy's pistol that is open up walls. That is able to open up walls as well.
We also do see Ace sticking with the Montaigne and gonna go into Garage. I'm still very curious on the Montaigne pick. It's very interesting, as well as Tactical Toad trying to bandit trick that Thermite, but doesn't seem to be successful on it. But Nino's gonna take out Tactical Toad that was trying to go through red stairs. Skeezy is trying to make that push, but he doesn't seem to get it. He's taking a little bit of damage. He's gonna bow to that gunfight.
He runs out of it, and he does get the kill. Sexy gets taken down. Now Ace getting himself closer onto the dog. The dog going for the knife, and oh, he's ready for it! Ace drops his shield for just a second, but that's just a second too little for Nina to provide. As Flus will find himself, and the second one is leaving it all up to Ashes and up to Ace, and they will both get shut down. Packwatch, another round on the scoreboard. They go 3-for-1 now, and they get themselves onto a great defensive start so far. Maybe even looking to get a couple more in going forward in this first half.
It was really kind of a shame that we didn't see a lot of the Montaigne, and there was nobody really backing him up either. Ashes was the last one alive that could really play off of the Montaigne's basic ability of being basically bulletproof. But once they got taken out from that breach in the wall, there was really nothing else for that Montaigne to do, especially since they had somebody going through Garage. and coming for them. So they were really stuck in a very not fun position. So once Ashes got taken out, it was pretty much game over.
Yeah, exactly. They were essentially stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The Monty pick just not coming out quite in the favor of Nocturnes. As the last time I did cast Siege, I did see a lot of Montane pace come through, and it did work out really well. Today, I've seen it once so far, and it hasn't delivered at all. And we're probably not going to see it much more going forward.
Yeah, Jackal's not used as much as he really used to be. I get just because there was a Soulless update and there was a few other debuffs. I think his gun just isn't as good as it was before, so he's not picked too often. And as a repercussion, he's not picked too often either. So it's kind of a shame to see one of the more popular operators, one of the more banned ones, and one of the most tactical ones get really overlooked now that his gun got debuffed.
I mean, is he really tactical? You just kind of run around, see if you can find some footsteps, and if you find the footsteps, you know where the enemy is.
But now that you know, yeah,
it's very nice to have that info and stuff, but it's like you just press a button and you do, you know?
that is true. You can also
it's that-
see the footprints instead of just scanning them, so that it's an easy way to track them, even if you're not using the complete
Bomb
ability of
located
it.
by attackers.
Exactly, there's multiple ways to using him, and oh god, he's not even really going to be able to use him as Ivy takes him down. Footsteps not spotted out as Ivy probably came from a different position. Oh, spots out the head, but not quite able to hit those hairs, as Nino will stay alive from the guillotine, but now Ivy coming back to find it once again.
I'm absolutely loving that ace kill. Ivy was looking through that hatch. Excuse me, sorry. Takes out Ivy and immediately goes for Nino that was hiding behind the bar. So very good shooting for Ivy, very precise, and just what they needed in this round, taking out Nino and Ace. Ying being a very important operator, being a very distracting one with those Candelas. So good kill, good choose, and Technical Toad also taking out Ashes, making it a 2v4.
Ooh.
Doesn't look too good for Nocturne right now.
Flick from Nexus onto Ivy though. At least he finds that one, and that might be a good start into a 2 versus 4 clutch situation. There's still a lot of work left to do, and the time is starting to run out, but at least the buff is still alive, so at least those holes are still going to be able to be made from up above. Nexus does manage to find that first one, and the hatch has been opened up a little bit earlier on by that fuse. So there is definitely a good way back into this. Now Poxonox on that on the echo here, moving around a little bit, trying to see if he can spot those last two players. Nexus from up above, finally dropping himself down with only 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's up to those defenders whether or not he's known, whether or not he's really going to be attacked here. Tactical Toad will find him as he gets disrupted a little bit. Now Bake's actually left up to do it all, and Loose peeks out in order to finish it up.
Too bad that push didn't work out. Fuse and a Buck is I mean, you only have two people. However, if I were to have any two operators on that team, I would want to have those two to push with me. Oh, is there a bit of a technical issue? My screen froze.
I think my screen froze too.
Yep. We
My-
may.
Oh. It froze again.
Oh.
No, there we go.
Defenders,
Okay.
Okay, we're fine.
We're getting into it.
Whew, boy, that was a miniature heart attack. We don't want to go to a tech pause. The action's too hot. It's going too fast. We don't want to miss anything.
Exactly. I don't want to be on camera again. I don't want to have to start talking out of the back of my mind about some of the smaller things that have been going on. I just want to be talking about the game, what's going on right here, right now as Packwatch. They seem to be taking down this Nocturne side right here and right now.
Packwatch getting quite a bit of momentum. Ooh, that was kind of cool. Did you see the synchronicity of those two reinforcements? That was just kind of cool to look at. But yeah, Packwatch has a pretty good lead and has a decent momentum, but this is still defense, so Nocturnes could come back once they switch over to defense. But so far, it's not looking too good for Nocturnes.
Yeah, Nocturnes, they do seem to be on their back foot, and they need to pick up this round in order to even really have a chance in that second half. If they only manage to get one on the attacking side, and then they have to find 5 entire rounds on defense, it's going to be so hard for them to get in there. It's going to be so hard for them to really fire themselves up before it's already on match point, before Packwatch are already close to taking it down. Luckily, this wall or this west side wall will be opened up, and Flus immediately off the back of that will find the first pick on that Valkyrie.
Some good stuff. Opening up that hot tub wall is a very important part. It gives you a lot of open angles, gives you an angle into bathroom, kind of one into gym and master bedroom and to study. So it is a very important wall to have. We also see Ayana kind of drifting around downstairs just to maybe catch any stragglers or any roamers kind of walking around. We also see Nexus droning out said downstairs to also maybe join Ashes and maybe to go for an epic awesome gamer flank that Packwatch won't be expecting.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, that would definitely be the play here for Nocturne, because looking at what they have to entry, there is not much left. The Yana has now been taken down as well, and the Lokabi has been down. So there's like no utility available to entry into those sites. Nexus is the only one that really has something to work with, and those are those flashes. But those are just 3 flashes, and that's not going to be able to... You're not going to be able to flash 5 people all covering from different angles with just 3 of those.
Nexus taking a bit of an aggressive approach, going through A site and B site windows, just trying to poke and see who's watching and who's going to be looking for him. And we do see, I think that is the Mute trying to take him out with a shotgun. Looking at Ghosts now, doesn't know that he left the window.
Changing max.
Yeah, we're starting to get in closer. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock, and Nocturne, they really have to start getting in here. They have to get in here now. If they cannot pick up this round, it's starting to look grim for them, as Nino, he's going to start to get in closer bit by bit. And oh, there's the first one of these being found. Spray transfer doesn't quite hit. Post unlocked from downstairs with the C4, picks up the double. That's going to be the 3K on the scoreboard for him, and Josh finishes it up at the end. And what a round, what a way for this side to get into a comfortable position going forward into that second half.
That C4 had to be a ridiculous jump scare for Nocturne. Getting, I believe that was, or no, excuse me, that had to be an amazing jump scare for Packwatch. That was insane. It didn't really work in the end. They did get the round, but
Attackers
that
need to locate
C4
and
was
defuse as many
expertly
bombs as they
placed,
can.
and it worked perfectly. So we hope to see Ashes and Nexus maybe use that C4 a bit more to their advantage. We also see Skeezy using the Frost, which Josh personally likes and is very good at placing those. So maybe we'll see a Frostmat kill here as well. But that C4 was perfectly placed to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and as well, keeping that thing that late into the round, not really using it earlier on when it might be tempting to just go for a C4 kill for free. He's able to keep it. He keeps his calm, keeps his nerve, keeps his C4 in the back pocket, and then uses it to absolutely shut down the hopes of Nocturnes. Nocturnes, you need to win this round now if you do not want Packwatch on match point. If you do not want Packwatch to have 5 rounds in a row in order to close it out and eliminate you from this tournament, from the Game Rogue Major.
It's also Packwatch is being really aggressive, already going into garage. Nino's gonna be taking some shots, but miss horribly. Had the head in the sight, but just hit him on the grate. That has got to be really sucky feeling to go. He's gonna be trying to peek through that garage door once again, but it doesn't seem like he's getting too much. Hot tub wall is going to be opened up, as well as Ace is opening up the main wall on CC. So there's a lot of entry in here going on. Thermite is all alone and has to push into bathroom, or maybe he's just waiting for some of his teammates to give him reinforcements. But either way, he is in a bit of a difficult situation just being solo on that balcony.
Yeah, I actually don't really mind that for Thermite being alone over there, because it's just a big hallway, a big rotation point that you can watch. and you don't necessarily have to start hitting in from this side. You don't really have to go in. Once you do start going in there, you're gonna be in a world of trouble. There's gonna be a lot of angles for you to watch, and instead just keeping control over it, keeping your eye on it, is really gonna be the value for Ivy there. As his teammates creeping in closer bit by bit towards this Nocturne side. Ash just pushing out, getting the first kill. That's at least going to be putting Nocturne in a bit of a more comfortable position, but the pinch is still coming through, and it's still just so tight. As those Nocturne players, they all seem to be backed up in the corner, but if I'm not mistaken, I just caught someone flanking in the back of my eyes. I do not quite know if Luz, he doesn't seem aware of it.
This push is going to be huge. Blue's getting a kill onto Ashes with a headshot.
Oh,
He's going to go for another one, but Nino's going to take him out with a headshot with that P90. And Ash, Tactical Toad, is going to get taken out by the Frostbite and put down, making it a 2v1. Josh being the last one alive, trying to push into sight. Doesn't seem to make much damage. Gets a little bit of damage going into that gunfight. He's going to have to make it. He's going to have to reposition himself. Going to have to enter in a better way. He might go through CC. No, he's going to go through construction. Take a few shots at Soul. It's going to take him while he turned around. Easy and Josh are the last ones alive. He's gonna go through construction and maybe get one through bomb site, through B site.
You can see what his teammate.
Ace is down. Ace is down in study, so he's gonna have to move pretty hard. He almost got the downed Ace in study. That would have been really embarrassing. Josh is right behind. Easy takes out Josh right behind that bulletproof shield.
Just making the wrong decision, deciding to go for the play for himself, deciding to go for the 1v1 instead of playing it safe, instead of getting that the kill onto that down Jaeger and rezzing his teammate in order to get that 2 versus 1 going. Instead, he chooses to fight it head on, go for the 1-on-1, and he loses it just by a bit, just a little bit, as that is at least going to be putting Nocturne on a 2. On 2 on the scoreboard. Finally.
That's gonna be pretty nice for ruining the momentum of Packwatch. So it does speak out, does yell to the clouds that Nocturne is not done just yet. They could come back. And looking at the scoreboard for Nocturne, Nexus is going 7-6. Easy is going, Sexy, excuse me, is going 7-5. Nino is going 3-7. So they do have 2 good fraggers, but everybody else is kind of doing not the best. So hopefully we can see Sexy and Nexus carry the rest of their team to victory. But looking at Packwatch, it doesn't look very possible with Josh going 11-3, Pox going 6-3, Tactical Toad going 3-6, Loose going 6-5, and Ivy going even with a 5-5. So only one of them is really going negative, and one of them is going even. So it's really not looking good numbers-wise for Nocturne.
Yeah, numbers-wise, this Nocturne side has not had a great start to the game. But now, finally, now they are on defense. The tables have turned, and we're just gonna have to see how much the tables have turned for this Nocturne side. If Packwatch are gonna be able to get themselves onto that match point, if they're gonna be able to get them where they need to be in order to close it out.
Looking at the operator list, it doesn't look too interesting. We do see an alibi, which is my personal favorite. I love seeing an alibi on defense. Very good for tricking, though. It's not very good for having. She's not very good at the pro level because a lot of people do realize the inconsistency and the poly difference between those holograms. Nina and Josh doing a ring around the rosy impression. One going into gym and going into the bathroom. Now they caught each other. Nino taking out Josh with a beautiful headshot and shooting their own hologram near the window.
I mean, why not just shoot your own hologram? Just prove that you have the aim in order to destroy every single thing that is in your path. As Nino definitely will be looking to do that. Oh no, Flows does manage to find Nino, just quite catches him off guard. As he will now finally be getting Nocturnes in a 4 versus 4 situation.
Still looking pretty... Oh, excuse me.
It's still looking pretty good for the side of Packwatch. I mean, they've found themselves a good amount of space so far, but there's still a lot of players lurking around for that Nocturne side. And yes, indeed, I did just catch someone at the top in the top of my eye, roaming around all the way on that top floor.
Ooh.
If I'm not mistaken, that is Ashes, and that is that Ashes that's going to be able to get that first kill.
Look at that shooting from Nexus through 2 floors. Ash is going to be roaming upstairs and possibly getting somebody on main floor. He does. He goes into the gunfight, but loses to Pox. Very unfortunate, making it a 3v3. Pox is going to be opening up first floor and now second floor, looking through the hatch through another set of floors. These guys really like their vertical play through 2 floors. So that could be very useful, though. It's very hard to get an angle through 2 floors worth of breaches. Floofs is going to be getting very close to sight, going to be creeping in. Big Skeezy going to be being sexy, going to be playing in blue, waiting, going to get droned out though. Floof's going to go into the gunfight, get taken out. Nexus is going to take out Floofs as well, and Pox is going to be taking out Nexus one time.
Oh, Pox is going to be able to find the second one.
Packwatch is going to be the winners today, or at least for this round.
Yeah, for this round. We're on match point now. Packwatch, they want to do it. They want to close out this Nocturnes team. And I said it earlier on, they seem to be the better team. They seem to be the stronger team in this map of Clubhouse. And they're definitely proving that so far. 4 match points before Nocturnes can get it into overtime. And there is just so much left for them to do. If they really want to be able to, if they want another shot at this.
So far, it's really looking in Packwatch's. Excuse me, did I just say Pack Turns? Yes, we are watching Pack Turns and Knockwatch play together today. But Packwatch, numbers-wise, they're looking very well. All their players still going positive. Tactical Toad, the only one going negative, and Ivy going 5-5. So it's looking very much in their. It's looking very much in their advantage. They could probably win this, however, we still can't get Nocturnes out of the race just yet. They still have 1-2 rounds, so they're not going out without a fight, and they could bring the fight back. But we do see Josh. Oh my, what? Josh is okay.
Okay, the Grim pick. I'd like to see
going Grim.
You have 4 overtime rounds. Why not do it? Why not just pull out something stupid that might just surprise the enemy team? Why not have a fun time while doing it? But you of course have to remember, you have 4 rounds at overtime. You don't want to be throwing away too many of them. You don't want to be missing every single shot and hitting that target. You want to hit one of them, and that's what they have to do. They only have to hit one of them, and they know that they have something to play around with. They know that they have enough time for enough rounds.
Yeah, they have enough leeway in the terms of rounds and skill. Big Sexy getting floofs already. Nocturnes trying to make a name for themselves, coming back from the Ashes as Ashes takes a little bit of damage. Thermite's going to try to open it up. They do open the main wall up on CC just a little bit. Sexy is going to get taken down by Pox. Or Sexy is going to take down Pox, excuse me. Josh is going to take down Nexus. Making it
the Grim pick is working out
right now.
The Grim pick has worked out so far. At least it found a kill.
It did.
Now
it
he's
did.
Gonna be dead. Yeah.
Nocturne's coming back from the grave.
Oh, yeah, indeed. At least we did get to see that Grim being used a little bit, but it isn't quite being used too well as Nocturnes is. They seem to be winning this round already. They seem to already have it in the bag. Space will now find himself on 2 Tactical Toad. He's the last one. He hasn't quite been spotted out yet. And Big Sexy and Ace, they're both on low HP, so there is a chance back into his, but Tactical Toad.
However, Tactical Toad does have the lowest KD of his team, so it doesn't look too good. He's going to take down Ace before he goes down, but he's going to get shot through the floor by Nino.
No, not even to the floor. Nino just went for that play.
Oh my god,
he
wow.
got the big balls.
That has got to be wrong plays, wrong looking. Looking wrong direction at the wrong time. That has got to suck.
Indeed. Nocturnes now starting to claw their way back in just a little bit. It's starting to look a little bit more positive, but it's still only 1 round, and they need to get 4 or 3 more the amount of them. They need to repeat that times 3 in order to get back into overtime, in order to still have a shot at winning this game. Or else, Packwatch will be taking it. And the way it's looking right now, there is a chance for Nocturnes, but Packwatch definitely are the better team. Packwatch are playing better. The individuals are showing up more. The team play is there. And this time around, I don't think we'll see a troll pick, but actually Pox, he's gonna pick out glass. Or no,
Oh, no, we're gonna go back to... you gave it the caster's curse. There's no way we're gonna see that. But
I do have something with caster curses.
I think every caster has a bit of a caster curse. We always talk about... I mean, it was yesterday even. We even talked about some certain operators like, oh, this one's a really good pick. And then they just switch off of it all of a sudden. So casters have a caster curse, and it's horrible when you want to try talking about something and it immediately goes away.
Exactly, and then for me, I always feel like it's turned up to 1,000,000, especially when I'm from time to time when I'm casting Valorant, especially. Every single time, 3-9 scorelines in 3-line scorelines, which is like the combat scoreline for Valorant. Every single time, it manages to happen. It manages to happen, and when I don't call it, it happens. When I call it, it doesn't happen. Which, like, why even call it? Why would I even mention it from now on?
What's the point if it's just gonna disappear? But we should probably get back to the action here because Packwatch is on they're on match point. So if they do good here, they could win the entire thing. Pox is gonna be trying to push into Cash, but he's not gonna get anything just yet. We're gonna see Nino trying to push through the window. Pox is gonna get Nino making the first kill of this round, making it going 4v5. Nino is a decent player to get rid of, and as well as a castle, but they already placed down the castle, so the utility has been used. But the sledge that Pox is going does kind of negate that castle and the ability of it.
Exactly. Nino is one of those players that so far has really showed that little clutch gene. He's able to show up when it matters the most, and he's not really going to be able to show himself this round, as he will just have to spectate his teammates on the back foot, up against match point, up against a Packwatch side that still has all cylinders firing.
Ooh.
And that's going to be Big Sexy taken down as well. Flu's able to find himself first. He does manage to get the refrag and is able to stay alive with that. So that's at least something going in the way of Nocturne. Now Estrus is going to be able to get his kill. And that's another one for Josh. It seems to be going in the way of Packwatch. Oh no, Ace is still alive. He's found himself the triple kill. We can now hear this bomb or the diffuser going down right next to him. Peeks out, but Ivy's there. Ivy's ready, and Ivy closes it down. That's going to be Packwatch on to another game, surviving just a bit more. And unfortunately, for the other side, we're going to see them be eliminated. Very amazing showing, though.
That was almost a beautiful clutch from Ace. Almost. But, you know, in the end, it just didn't work out for him. Everybody worked really hard. These teams, you don't want to be on the other end of any of these players at all. They're all very skilled. However, I don't want to be on the end of anybody on Packwatch.
I think we've so far been able to see that. We've been able to see some amazing plays coming out today. We've been seeing the aim being on for everyone. And we've been seeing two teams get eliminated early on. One of the teams I would have said would have been one of my favorites for today, being the Outlast side from that game earlier on. They didn't make it. They lost their game, and they're now going to be out of the tournament. Over at the other side, we saw. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. We saw
Outlast and Sins.
Yeah, we saw Outlast and Sins getting taken down, and yeah, we've been able to see some amazing games. We've been able to see some amazing plays come through, and hopefully we'll be able to see some more of those coming through in that next game in half an hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, we will be continuing to stream. Well, not right now, but we will be taking a little break, and then we'll be going into some more games. So stick around. We will have some more games for you to watch today. We are also, the next game is going to be Red Right Hand versus HK Rebels at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today. So do stay tuned for that. It's going to be super exciting. HK Rebels has done very well this tournament so far. They are the 2-time champion and going for third. And so far, it looks like they're about to get their wish.
Yeah, they need to get that three-peat. They need to prove that they are worth of that title of one of the best. And hopefully we'll be able to see them fight for it in just a little bit, or fight for that three-peat in just a little bit. But we'll be cutting into a break first. See you in just a little bit.
Now, drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah, promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you, don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you, baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable, baby, you're not lovable. Fuck it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I tried late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it all again. Lost it all again. I lost it all again.
Wow, voicemail again. Classy, I like it.
So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, and we're seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. about this story. You don't wanna hear me out cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Thought you'd be here till the end, and we're seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you've been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant texts you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame.
Taylor, turn that shit off.
He said that he want me, might just add him to the roster. Dress up in his face, that boy look good, he like a rasta. Baby, we could run it up, you could be my partner. There's no telling where we going, I know this is start. Mad because I miss you, I hate when we apart. Did that lick up with you, we could rock a mini mark. Tell me that my body looking good, a piece of art. All up in that big body, we push a start. I could give you 100 reasons, rather pull up with you, latest drip every season. So you got me in my feelings, and you fucking with the realest. Gas me up and tell me that my ass been getting fatter. Say you want the one, I might just hand it on a platter. Stars in the moon, I could give you that too. Feeling like I'm home, baby, when I'm with you. I know you want me now. Case closed, I'm done now. Final bow, what a good performance. I don't believe it. Work on your theatrics. Now you know your place. Ain't that a shame? Tryna get face to face. I ain't got much to say. Just come and see me. Pay the damn fee. This ain't no promo. I don't do shit for free. Say you do better, you just waste my time. You better get in the back, cause there's a long line. Say you do better, but you only waste my time. Crying will never do. I put a shit on mute.
Yes, your manners are showing all day long.
I put a shit on mute. I put a shit on mute.
That message will be delivered.
You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah. You bet I'm a dick, I'm fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the. You're all hype, flex on a hoe any day or time. Yeah, she want pipes, so I learn to be a plumber. She wanna get beats, so I had to be a drummer. Yeah, I'm licking her beat, yeah. I'm running this scene, yeah. I'm licking her beat. I'm running this scene. You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah, you bet I'm a dick, I'm fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing.
Remarkable woman, isn't she?
Do you remember where I met you? We were both kids and now we're here. And I see pictures from when you had flowers in your hair. I miss you and oh my God, I need you here. I need you here. I need you here. Red lights and stop signs, they both told me no. Nothing that you do would ever get close. But the khakis and dress shirts, they hurt to put on. Dinner at 7, a table for two. Remember where I met you? We were both kids and now we're here. And I see pictures from when you had flowers in your hair. I miss you and oh my God, I need you here. I need you here. I need you here. I'm not over you or the things you do. I'm so paralyzed from the greenest eyes. Oh, nothing new, cause you're all that I need. You're all that I'm lost at the thought of you. I'm lost at the thought of you. I'm lost cause you're all that I need. Do you remember where I met you? We were both kids and now we're here. And I see pictures from when you had flowers in your hair. I miss you and oh my God, I need you here. I need you here. Do you remember where I met you? We were both kids and now we're here. And I see pictures from when you had flowers in your hair. I miss you and oh my God, I need you here. I need you here. I need you here.
I wrote it in a letter I could get through to you. I know I lost touch with you. Just another feeble excuse. No need to be cold. It really wouldn't hurt to have cold. Maybe if I wrote it in a letter I could get through to you. Probably wouldn't read it, so I roll it up and smoke it whole. Do you think if I'd have called it would have made a difference? It's just something we've been saying. I didn't think you'd notice I was losing focus. Maybe if I wrote it in a letter, I could get through to you. Probably wouldn't read it, so I roll it up and smoke it. Oh, do you think if I'd have called it would have made a difference? It's just something we've been saying, something we've been saying. We haven't felt right for the longest time. Don't wanna talk about how great you're doing. I don't wanna be that guy, don't wanna be that guy. Maybe if I wrote it in a letter, I could get through to you. Probably wouldn't read it, so I roll it up and smoke it. Oh, do you think if I'd have called it would have made a difference? It's just something we've been saying, something we've been saying, something we've been saying. Maybe if I wrote it in a letter, I could get through to you. Probably wouldn't read it, so I roll it up.
I think that we've hit a dead end, but I can't seem to get you out of my head. I think that I think too much. I'm feeling something, it's not love. Kinda like how you string me along, but I'm just sick of writing songs about you. You're my sugar sweet and lemonade. It's a candy coated game we play. Been a while since I felt this way. Give me a high, yeah, my sugar high. Will you ride the wave and surf the clouds while hold me? Feeling blessed, never stressed when I'm with you. What you go through, I go through. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We're just so sweet in love. Got me hooked and I'm all wrapped up in it. My sugar high. I'm on the ground but I can't touch the ceiling.
I'm off the ground, yeah, I ain't coming down, yeah. I can touch the clouds, I'm so high, I see my house from here, yeah. You can make me feel like there ain't nobody around, but then you switch up and I'm drowning. You so up and down, yeah. I'm just trying to get you with the lights off, baby. Haven't really gotten lots of nights off lately. I can think of something, take your mind off. No, but I can't think of reasons why we take more time.
We're just so sweet in love. Got me hooked and I'm all wrapped up in it. My sugar high. I'm on the ground but I can't touch the ceiling. We're just so sweet in love. Got me hooked and I'm all wrapped up in it. My sugar high. I'm on the ground but I can't touch the ceiling.
Hit Montenegro on a Sunday. Left my baggage on the runway. Drown my future in the ocean. Living only for the moment. Spent all my money in Croatia. Eating overpriced stations. I'll admit it's dangerous, but fuck it, it's vacation. The salt on my skin, the sun on my back. I'm losing my grip, I know it won't last for long. The way that I feel, I know it ain't real. Everything ends, but can we pretend it won't? 'Cause I've been running, but where do you run to when you run out of road? Said that I go get a tattoo. I never went and got that tattoo. In the penthouse eating fast food, feeling good, bumping sad tunes. Said I'd call you back on Monday, but the Wi-Fi's being funny. Responsibilities are tossed on. I should do this shit more often. The salt on my skin, the sun on my back. I'm losing my grip, I know it won't last for long. The way that I feel, I know it ain't real. Everything ends, but can we pretend it won't? 'Cause I've been running, but where do you run to when you run out of road? When you run out of road. When you run out of road. 'Cause I've been running, but where do you run to when you run out of road?
Ever reply? Teach me all these lessons that I'll always abide by. I'm second guessing every time that I try.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm nauseous, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it, without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I come high into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit. Someone born again. If I'm honest, you were toxic. Just to me, you're dead. 'Cause I lost it all again. I lost it all again. I lost it all again.
Wow, voicemail again. Classy, I like it.
So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. 'Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Bunny Daniel. It's like smile, dude. Oh, yeah, mystery man. Miss Daniel over here, honey. Here's that. Ready now to smile.
I know you want me now. Case closed, I'm done now. Final bow, what a good performance. I don't believe it. Work on your theatrics. Now you know your place. Ain't that a shame? Tryna get face to face. I ain't got much to say. Just come and see me. Pay the damn fee. This ain't no promo. I don't do shit for free. Say you do better, you just waste my time. You better get in the back, cause there's a long line. Say you do better, but you only waste my time. Crying will never do. I put this shit on mute.
Yes, your manners are showing all day long.
I put this shit on mute. I put this shit on mute.
That message will be delivered.
You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clan. Yeah, you bet I'm a dick, I'm fire that stick. My name Jeff. Bet flex on a hoe any day or time. Yeah, she want pipes, so I learn to be a plumber. She wanna get beats, so I had to be a drummer. Yeah, I'm looking her beat, beat, yeah. I'm running this scene. Yeah, I'm looking her beat, beat. I'm running this scene. You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah, you bet I'm a dick, I'm gonna fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing.
He said that he want me, might just add him to the roster. Dress up in his face, that boy look good, he like a rasta. Baby, we could run it up, you could be my partner. There's no telling where we going, I know this is start. Not because I miss you, I hate when we apart. Hit that lick up with you, we can rock a mini mart. Tell me that my body looking good, a piece of art. All up in that big body, we push a start. I could give you 100 reasons, rather pull up with you, latest drip every season. So you got me in my feelings, and you fucking with the realest. Gas me up and tell me that my ass been getting fatter. Say you want the one, I might just hand it on a platter. Stars in the moon, I could give you that too. Feeling like I'm home, baby, when I'm with you. Yeah. We belong together. Yeah, we belong together. Yeah. He said that he want me, might just add him to the roster. Dress up in his face, that boy look good, he like a rasta. Baby, we could run it up, you could be my partner. There's no telling where we going, I know this is start. Not because I miss you, I hate when we apart. Hit that lick up with you, we can rock a mini mart. Tell me that my body looking good, a piece of art. All up in that big body, we push a start.
Do you remember where I met you when we were both kids and now we're here? And I see pictures from when you had flowers in your hair. I miss you and oh my God, I need you here. I need you.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I swear you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was not back on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense in calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should have offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost
Welcome back, everyone. I am back, more importantly, on stage. We are back from yesterday's amazing games. Joining me today, we do have a new face. I'm not being joined by Jim this time around, but obviously we still have some great casters here. So TW, you've been watching some of these games. Give me the breakdown from some of the teams I haven't seen yet. Packwatch, Red Right Hand. What info have you got on these guys?
I mean, Packwatch, they seem very dangerous so far. They've been able to close out those games pretty comfortably. Or at least the ones that they've been able to close out, they were pretty comfortable. The one that I did lose, it was not the most comfortable game, but it was a pretty much a stomp if I don't remember wrong. But so far they've been showing up quite much. We've been seeing some of their individuals really proving that they are worthy of a spot in this roster, and proving that they are worthy of a spot in perhaps reaching that grand finals.
Yeah, of course. And then on the other side, I did have a little look at Red Right Hand yesterday when we were going through, and they undefeated, very, very strong team. But going up against HK Rebels yesterday, I was watching them. Incredibly strong team, but it was kind of a hot start, and then they slowly kind of disapparated into the game, and they started to lose quite a few maps to Silent Sin. So that matchup is one that we really have to keep an eye on. HK Rebels looking for that three-peat here, looking for that third championship to get here in the Game Rogue tournament. And on the other side, Outlast, also got to see them yesterday. I do have a little bit of a bias towards them because Kronk is... He's my boy now. It's Kronkin time for me. Jatholes is in there too. It's some really, really good players. So really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring forward for sure in the next one, as we do see the brackets popping up now. Bring us through the brackets.
Yeah, so far we've seen some absolutely amazing games. We've seen HK Rebels. They are just one game away from reaching that grand finals. They just have to beat Red Right Hand in order to get there. And I think that they're quite comfortably going to be able to do that. So far, they seem like that really that favorite team now, the team that's going to do the three-peat here. And Red Right Hand, they seem to just try to hit them with a right hand if they really want a chance. If they really want a chance at getting that, getting that grand final spot early on. Of course, if they do lose, or whatever team does lose up in this upper bracket final, does have a second shot at it in the lower bracket final tomorrow against the winner of the Outlast game, Black, against Packwatch game that we're going to see in a minute too.
Yeah, so there will be a second chance there, and we would like to see maybe if they do lose, whether it's HK or Red Right, them to resurge and get into that final and really put on the show again and show their adaptability in that second half. But I do have to remind everyone there will be another event at the end of April on Friday, April 28th, $1,000 prize pool, best of 3 matches, single elimination, 32 teams, $25 in. What are you thinking if you're not going to jump into this one? Obviously, there's going to be great production there as well. Maybe even myself, maybe even TW will be jumping in for that one too. But as we are getting ready to get into these games, I do want to point out some of the kind of key players here from HK Rebels. So Burnt Turkey and Rai. A great little combo there. They always seem to be covering each other. Maybe Burnt Turkey on Rai is kind of the joke between them. But the player that stood out to me the most from HK Rebels in the games yesterday was Doug. It was every single time we were trying to catch an angle somewhere else and someone else was poking, Doug would be picking up 1 or 2 kills or clutching rounds in the last second. Really, really standing up. and being a star player for them. Is there anyone that you've seen on the kind of the Outlast Gaming or Packwatch, a player that stands out to you from the games you've seen?
Ooh, well, you said earlier on that your man is Kronk, and I feel like
Just
I'm gonna
love
have to
Kronk.
go with you. Kronk, he is absolutely insane. He showed up massively in that last game, and I think if he just keeps on going that way, he's gonna be able to do even more, show even more. But as well on his team, you have Foresight as well. Foresight, he was able to almost do some amazing clutches. I think he got himself into a 1 versus 5 early on, managed to get it down to that 1-on-1, just about lost it. But
Mm.
still, a 5 versus 1, almost pulling that out of your back pocket. It's if you have a teammate that is able to do something like that, you're definitely looking to be in the right place. You're definitely looking to get
Mhm.
yourself going forward.
Yeah, and on Outlast as well, from the games yesterday, Deity with 2 4Ks on one map. So definitely some star players there. But the one thing that as I jumped in here and I was looking at all the setup here, Amty is missing from Outlast, who was in the games yesterday playing a lot of Diana, and they were very, very strong on it and they really showed up for the team. So Rejected Gold did jump in for their last game, replacing, I believe it was Foresight, but Rejected Gold jumping in now for Amty. Rejected Gold did start that one very strong at 3K on the first round that they joined. So good energy, good vibes coming through almost immediately. On the other side of things, though, there's going to be another change to that team. If they're that flexible in their choices of who they're bringing forward, maybe it's a map kind of designed or going for where this is your map, you jump in here, and then we'll try it out if we need for the next map and stuff like that. If they have a rotating 6-man roster that works well, they could be a really, really scary team to come up against.
Yeah, exactly. A rotating 6-man roster in I mean, I wouldn't say that this is a low tier level. It is definitely a high tier of play that we're going to be seeing here today and that we've seen so far. But seeing that in a roster like this or in a position like this, at what these teams are at, it's interesting to see. And it's interesting to see if Outlast are perhaps going to be able to really even revolutionize the scene in terms of having a substitute player and then using him really well in order to get those advantages out of him. Because that's something, if you're able to do that, if you're able to just play those players on the maps that you need, that they feel comfortable on, and swap out players in between games, you definitely have a strong team. You definitely have something that or some advantage that the other teams that don't play with substitutes might not have.
Yeah, so as we are getting ready to get into our games, some of the maps that have been played today, has there been any map that stood out for either of these teams that you might have seen that really stood out to you as like a map that was an odd pick, but they played exceptionally well on? I'm expecting to see kind of some of the same that we saw yesterday with some chalets, clubhouse. I would like to see a calf at some stage, but is there anything that's standing out to you where it was a very, very good map from them?
I mean, for both of the Packwatch games were both 73 games, and both of them they seemed quite comfortable. They had an initial kind of head start of getting in front of their opponents, and then eventually they just managed to close it down without losing too many rounds in a row. They did seem to be very wonky on border though. Lost at 7-1 initially early on. So if I'm Packwatch, I'll be looking out for board and I'll be perhaps or most likely be trying to ban that immediately.
Yeah, and as we are having a look here onto the bans coming through, knock for me, I call it knock. There has been some other pronunciations out there, but it's knock for me. But we also have, well, what do you call it? Is it knock?
Nook.
Nook.
She's a Danish operator. In Denmark, you have the O with a stripe through it. It's called an O. So basically, Nook.
I'm too Irish for that. Way too Irish for that one. So I'll be saying knock. You can slaughter me later for it. I don't mind. I will stick to my guns here. I don't read lines through O's very well, but we do see Flores being banned as well. A good agent, I think, for both sides. So an interesting ban.
Yeah, and so far today we've seen, I think every single map, but one map we've seen Flores get banned. So he's definitely been pretty much meta this tournament, or at least these teams have decided, well, we're not gonna want to deal with those annoying drones that can just explode in our faces. They can get rid of our utility and just distract us. and they decide to just ban those out and make sure that he can't be played.
Never gonna see Myra. Never gonna see it.
Yeah.
One of my more favorite agents, but it's been banned so much. It got through one game yesterday, and it was solid. I liked it, but it was taken away in every other one. But as we do get set up for the first round here, HK Rebels and Red Right Hand. Having a look here on, it looks like a basic enough setup. Mute kind of standing out a little bit to me though.
Yeah, Mute is definitely an interesting option, but so far today we've seen a lot of the line scans and a lot of the KB calls, and making sure that you're not going, or that those are not quite as effective as they usually are, is definitely it's definitely a viable option to go forward with, and denying info as well for that entire attacking side is definitely something a Mute can do a pretty decent job at, since he has 4 of those Mute jammers ready to be used.
Yeah, as we do start to see the setup coming through now. But we're seeing nothing too special on the setup right now. It's nothing too spicy as of yet, but as we do get in, I did like HK Rebels' defensive side every single time I did manage to watch them. They usually took it 4-0. It was kind of a meme towards the end of it, but they were starting to pick that one up every single time. So HK Rebels, a team to watch on defense, as we do see the helicopter. We'd love to see helicopter starts. It's a great little area as they do start this siege, and cameras, that's what it's all about now. Info game for the start.
Yeah, clearing out all of those sides, making sure that no one can really just bite you from the back and try to backstab you. Really been it really is kind of that meta. Clearing out all of those rooms, taking your time, because you have a lot of it to work with, and you have a lot of utility to work with too. As Rick spot out the leg and a couple shots over towards Burns, if I'm not mistaken. His name is a bit weird, but
Burnt Turkey.
Into Burnt Turkey, yeah. And Turkey's not quite going to take too much damage. He's not really going to falter to that, as he will stay alive and he will be able to keep on this angle.
Yeah, and a couple of kunai were thrown out there, getting some better angles, and those get taken out. A quick and clean headshot coming through, but traded back as well. Jetcon manages to take one on the other side. Diffuser drops there. So that's going to be confusing because they didn't actually drop the diffuser. But nonetheless, a double kill now. Sen picking it up. Traded back, and it's an advantage now for Right Hand. We see Doug. The frags are coming out. Has to be careful on those stairs. Will step back. Try to reposition here. But Red Right Hand, they have the advantage. Ooh.
Attackers activating
Got into there so quickly, so early on. They just did a death pinch onto Rebels here. They didn't seem to be able to get in, or HK Rebels didn't really know what to do against that push. Red Right Hand were in there really quickly. It was really messy. They just managed to find those kills before HK Rebels was even able to do much. Now Dog is able to find it down onto the first one on this retake, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and he has so much left to do.
Yeah, every angle has to be cleared here, and will not have the time. Might just look for some exit frags just to make himself feel better, but they've found it. The tap. We'll have to wait for the peak. The peak comes through, and it is just not enough time. That round will go over to Red Right Hand, and that's not the start I expected coming out from HK Rebels.
Yeah, you mentioned HK Rebels being really strong on their defense side. Well, I mean, we're going to have to think about that one again.
They did get opened.
They did not seem too comfortable right there. It seemed like those Red Right Hand players were able to get in there basically seemingly. They were onto the side in the faces of those HK Rebels players within seconds. And it just seemed like the HK Rebels players did not have an answer to it. They just didn't know what was going on, and they were just confused by the play. And if you're confused, if you're caught off guard by a play like that, it's just hard to come back into it.
Yeah, and the Dokubi will get traded out almost immediately. A full set swap coming through. Red Right Hand changing their plan almost immediately. We do see the Ayana and the Ace coming through. Kind of expected. Bucky, a bit interesting there from Diffuser. Didn't get to see too much of Diffuser that time around, as was taken out quite early. But going over to the Bucky, a little bit more aggressive. And yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a much more
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
aggressive
bomb.
start here, especially with that ace coming through. I always do like seeing ace. I know Jim does too. Jim, if you're in the chat, ace is for you, buddy.
I definitely love seeing ace as well. And that bot being picked out by Diffuser, it's gonna give red right hand. Oh wow, what a shot! CNN on the scoreboard already this round. But that bug is gonna give the red right hand side a lot of versatility in terms of what they can do and in terms of how they want to open up this side, especially on Chalet. Almost all of those, almost all of the entire top areas seems to be just walls that you can break. So getting a buck in there and making sure that you can watch over that entire top side with him, it's going to be so strong. I would way rather have him than like an actual Niana on your team if you have to go up against that kitchen.
Yeah, it is a hard spot to break sometimes, but Hyana, Ash, they are good at making space. The cameras, once again, information is the name of the game in Siege, and the more you can grasp with these cameras, the more you can plan your way around, and spotting people, spotting any utility as well, very, very important. But they haven't found anything just yet, and the time will continue to tick. Schmink, not going to be going to too many dizzy moves here, not going to be going upside down and giving me the spins, but you see Diffuser trying to get through that window, hops up, gets through. I have enjoyed in the past seeing people fail those jumps. It's just a great thing when observers catch it, because you get the meme for a little while about it. But yeah, very slow after that opening pick, and a little bit scared nearly coming through here. We will see one frag going through, breaking some of the space open, but they haven't found anything just yet. But as I say that, Sneeze does manage to find up another pick. Doug goes down. Jetcon, the IGL here, the leader, has to be calling out to the team now. We have to hold these angles better because they're just getting opened up.
Yeah, they're just getting opened up bit by bit, and right hand, they seem to be finding up those little niches, those little areas at which they can find a free kill or two way too easily. HK Rebels just not really having any answers on the refrags just quite yet. As we'll be seeing red right hand opening up even more and more towards this side. We're now gonna have to start deciding where to really go for that initial hit onto the side. Now coming through, Rebels able to get one kill, able to find himself a second one. As he's coming in to defend this side, people are coming in from everywhere, and he is just stuck in between and rocking a hard plays. His teammate has to come in, he has to activate just about right now, and right away he looks away at the wrong time.
Yeah, the double peak coming through, making noise, making them have to spin and then peeking at the same time. That's good team play coming out there as you see the final kill of the round coming through there. We're going into round 3, and red right hand looking very, very dominant here.
Yeah, definitely. That team play just seems to be so on point, and HK Rebels, I'm wondering what is going on in their heads at this very moment. They are the 3P champions here, or they want to be the 3P champions here. They need to be playing like it. They cannot be playing like a disorganized team that cannot get any feedback, that just gets picked off bit by bit. Because this is, if I have to be honest, this is looking unprofessional from them at this very moment. They're not looking like their usual selves, and not looking like that team that really is here to win it.
Yeah, so they were favourites, looking for the 3-peat, and they're starting to get opened up by red right hands here. And I wish I had seen more of them yesterday, maybe catch one of those games. But at the moment, they are falling behind, and we do have to worry a little bit about HK and how they want to start to play this. They are making some changes to the roster. We are seeing Burn Turkey sticking with those kunai though, feeling like that's the right option here, but no one's been stepping up from HK, which is the other problem right now. No one's really leading the charge in kills. They've all got one apiece, but they're all falling behind. That's the issue.
Falling behind in a game like this is definitely something you don't want to do. You don't want to find yourself down a game heading into the second map. You want to get yourself into a good position, or at least fight for that first map. If you're gonna lose it, at least fight for it. At least show that you're not here to be run over, that you're not here to be played. It's something that HK Rebels need to do. They need to show that they have some bark in their bite, and that is not just all barking. That they can actually bite back too and start fighting. It's currently red right hand. They seem to just be having the hand that is going in from everywhere.
There is a phrase that is, don't bite the hand that feeds you, and right now they're just not biting the hand at all. They're being very, very safe and not finding these angles. So HK, maybe it is time to bite the hand. But Vipoa falls there. A couple of missed shots. That could have been a very nice opener for them, but does fall apart, and they've got the bomb sites now. More information being passed around, and full control here. 5-3. All healthy as well, bar Sen, who has been showing up in the early rounds. 3-2 right now on that Ash pick, so more than capable of sitting back and letting the guys take the lead for the moment. And if the clutch has to come, it might even be.
That one kill for Vipoa just really seemed to be it this round. If he was able to get that kill, they would definitely be in a better position now. But now these last 3 players, they're kind of just backed up in a corner, and they're just waiting for their inevitable doom to come in. Not if they have something to say about it. Dog at least can pick up 1 kill. It is looking a bit more positive for this HK Rebel side, but I want to see them activate a bit more. I don't want to see them hand back to these corners, just waiting for this red right hand side to just absolutely slap them across the face, because that's what they can't do. You need to be getting active in those situations where you're down a man or two, and Rebels, or actually Burnt Turkey, definitely is able to do that.
Yeah, Burnt Turkey on the way back in, and red right hand has dropped the diffuser there. Doug going big, a player that I said that was one to watch, as Doug always seemed to have these angles and find these plays for the team. So getting that diffuser, big moment, and Burnt Turkey does take out Owen on the other side of things. So first time with their advantage, just have to finish it nice and cleanly. But I did say Sen, if there was going to be a clutch, it might just be Sen.
10 seconds to go.
Sen on that, actually, why not? He's gonna poke out some shots, none of them will connect, and that should be it. No time left, as he at least will get the headshot on the end, but Jackom will finish it up.
Just a bit of a morale boost there, getting that last one in the 1v3, but nice and clean take we see there from the angle. Really good. But we will be jumping over to the Outlast Gaming Packwatch game really quickly, where Outlast have taken a 1-round advantage there. If you have a quick look at the scores, we do see an even spread, a team ace, as some would call it. And yeah, this is a team I do enjoy watching, and I do love watching Kronk.
Oh yeah, definitely. Seeing Kronk play is always a pleasure to watch. And for me, it's seeing Foresight play as well, because this man has that clutch gene, and I want to see it happening today. Kronk, I mean, it's just like a treat. It's like a treat watching him play every single time. Picks up that first kill, opens up the scoreboard for Outlast once again, and now they find themselves in a great position to take that 2-0.
It was like that friendly fire is now active, just means Kronk can start firing out of windows, opens it up almost immediately, and do love to watch that from the Outlast guys there. Now my underdog kind of favorites, and I do want to see them do more with this, but right now it's going to be, once again, hesitancy coming out. It is the name of the game for most teams when it comes to that attacking side, because defending is just that much easier.
Yeah, most definitely. Outlast, yeah, definitely proving why defending is way easier. Foresight not picking up 1-2, but he's at least going to be traded out. Flus is back. He's ready. He has so much left to do, and he's getting himself closer into someone, but Kronk is there, already able to find himself the double kill, as he at least has gotten himself a great start into this first map of the best of 3 to decide whoever is going to go up against that winner of the, or against that loser of the HK Rebels against red right-handed.
Yeah, and as we're having a look here, 4 versus 2 now. Outlast commanding lead, 1 round up. Looking strong. Spoken will have something to say about this one. We will see them attempt a peek here, and as we are looking at the setup coming through, the ID holding a tight angle on the stairs. Locks and locks inside, but Spoken having to refine an angle, refine some space, and try to get in here. So information, has to be something going on, but Ivy did disconnect there. They have reconnected now, so it might be a restart on this round, but with them already going down, maybe just a pause coming through. We will be jumping with the information as soon as we get it. Breaking through that floor already, but they do find something. Spoken goes for it.
Spoken, he wants something to speak about. At least he managed to write home about that one headshot, but that's just one headshot. And does give Poxonlocks a chance to clutch this out in that 1v2. Picks up the defuse in. That's going to be one of those players spotted out, but he's still unsure about the second one, and he has the smoke to at least give himself some space entering his side. Now spots out the second one. Shots coming through, but none of them connecting. Poxonlocks onto low HP. That seems over.
Yeah, there's not much left for them here, but it is go for a 1-for-1, but defenders will take it. Outlast take that round, and yeah, it was looking clean. It started to get a bit shaky, but all that matters is you get that point. Yeah, we're going to jump back over now. HK Rebels, red right hand, 3-1 now, so a big swing in their favor.
Exactly.
But where do you go from this now if you're thinking on the side of HK? You're the favorites. These are your rounds to be winning, so I'm kind of expecting more from them here. I'm expecting maybe more aggressive picks, maybe going for those early peaks. What would your plan be as HK Rebels now, knowing that defense was statistically your better side?
Well, I don't quite know. I mean, if I was them, I would perhaps just try to focus on that next map, prepare for the next game. But also, they could definitely still do some damage to Red Right Hand. It's not over quite yet. But Red Right Hand has positioned themselves greatly in this first half, getting 3 rounds on the attacking side already. At least HK Rebels might be able to pull it back into a 3-on-3, but then still on the attacking side, it's gonna be so hard for HK Rebels to come back into it, because every single map is kind of just defensive sided. And if Red Right Hand can just get the right hand or the right foot into the defense side, then we could be looking into a quite comfortable first map for them.
Yeah, all eyes on Red Right Hand for the first map, but I still can't doubt the boys. I have seen HK Rebels take it back time and time again, so looking at Doug at the moment, holding those stairs, Gekon, multiple angles to hold, but no information gained. Rai taking out walls, positioning. This is actually a very interesting position to be holding right now, because most of those angles are covered by teammates, but Sen looking for an interesting take. Bit of a distance to get through there, but he does spot the walls out, so I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Players roaming around here up above. He really wants to get himself into a position where he's going to be able to do much damage, where his teammates are going to be able to open up those floors. Then he definitely just needs to get himself a bit closer in. He needs to rely on his teammates to drone him out, and then hopefully he'll be able to find those kills. Hopefully we'll be able to find those picks, but there's still a lot roaming around this, a lot looming. This is actually a pretty interesting side that we see being taken from Rebels.
Yeah, we have had some interesting sights so far in the series, but like Poet just take one and that's a clean shot coming through. They take 2 immediately, but it's gone back 3 for 3. Headshots left, right and center. Schmink coming up big there with a double, going 4-on-1 now. Very, very comfortable on this sledge, as we can see. But 3 for 3. Time is ticking away, and every single time you can hear that in the back of your mind. You know that you're running out of time and you have to go fast, and they haven't found enough angles, enough information. They're starting to get a little bit scared here, so Sneeze sitting back, waiting. Schmink starting to get a little bit aggressive now. That sledge working wonders at opening up the spaces, but they haven't spotted anyone yet, and HK Rebels, they're holding tight.
Yeah, we see that one player trying to go for that, or going for that roam upstairs. It's all about getting that kill onto Schmink. If he gets that kill, then this red right hand side attack is not going to be working out too well anymore. These last 2 players basically spotted out now. We're seeing Schmink at least opening up a bit more above, trying to keep those last players on the side on their toes. Finally seeing Iana get in, and that's at least some info for the Diffuser and his friends. He now managed to find the first kill.
There we go, the Diffuser takes a big headshot there. That's exactly what they needed to open this one. They do have the man advantage, another one taken out. Diffuser all eyes on, but at the moment Burnt Turkey found out, chipped out in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, definitely. least he's able to get the first one that he had
Defenders
in
have
here.
eyes
Now,
on the diffuser.
this diffuse,
Attackers
it's
need to protect
tricky. I'm
it.
wondering if there's an angle on it. Burnt Turkey, he decides to go for the stick, or actually he doesn't. Pros don't fake. Burnt Turkey, why did you not fake? Why are you... Or why did you fake? Why did you not stick it? As he does decide to go for the fake, and he's... Oh no! The swing doesn't come through! Burnt Turkey, what is this?
Defenders win.
I don't think they had the information. They were actually wrapping around to see if it was a double fake, but no, holds it out and does manage to get it. And HK Rebels, kind of exactly what they needed there to get back into this. A good momentum swing, and there will be plenty of head scratches after that one from Red Right Hand. Like, how did that actually happen?
Yeah, I mean, you can be wondering, like, pros don't fake. You can be saying that, but pros definitely don't fake twice. He goes, why would he be faking twice? And as well, here in Siege, you can hear whenever someone is sticking the defuse. How could that just still manage to come through? I don't know, but Burnt Turkey, he definitely will have to be happy about that, because that was just a free one, if I've ever seen it. If I've ever seen a free round before.
You say free round, they still lost 4 members. It's not that free. It's not that free, but they still get it. And it was such a strange scenario that we don't often see. Maybe it was a double fake. Maybe they really played that one well. But held it the first time, the peak still didn't come true. So a lot of questions to be raised by the Red Right Hand. And as we're looking at this now, setup coming through, we see them starting to get a little bit more forward here, but a couple of changes coming through. Diana coming through as well. Sledge sticking with that one, and Diffuser going back towards that bookie, and maybe that's the right choice here.
Yeah, definitely. It has to be the right choice, right? Red Right Hand, they had such a good start in this first half. Now, they don't want to fight themselves in an equal score going into that second half. At least they're on. At least the second half will probably be. Or they will probably be able to do more damage in the second half, or maybe even close it out as it is a defender-sided map. But still, them getting on the 4-on-2 lead against a 3-3 would be way better.
Yeah, taking those couple of rounds advantage is the most important thing. Going in with a clear head to go onto that defensive side would be exceptional for Red Right Hand. They've probably seen yesterday's games from HK when they're really good on the fence. Let's focus on getting as many rounds as we can. Kind of a little bit of scouting ahead of time is something that's so important in these later stages, in these later bracket matches. And Red Right Hand have the advantage, having seen yesterday's games. We're listening in on me and Jim, talking about Kronkin time. We do want to see things like that here today. But right now, Jetcon and Doug kind of standing out for me as players before, but Burnt Turkey leading the charge. Rai taking the first opening one, and that's going to put a big blow to them, as Sneezera was one of the top fraggers for the side of Red Right Hand, losing a man down already. Ace.
It definitely
It's...
at least.
Go.
At least the Red Right Hand side lost the Kebi. That's. It isn't like they lost some, like they lost the Ace or they lost the Sledge. They did lose the Yana as well. But both of those operators that were lost on the Red Hand side, they are both operators that are quite too useful. But now the Ace does get taken down, and that is one of those useful characters that you really want to have alive towards the end here. As Schmink or Diffuser is able to find that last roamer. Now these last 3 players, they're all just gonna be playing on the side. 50 seconds left on the clock, and they know Diffuser is low HP.
A bomb has been located.
So they can just sit back, relax, and enjoy whatever these last couple of Red Right Hand players are gonna throw. Because whatever they're gonna throw, they're gonna have to throw a big snap.
I think it's in a great position here, though, and I will have to disagree with Diana. I think Diana's very, very useful, especially on these takes. But there we go, Schmink. There's always the opportunity. Sledge can do it. They are 2-man pushing down this one angle now, and they're spraying through. Low health bars. Diffuser kind of getting stuck on his own teammate there. But this is the moment they were looking for. They found the bomb sites. They're getting the information. Cameras out. Flashes through. Angles held, will get taken out. Jetcon Rebels, that's the one. Diffuser is being planted though and will get finished up there. Jetcon coming up big for the HK Rebels and equalizing those rounds.
Yeah, HK Rebels, they needed that round. And if I'm quite honest, that was one of the only rounds where they seemed very comfortable.
But that's what I'm more used to. I'm used to seeing them on that more comfortable stage and seeing them in that defensive kind of unit holding those angles to perfection every single time. So very, very interesting one overall to see them lose 3 rounds off the bat. They were a team that I repeatedly said yesterday were
Attackers need
a
to locate
fast
and
team to
defuse
start. They were warmed up going in. But we're going to jump over quickly to Outlast versus Packwatch. It is 3-2 now. Packwatch trying to repeat what HK just did and get that 3rd round and equal up the rounds.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna have to see if they're able to do it. If the boys, if the Poxon's boys are able to do it. Yes, do you see a Lion pick coming through? Interesting to see, and Bravo being picked as well. I mean, Lion so far we've been seeing him being picked quite a bit, and I love seeing him every single time being picked, because you will see those early kind of kills come through for that attacking side. Usually, being able to get those being able to make sure to confine those players into a position by using that scan. And oh well, I mean.
Never mind. It immediately comes through. Lion does fall. Brava and Lion has been something I've seen quite a lot recently from these Game Rogue major players, and a nice little combo if they can get it working, but not quite working there. Floofs does fall, and once again we look back, and I love looking at it every single time. Kronk looking through 6-3. Kronken time has been activated here. Outlast, gotta keep an eye on them, and Kronk. Decent position. Foresight, I've seen this position before from Foresight and has held them incredibly well, so really looking forward to seeing if they can do it once again. We do see Rejected Gold, the sub coming in, taking Outspoken. They've dropped the diffuser. Bad position now for Packwatch to be in, as we're going to get those scans coming through. Kronk does manage to find out one, so a good bit of information there as well.
Yeah, that's very good information to have them towards where that last player is hiding. Yes, we now do see those last couple Packwatch players. This time is starting to run out, and they still haven't gained a single inch on this map. Poxon is now getting himself a fight with Foresight, maybe able to get himself or his team in a bit of a better position as he now goes for the fight. Gets the down at least. He will be able to finish it. He will be able to finish it up. There's already another player on that other angle, so let's try to get himself out of it.
Ivy
kills 2 on the scoreboard. Oh, wait a second. Packwatch might be able to get this one back. Crank only one alive now on the poles.
Yeah, last man standing. It's all down to Kronk. Kronken time needs to be activated fast. He needs to pull that lever and get going. As they start to push forward, they do have to be a little bit careful, as they have an idea of where Kronk might be, as we saw the shots fly through that wall, and in a disadvantageous position, but there's no one surrounding him right now, so he has space to work with. So keep an eye on those angles, keep an eye on those leans. He's picked up the diffuser. Will be stepping forward just a little. Does manage to find Pox and Locks. Great start, exactly what we needed there.
That is the diffuser, and that's going to be very hard for these last couple Packwatch players to have to retrieve that thing. At least they're able to retrieve it before any danger comes through, and Ivy finishes it up with that DMR. What a play from Ivy, making sure that her team is able to get back in there. And Outlast, they seem to be on there, or Outlast, yeah. No, I'm sorry. Packwatch, they seem to be on their last foot right there. They did not have any info. They did not gain a single inch toward that Outlast side. But somehow, some way, Ivy was still able to pick up those kills, pick up those entries in order to get her team back into it.
Yeah, Ivy with a 3k there, really opening it up for Packwatch as they do go even. We go into the swap, we go into halftime, and all eyes on the defenders once again, because defending is probably the place where most people pick up their wins. It is the easier of the two to go for, and Packwatch now on that defensive side. Anything standing out to you? I see Kunai once again coming out, a very popular pick over here, but anything special coming out there?
Probably not necessarily. I'm hoping to see some really dirty angles being created with those assignment barriers. I love seeing someone just use like the siege engine, or what you can do in siege in order to get those barriers in a great position and perhaps get an angle on an enemy that they weren't necessarily expecting. But so far, Spoken is kind of just placing his barriers in those default positions towards that, or towards those positions where you would usually see him.
Yeah, so pretty standard setup is what we're going for here from what you've been saying. So it'll all be down to Outlast Gaming now, with Deity going for some interesting ones. Kronk on Iana. We do see the line coming through for rejected gold, but Josh opens it up onto Foresight, and a big player falling for them almost immediately. They do have to be very, very careful now about the angles they're trying to attack. A little bit of damage was traded back onto Floofs, but not enough to worry them just yet. Oh, that could have been a good angle, but not peeking it well enough there. Deity has to be careful. Ivy takes out rejected gold, and it's starting to get a little bit worrying now.
Yeah, Outlast Gaming's just again, they haven't found a single inch, and they're just falling down bit by bit by bit. These Packwatch players, they're taking their duels, and they know they can take them. They know that they are stronger in terms of their aim, and they know that that defensive advantage, where you can just hold angles, is way better. It's the agile trigger onto one player, but he will be taken down through the wall. Spoken finds that kill. Josh will get down, and Kronk has to get that nade through in order to confirm the kill on that down. Now Jody picks up himself a second one on the scoreboard for him, doubling his kills this game so far.
Kronk.
Was Kronk able to finish up those kills, and he manages to find another one as well. 2-on-2 situation now. This Outlast Gaming, they have fought their way back into it.
They have indeed, and the health bar starting to look a little bit more equal on this side, but a lot of utility has been used. Jatholes will have to be picking up the slack here. We'll need to start breaching through those walls, but we do see Kronk heavily aggression coming through here. Does manage to take out Floofs as well. Kronk for 3, looking for that fort. Is a little bit cautious about walking forward, but we did, as I said, Jatholes going for that peak. We'll see one. Locks and locks. Will take down one, but here comes the drop from Kronk, and he's just a space marine the way he drops on these.
He just doesn't give a single, I'm not going to say the word, but he just doesn't he just doesn't care. He pushes every single thing. He doesn't care. He gets that 4K without a single problem, now finds himself on double digit, and that is a way to win a round if you're Outlast Gaming.
Yeah, getting everything they need there. Go on.
They were on the back foot in a 5-on-2, and somehow, some way, they were able to get those openings. Probably Packwatch getting a bit too comfortable there, just giving up a bit too much, a couple too many kills, giving those Outlast players a little bit too much to work with.
Yeah, too much space given, too much information given over, and Kronk just too strong right now, and Kronk really leading the charge for Outlast. And from everything we saw yesterday, Outlast just absolutely exceptional team climbing through those brackets. And I guess the question has to be asked now, do Packwatch have the defensive angle? Do they have the defensive knowledge and know-how to be able to stop this Outlast Gaming push and really set up correctly for this? And NY, interesting agent choice here.
I love seeing this from Ivy. Taking that Capcan. A Capcan is really one of those operators which I like to see being used once or twice every single game. Just because, or every single best of 3 better said, just because putting those traps in those positions, you're not going to expect them. You're just going to be overlooking them. If you're playing against a Capcan every single round, of course you're going to be checking for those Capcans every single round and being very hysteric about it. But now, just picking him very late into the game, a lot of rounds have already been played. It's gotta be, these players might just forget that he's even in the play, and that those traps are even here, and then it's just chaos for the Packwatch or for the Outlast side.
Yes, we did see there, Spoken did get a little bit of poke, a little bit of a prod coming through, and they will get pushed back just a little bit more. They will have to drop down, with Floofs opening up onto rejected goal, landing that headshot more importantly, making sure it was a clean, crisp kill, and rejected gold falls. A big change there for them. Rejected gold has been important for them in the past, but we see Kronk using that hollow, and I get some information. Aggression. Does manage to ping one out, and yeah, it looks like they're very, very comfortable on this attack. Outlast looking like they're comfortable on this map more importantly, and Going to get some more cameras out, more information, foresight. We'll get some good information there. They locate the bomb site, and Deity will pick up one, but get traded back almost immediately by Floofs. No damage over either. So 4 for 4 going into this, and they do lose another 3 versus 4. But we've seen them do it before. They can do it again.
Yeah, but looking at Poxonlock from down below, actually he rotates around. I was thinking that he's perhaps gonna shoot that shotgun, make some holes from down below, and perhaps just deny the diffuser being planted. But he does decide that he wants to go for something different. Probably rotate around a little bit. Is he and a zombie still was stuck downstairs? I don't know if this is a... Or actually they are on the side. I thought it was upstairs. It's actually interesting seeing this entire outlet or this Packwatch side getting so much time out of that Outlast gaming side by extending up horizontally, by not playing into the hands of what Outlast wants you to do. So far, Outlast they seem to be in a bad position for this hit. A man down and a lot of work and a lot of stuff, a lot of angles still to clear out. At least Jodas gets one, and that's going to put them in an
It's
equal
Jat holes. We got told off in chat. Jat holes. Yeah. It is indeed. But a 2K coming through immediately there. Poxonlox and Josh picking up those onto Foresight, and it will be Josh taking another with the blast, and that's not what you wanted to see. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. We're now going to be heading back into the other game of HK Rebels against Red Right Hand. We are 4-4. And HK Rebels, they managed to equalize. And now if we're looking at Burn Turkey here, he has to really clutch it up. But swing already comes on, as I say.
Yeah, Schmink does manage to take that one. They were on a bit of a resurgence there, equalizing everything, but we go into round 10 now. And Red Right Hand, they look good, they look hot. We didn't get to see some of those rounds, but from what we saw, they looked very, very clean. But we will have a look at the scores coming through now in just a couple of seconds, and we'll start to see those picks. And Alibi, Jaeger, Solace, Warden's it?
Ooh, a Rooney.
And a Rooney. We've seen some Rooney there yesterday. It wasn't to the greatest effect, but they were doing their very best, we'll say, in those rounds. But Ayana, once again, Ash, Sledge, big breach coming through there as well for Irai. So nothing too spicy as of yet, but HK Rebels on this attack, all eyes on them. They need to be able to break down the defenses here from Red Right.
Yeah, definitely. In this defense of Red Right, it has been solid so far. They've already gone up ahead 2-1, and now they're one point away from getting match point. HK Rebels, they really need to find an answer to this Red Right Hand side. And looking at Burn Turkey, his answer should be those air jabs, those nomad air jabs, because he switches off in the Sophia in order to go for that.
Yeah, for sure. And it is a different take, different style. Do like the alibis coming through though, and Diffuser. I really want to see Diffuser really hold this one down. 11-5, very, very strong right now, and I want to see the action. I want to see where Diffuser's been picking up these kills. Has it been aggression? Has it been good holds? Has it been 1v2s? I really want to see what's going on here, but HK Rebels round behind, a lot to play for. And a lot at stake, being two-time champions. They have it in the back of their head constantly. We should be winning these, and this isn't a comfortable position for them right now.
Yeah, most definitely. At least now they're looking to find themselves back into this game. But Sneezera does, if he has something to say about that, he definitely does not want that to happen. Finds himself the first kill, and that's at least a good footing into getting that match point on the scoreboard. Rebels, they've at least been able to get themselves some map space over towards that south side. They're taking their time, but they seem to be split up a bit too much in my eyes. I feel like Red Right Hand so far have been able to get those, to pick off those players, those HK Rebels players quite well so far. And those HK Rebel players, they just don't know the answer.
Yeah, they're looking through the notes right now. They don't know quite what to go for. The playbook is starting to fall apart just a little bit. They do get tagged through that. Some more information, but at least it's broken for now. Grenades flying, frags, utility, everything they can throw forward. By Poa on this Ash, trying to find some angle here, but A good hold coming in from red right hand here. We do come over to Sen. He does start to get pinged through that wall. Doesn't go down. More importantly, the diffuser is starting to be planted by Rai. That's going to put a timer on them for sure now. 45 seconds on the clock. Rai does take out Owen as well. Very important pickup. Doug does fall. Rai picks up another double kill now for Rai. Looking to open this one up. JetCon Rebels finishes off Sneeze, and a bit worrying now. One man left. A big clutch. We've seen them before though, but that health bar is worrying. The peak coming through. Taking their time. Does manage to get one. Rai does fall. Has to be a little bit more worrying now for them as that plant. But they are going for it, and it will get taken by JetCon. And HK Rebels take it back. We're all even.
Yeah, interesting to see that red right hand. They were in a better position there to win the round, but they still were playing that horizontal gameplay, trying to play a bit more for the retake, but it just didn't work out too well. Those HK Rebel players, they were still upstairs. They weren't all focused on getting that side, and that managed to shut down the retake perfectly for that HK Rebel side. They were able to get those last two horizontal players without a single problem, and that just that is every single thing that those red hand players were relying on. They were relying on those horizontal players to be able to activate once that diffuser went down, or once the diffuser started coming down. Once HK Rebels found themselves, once they found themselves, with
you
one
got
man
it.
having
Go.
to defuse the bomb. Yeah, with one man having to defuse the bomb, one man having to plant that bomb in order to get themselves down in there.
Yeah, the verticality did come through there though. The verticality did help out HK in that round as we start to get ready for this next one. Round 11. Big round here, and this is going to put you in a position to close this one out. So I'm looking at the picks. I like Diana. I like the Sledge. I like the Ace. I like the Ash. JetCon's worrying me, but JetCon has done confusing things to me in the past and has worked out, even with a 10-7 score. HK Rebels are my more favorite team to go through, having watched them yesterday and kind of picked up a little bit more of a liking for me and a little bit of a following. Maybe I become a HK Rebels fan, but they did kind of fluff a couple of those rounds. Coming through and getting that 5-5 is important, but JetCon slow. If they were at no walls there, they would be touching like ships in the night. They managed to pass. Footsteps might be heard. They might have heard something there. Holding tight angles now as we do see some shots going on to Owen. Does take some chip there. So if it was all based on health, HK Rebels would be in the lead.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it isn't quite based on health. It's got more based about who has the most, who has the best map positioning, who has the most room, and who's the most comfortable. Because HK's Rebels' job is to make those right-hand players very uncomfortable sitting on the side. JetCon now getting himself in closer, getting a couple tags onto the player, and the trade does come through. I love seeing JetCon's pick on the Ying. She is one of those characters that can deliver a lot for the team with the smokes, with the candelas.
Oh, that's not what they needed though. A big player falls, and they are starting to fall one by one, dropping like flies right now. HK Rebels finding their groove, finding their momentum, and they're coming through, they're swinging, and they are putting right hand to the wall there. 6-5 now.
Yeah, finally we're on to match point for HK Rebels. It seems to have taken themselves a while. Okay. Diffuser seems to have just left the game. We're gonna see a pause come through at least. Okay. At least we're gonna see a tech pause come through. They're not gonna have to play a 5v4.
Yeah, we will see a tech pause coming through for that one, and hopefully it is a quick turnaround. But we can jump over to our second feed. That is the power of having two, and we do also have a match point on this side for Outlast Gaming, and Kronk again, 11 kills now.
Oh yeah, you made me be a fan of Kronk as well. They are just absolutely insane. Able to get those kills, those entries every single time around.
The drop down.
I love
drop down.
Oh yeah, the drop down too. Ooh. Yeah, it's like watching a James Bond or a Mission Impossible movie watching him. He's like Tom Cruise just jumping around, finding every single kill that he needs to find.
It's Emperor's New Groove. That's what it is. It's not James Bond. It's not suave. It's not that kind of style. It's just pull the lever, Kronk, and drops down into that hole. Gets exactly what he needs. It is absolutely cracked coming out from the Kronkinator, the Kronkin time himself, Big Kronker. I have loads of these for Kronk. Loads of time for Kronk. Absolutely brilliant. But as we are getting into this, Kronk, do not let me down now. I've hyped you up to the masses and you need to put on a show for us. So we will see Outlast. This could be their attack. This could be their match. This could be their map.
Oh, you're casting with me though. You have to remember that. Every single time you cast with me and you speak about something going somewhere, it's going to go the exact opposite way. So
I've been in this game long enough. I've used all my caster curses in different titles. Right here, I am clean. We are good to go, Kronk. We are good to go.
You might be clean, but I definitely am not clean. I know for sure that Kronk is gonna die this round without any kills. If you see what I mean.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
We have our gambas in ourselves, and I've got the Kronk on my list, and for the other side we have Packwatch coming through from TW, so things to see and kills to get, and we do see an opening for Josh immediately. Rejected gold still on that balcony, just gets eviscerated. A shotgun coming through, but a little bit of chip. Still got to keep an eye on that on the other side. Jathole's here with the diffuser. Tight angles, knows the team are pushing in. Kronk on Ayana using that hologram, looking for that information. Doesn't find anything just yet. Early take, Jatholes jumps through on that siege, on that push. Deity. Oh, they're making new doors, as we see by the lovely abbreviations popping up on the screen. Where do we go from here? Where's the idea? Because this is a very tough one to take.
Yeah, this is very tough for Outlast Gaming. They need to find themselves more horizontally. They've been able to open up that one wall, but so far that one wall won't quite be enough. Because as soon as that hit from Outlast starts coming through on towards the sides, those horizontal players are gonna start to get activated, and that's where you're in a world of trouble. That those nades aren't quite gonna come through, as those Rely gadgets do their job defending Josh from certain death. But Didi, he's reading the play. He knows where Josh is. Able to pick him up. Flo's now able to get one back as well. And that's gonna make sure that those horizontal players that I was mentioning, at least it's still being kept alive for that Packwatch side. For Foresight getting himself in there, able to pick up 2 kills. Foresight been doing a lot so far. Kronk now tuning in as well. I was hoping that the reverse caster curse was gonna hit, as Ivy now has everything to do in order to win out that round, but no, Ivy not able to do it.
It is Kronk. That is my boy. That is my number one, and they do take it, and that is one map going over to Outlast already. So very, very good showing from them. I think it was 14 kills there at the end for Kronk. So very, very good, very clean, very nice.
And something we actually know in the other game, the tech issue is still going on, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah,
we can break down this one real quick. Looking at the scores right now, 14-5 on Kronk, and yeah, you have to say that is a clean game coming in.
Yeah, you were hyping him up before the game. I can see why you hyped him up. Kronk is just one of the most insane players I've watched in Siege so far. He's absolutely showing up. He's absolutely shown up so far. No,
yeah.
I was trying to do the reverse caster curse last round. It did go quite well. I was able to get himself on two more kills, and hopefully the reverse caster curse will come through later on, as he's, or what's it called? He's not going to be able to get any more kills. Kronk is going to go 0 to 10 next game.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Just in case it does happen, it'll all be on you, and Kronk will come knocking on that door, and he'll come with breach charges. He'll be throwing frags. You'll have to be careful, because when he lands, and those headshots come screaming through. But Outlast, they take map 1. When we go to map 2, it didn't look the cleanest. Let's be clear about this. They did drop some very easy rounds. They also picked up some very easy rounds. So in your mind, as Outlast now, taking that map 1, going into map 2, where does the mental lie? Is it all on Kronk? You did a really good job. Do it again, or is it Kronk going, "Hey guys, I can't do this every single game"?
I think the mental with this side is definitely more about just crunk. Holy shit, you just had an insane game. Next game we're gonna tune in even more, and perhaps even just gonna let you do your crunk stuff. Let crunk do crunk stuff. Let him enter in, set him up in order to get those kills, and then you just have a recipe for success. And hopefully, Outlast Gaming definitely aren't thinking like, oh well, crunk just like carried us. We really didn't do anything, and without him we wouldn't be able to do this. Hopefully they're thinking like, wow, we were able to set up Kronk in an amazing way, and he just delivers when we are able to set him up as well. And if they are thinking that way, then we're definitely gonna see another great game coming forward from Outlast, from Kronk, and from that team going forward.
Yeah. Also, a quick apology to Ivy. We are very sorry. It is a she, not a he. So very well played from Ivy on the other side as well from Packwatch. I will just put that one out very quickly, so it'll reaffirm it in my own mind as well. So best of luck to Packwatch and Outlast in this next game as well, as we do go to map 2, and map 2 will be Villa. So anything of interest on Villa for you? Anything you like to see operator wise, and what do you think is going to be coming out?
I think we're gonna see a lot of bugs come out because
Okay.
Villa is just one of those maps where you can destroy the floors and the walls quite easily, just like we saw in Chalet a bit earlier. It's just one of those maps where Buck just seems very strong. We could also see a lot of Sledge come through, maybe even some Lions. I've seen a lot of Lions so far, and on that defense side, I'm thinking hopefully a mirror. I really am hoping for a mirror. I hope that she doesn't get banned once again, and that we can maybe finally see her come back in the game.
Yeah, as we are heading over to Villa, and it's one of those maps that when I'm playing it, it feels nice. But when we're watching it, it's very, very hard to kind of figure out what the teams are planning in my mind, because when I'm playing it, I know exactly what I'm doing, and then I see teams do something a little bit differently, and I'm like, that's not how I do it. That's not how I play this map. And it gets very, very interesting for me to see, especially on the defensive side, how Packwatch are going to change this one up. So where would your site be? What would be your favorite?
I would definitely be favoriting Outlast Gaming here. At least, I mean, that they are going to be starting out on that attack, so they do have that disadvantage coming through in the beginning. But as long as they're perhaps able to put up 2 rounds, I would say, on this first half, I think they've basically already done a great job. They've basically already put if they do that, they do put Packwatch in a very discomfortable position. But of course, if
Uncomfortable.
Packwatch or uncomfortable, exactly, yeah. And if Packwatch now, if they are starting on defense, so for them it's really gonna have to be about getting their mental reset, getting themselves back into the game, and hopefully getting a good start off, and then continuing that going forward in the second half. And maybe then we could see them come back into this. But as for now, I think that it's just gonna be an Outlast 2-0.
Yeah, we could see the 2-0 come true. I would like to see a more competitive side to this, but with Solace and Nook being taken away, did I get that right that time? Was it Nook?
Yeah,
I think it was Nook.
I think we know what you mean.
Yeah, well, I'll stick with my Nook, but some great bands coming through, I think. Anyway, that Nook being very, very, very present right now, and a lot of bands being thrown that way. On the other side, we're seeing Ayana again, Lion, Habana Hover, Flores, which wasn't banned away. That could be big here.
Yeah, and I love seeing that we didn't get the Flores ban and we didn't get the Mira ban. Mira so far not going to be picked this first round, but hopefully we'll see her come through a bit later on. But at least that Muzzy pick, already very interesting to see Josh deciding to go for that. But it's very good getting info and denying info, or denying those drones on that Muzzy, especially a map like Villa. One of those maps where I feel like teams just take one side of the building, and then they pretty slowly and methodically start clearing out towards the other side where the bomb is placed. Denying that info, denying those drones early on, could definitely be very, very valuable for Josh.
Yeah, it could be very, very important. Friendly fire now active, and I will have to remind people that Foresight did kill Ampty in their game yesterday. It was a team kill coming through immediately, so we have to watch out for that just in case. All eyes on Foresight for that. I told you, I will not forget. I will remember. Whether you're playing here or at a major, I will still be tweeting at you. But Kronk, no, Kronk, please. We just started.
I mean, I did a reverse cast curse already on him. I told him he was going to go 0-11, and now it's going to end up the exact opposite way. As Kronk already opens up the scoreboard. He's just showing that he's an absolute titan to be faced.
Yeah, terrifying. Just like, what do you do when you're looking at the enemy team and you just see Kronk there, just beefball monster, and Ivy does fall. So we do have to keep an eye on that already, because losing a member that quick can really put a dampener on your plans, on your adaptations. So keeping an eye now, but we can see they're already breaching in here, and you do have to be so scared when they're in the building.
Yeah, exactly. And Josh from downstairs with those cameras is gonna hope for someone to get spotted on those cameras, and then to throw a T4 from downstairs. But now that I'm saying that, he's already rotated all the way around. That's not going to come into play. And the entire side of Outlast Gaming, they've been taking that north side and they've cleared out the entire Packwatch side, now getting themselves over towards 90. Well, and Foresight opens it up.
They're in the walls, they're in the ceiling. Just run, man. Game over. It's game over. Outlast showing what they can do. Didey opening up with a frag kill as well. Pox and Locks has something to say about it. Will trade some back and spoken. Two of the members here from Packwatch stepping up, getting everything they need, getting 3 kills, 1 down, so they have finished off Didey, and they will with the frag. But low health bar on spoken is, there is information there. They know where they might be, and Jat holes on Jack. That's 2 right at the end.
Yeah, just about manages to creep his way in there in order to get those 2 kills. The cross didn't get spotted out, which is quite unfortunate, but that's going to be putting Outlast on this first round, and they deserved to win that round in my eyes. Almost able to pull it, or those last 2 Packwatch players almost able to pull it back at the end, but not quite able to do it. And as we see, as something I'm happy to see right now is Mira finally being picked by Josh.
Yeah, Mira finally being picked up, an agent that is just so incredibly strong, and the information that is gathered is just absolutely brilliant. Banned so often, but taken here. And then on the other side, Rejected Gold hovering an interesting one here.
Definitely interesting to see, but I mean, Flores is a direct nerf or a direct counter to Mira in that sense. You can make sure that the players behind the mirror windows aren't able to play behind there for a bit. And if I'm not mistaken, it should be able to, or his drone should be able to open up those mirror windows too. So getting that coming through is gonna be quite a good counter pick to that mirror window.
Yeah, reading them like a book here, Outlast, and Kronk once again poking through. If he manages to get another one, it'll be just a sad moment, I think, overall. But we do want to see more aggression come through, because it's been working well for them, as we do see window broken, spraying in, Foresight going for the camera, pops it in. We'll get some information with that one. They're on the right floor, they're at the right spot, and they're exactly where they need to be right now. Where are they going to go from here? Spoken does take out the camera, so that's something gone. But where's your idea now as Packwatch? You're leading Packwatch. You're the IGL. What do you go for?
I would go for some aggressive plays. I would tell for Spoken to get into a position where no one is going to expect you, and he's trying to go for that, getting themselves closer and closer, but those zombie barriers are going to be gone any second now. And he misses the timing on the Hibana, gets spotted out, and yes, indeed, he's going to be taken down. Rejected Gold picking up that kill. And Outlast Gaming, they seem to once again be finding those kills and putting themselves into a great position in order to take this round.
A lot more hesitancy coming out from Outlast here on the take, though, as they do have Rejected Gold, a downed member there. They will actually get them back up. That is big. That is a lot for them, and keeping that 4-4 line up is very important in these early stages, but time is ticking away. Foresight breaking some floors, breaking some walls, trying to get some information and not finding any elbows, shoulders, knees or toes just yet. Is just whacking away, trying to find something, and does have to be careful when you're doing this, because if they see you first, you could be in trouble. But Kronk, look at this angle.
Oh, this is just so nasty from Kronk. I feel like he's been holding this or around the same angle this entire game so far. Why not just hold that angle? I mean, it's just perfect for holding 90, and he's definitely showing that so far. Letting his team clear out the entire north side, and then while he holds 90, he's able to now rotate over, get himself onto that balcony. Oh, projected gold. Oh no! Pox Unlocks is gonna run through, or is gonna get a kill with those Capcan traps, and they're coming in very useful. Quite again, was able to get it down onto rejected gold a second ago, and now that last player. That jolts from the player, not really looking out too well for those traps, not remembering that his teammate got down by it earlier. Kronk though, picking up the first kill as the entry now does start coming through. He's able to hit the C4, but the defuse has to come in now. There's only 5 seconds left. Mira does go for the peak. Kronk able to hit the kill, but rejected gold is still able to trade it up, and rejected gold. What is that? Able to clutch it up at the end with the pistol.
Super sub again, does it every time. Rejected gold came in last night and I was just like, oh, they've traded out a player here. Foresight's gone. I wonder how he's going to do. 3K in the first one, and you go, damn, okay, that's what we need. But I do have an update from you from the other match. HK Rebels have won map 1, 7-5. So great little start there for them as well. So once that second game is started, we'll probably be jumping over to have a quick look there. But right now, Outlast 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 and looking very comfortable in this second map. So far, Packwatch, they aren't here. They just don't look to be in the with the heads in the game at this very moment. Because currently, Outlast Gaming is just running over them. They know how to destroy this Packwatch defense, and this Packwatch defense so far has not been strong at all. It's just. There's been a couple of slight chances, but the Outlast players always manage to clutch it out there.
Yeah, they do manage to clutch it, and that's what sometimes you need a team to be, just clutch merchants in those high intensity moments, being just the stronger players. So let's have a look here. The setup is done. It's all in the hands of Outlast now. How do they get in here? How do they break this wall that Packwatch have tried to put up? Is there an angle they can go through? Ivy getting those last few bits of setup, and right now, slow, hesitant. They can take their time here. Ash breaking some walls open, clearing that out, and Outlast so strong right now.
Yeah, they want to go fast here. It seems like they really want to get this wall early on into the game, but there is a pulse looming, and that pulse should have the information over that right now. Kronk getting himself in close.
Oh.
Let's come through, able to get the first kill, but at the first kill is all he will find, as he will now be traded off. Packwatch, within moments, they were able to get themselves into a 4 versus 3 advantage. But are they able to keep that? It doesn't seem like it. As Ivy, she's gonna be going down now.
Yeah, rejected gold is popping off right now. 4-0 now. And Flores, that might have been the one to ban, is getting everything done for the side of Outlast right now. We do see rejected gold pushing in here. Multiple red X-rays on your screens right now. Have to keep an eye on those, because that's where the action will be happening. Pox and Locks goes low. Jatol seems to have the angle there, is poking through the wall. Just a little bit lower, buddy. Just a little bit lower and you've got it. But Jatholes will step back, go for that camera. There will be a peek coming through. Little bit scared of that ID clearing out the utility. Floofs does find an angle there, and rejected gold does fall. But on the other side, Spoken takes out Jatholes as well. It's all on Deity. This was the star player going into this tournament. Deity was the one to watch coming from Outlast Gaming. So last member, star player, it's all on you, Clutch Merchant.
See if he's able to do anything. At least has those nice to play with, but so fast. This is just, it's like having to climb a huge wall. There's nothing really to grab onto, nothing really to grip onto as Packwatch. This defense, it is so to get through. At least finds himself a down, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is a down, and there's one player low HP.
Oh,
But the Capcan traps do come through in Fox and Lock.
is that 3 Capcan traps that have taken people down? 3?
I think so, yeah. And that's what I
Yeah.
mentioned. If you don't play Capcan too often, the teams are gonna overlook him. Teams are just gonna forget that those Capcan traps are even a thing. And
Yeah, the lapse in concentration. You just forget for a second where they might be, and then you just walk into and you can hear it, and you just go, "Oh no, it's happened again." So Capcan, Pox and Locks seems to be a very good pick for them right now.
yeah, and at this level of playing a Capcan, it's just so viable in my eyes.
Attackers
Just
need to locate and
these
defuse
players
as
are
many
all
bombs as they
they're
can.
focusing on every single thing that is happening around the map. They're not just focusing on what's happening on the screen, on their gun and what they have to shoot, stuff like that. They're focusing on what walls are open, where they can be peeked from, where the enemies are, stuff like that. And then having to focus on a couple more traps added onto that, it's just too much from time to time. And Pox and Lux, he's showing that picking Capcan, it is definitely the right pick for these games.
Yeah, working out very, very well right now, and the lapse in concentration coming through for Outlast there. Giving up around that. Maybe they shouldn't be giving up at this stage with such good momentum and tempo. They should be ready for this one, but we do see a nice little grouping here. They're all working as one. There's one player just off by themselves, but a nice little setup. I do like to see teams group up sometimes, just go, "Do you know what, we'll all go together and just cover each other and see what happens."
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's always very good to see. And Dima is really one of those maps where you see that happening a lot. It's one of those smaller maps so you don't have to necessarily clear out a lot of those really weird angles, which makes you be able to just go through an attack from one side together and just combine those powers. And that's something that we will at least be seeing Outlast gaming do. Now it's just all about them getting in there without them getting picked off bit by bit. That's of course going to be the Packwatch's job, as they will now try to find those kills, really getting themselves really close in. Not quite able to land those shots. And he's ready there to activate on his teammate. On the wall, able to find those kills. Josh can find himself 1-2. Foresight, he's able to find a trade at least.
Attackers recovered the
Trade comes back and Ivy does fall, so it's not looking too hot right now for Ivy. We do have to worry a little bit about that one. What was that you said? Sorry?
I thought I saw blood over there on that little people on the drone, but I'm just mistaken.
Kronk does manage to take out Pox and Lock's big pickup there, taking out that Capcan, been so pivotal for Packwatch's Josh. T4 in hand, thrown, explode, nothing found yet. Kronk is going low. The frag comes back though, and Foresight takes out Josh, and that's not the swing that we wanted there. We do want to see competitive siege, and we do want to see Packwatch bring this one back, but Foresight on a triple, looking for the fourth. Do not shoot your teammate this time, please. It was so close.
Oh no, he's able to get
go.
two! Oh, the turnaround doesn't happen quite in time, as the one, the only, the Kronk is there to trade it up with the pre-fire.
Yeah, Kronk knew exactly what was happening and just goes, "Guys, you're messing me around here. I don't want to do this every round," but does manage to pick up that kill, and it's a 3-1 lead now for Outlast. So, as always, I do like to ask the question, you're the IGL, you're on Packwatch, what's the call?
I mean, if you're Packwatch here, the call must be, they must find a very direct call here. They must find something aggressive in my mind, perhaps, and seeing that mirror once again coming out, at least I'm happy to see that. But we've been seeing that mirror getting counted so far, and getting them again choosing to go for this same side where they've not had too much success, it's not necessarily going to be the best. Oh no, Ivy seems to have has disconnected too. And I'm not quite sure if the game is going to be paused. Oh, Pox and Lux gets DC2. I think we're going to see a restart of this round, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, people leaving left, right, and center. So we do get a restart of that round.
Yeah, so it's actually a forfeit victory for Outlast. I would like to get confirmation there on that from the producers there. It's a forfeit victory. It's a rehost? Okay, perfect. It came up 4-5 victory and my heart stopped for a second there. I was like, what? No, please. They have so much to play for. But yeah, a great lead coming through already for the side of Outlast, and it is a mountain to climb now. But Packwatch, I think there's still the opportunity there because the attack might be looking strong from Outlast, but the defense, you could open them up there.
Yeah, definitely. It's so far just been a really big problem for the defense getting rid of those attackers and then getting themselves into a good position, because every single time it just seems like those attackers are able to find the kills, able to find themselves in a great advantage. And then once they have an advantage, whenever they hit the side, it's just so hard for those defenders to really provide off that. They need to get those early kills. They need to keep that early advantage if they really want to have a chance into winning this game.
Yeah, and once again, we do look back at the teams and the scores that were previously there. So Rejected and Kronk and Foresight were really stepping up for the side of Outlast, and Jathole's getting a couple of clutches in there as well. But has it been clean enough from Outlast for you to think Outlast have this map and this entire setup? Do they have this entire series in the bag now with the lead that they've picked up?
I don't think quite yet. I think there's definitely something for Packwatch to still be fighting for. They don't seem to be in the game completely at this very moment. It could just be a couple little things, a couple little shakes they have to go through. You have to remember they get close to getting the grand finals, to getting themselves into the grand finals. They can be a little bit nervous at this very moment, but those Outlast players, they aren't nervous at all. We're seeing Kronk just go through time and time again. He's just like a bulldozer hitting those players, or hitting those Packwatch players. As Outlast Gaming, they seem to be they seem to have positioned themselves in order to win this game. Now they just need to close it out before Packwatch is able to quite get a grasp onto get a grasp or a read onto this Outlast side.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. So I'm looking at Packwatch now, and Capcan obviously been massive. Where would your selection be? So let's put you in the shoes of Ivy right now. Ivy has been chopping and changing in between. What would be your selection for Ivy on that side for Packwatch? What would you be giving them as like a hint here? It's like this is something that might work in these scenarios against this Outlast squad.
Maybe denying some of the info, perhaps going for like a video or something, setting that video up for the roam. You don't necessarily need to have the video upstairs. You can have him downstairs or like underneath the bomb or above the bomb or whatever, wherever you want him, in order to still deny that info, in order to still have someone on the look. If then they're not quite able to find those early roaming kills in the natural way, or in the way that teams usually play it, by trying to fight for it, usually seeing 2 or 3 players extending a bit horizontally or vertically. And so far they aren't haven't quite set players up to the lurk, set players up to a late round flank, and that's really something that I'm looking forward to seeing. But now switching over to the other game, we're gonna see HK Rebels going up again against Red Right Hand, or that second map of Bank coming in soon. Operator bans coming through. So we're already seeing Ying and Oza being banned on the attacking side.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Osa now. I'm not going to lie, it has been a pick that's been kind of off to the wayside, but Ying has been taken away quite a bit, quite strong operator in this one. But Goyo also being taken away. Is this a comfort pick?
Not necessarily. I think on Bank, Goyo is one of those characters, especially on the side that is all the way downstairs on defense. You can just place those Goyo flame canister thingies, and you can extend so much time into the late game with basically for free, basically by setting up a shield, setting up a couple of those Goyo things, Goyo fires. And then you're able to extend all of that time. And as well, that Osa on the attacking side, she is for the her being banned is for the all the way downstairs too. getting that window there in order to get the bomb, or in order to get the plant, in order to watch over the plant. It's really something that a lot of teams have been doing, or at least I've been seeing a lot of teams do. And it's something I like seeing these teams prepare for it and then just straight up banning it out.
Yeah, so as we do get the setup coming through now, all eyes on red right hand. They started the last one off really, really well, and HK Rebels on the defense. I do like their defense. I do like the way they've always set this up, and they're going for a lobby. That's a interesting take. That's a lot of angles to hold.
Yeah, definitely.
10
A big
seconds left
open
before
area to
insertion.
hold. And someone can just sneak in there. Or if
5
there's,
seconds
for
left
example,
before
a Nook
insertion.
on that attacking side, she can just sneak in there, but she's not going to be picked out.
Attackers' objective
Or
is
she's
to
not going to be
locate a
picked by
bomb and
any of
defuse
these
it.
players, at least. This HK Rebels defense, it seems to be very spread out all across.
Very spread. It's an interesting one for HK Rebels to start off with for sure. As we do see the entry coming through, Sen just running for this one straight through and opening up those angles. I'm not sure about this though. This could be a bit of a bait and switch here as the bullets start to fly through that door.
Yeah, definitely. Sen already being spotted out. He's not gonna have to, or his teammate is not gonna have to drone in front of him in order to give that info and make sure that Sen is able to take that space. So far, Owen not really spotting out anyone on that level.
No, but here we go with Schmink trying to find something. We do go back to the diffuser, trying to make their way in, but getting sprayed down, but does manage to trade that one back. Burnt Turkey falls, not landing those lethal shots, and Iboa will land it onto Sen. So one member from each has fallen, but the low health bar onto diffuser is a worrying sight. But sit back, relax for a few minutes, reset, and get ready for the push.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they cannot really sit back and relax at this very moment as Dog is still roaming around, finding himself those kills. And if you have a roamer just being a very annoying all around the map, it's just you cannot sit back, you cannot relax for a single moment. At all times, you have to be, you need some players on those drones to check those flanks in order to make sure that Dog is not going to be able to find more kills. But he does manage to find himself another one. Now does drop down and Schmink spots him out. Flash comes through, but it doesn't even matter. Dog finds himself the 3K. Schmink's in this corner behind the lobby, has to find it all. Dog is still alive, still kicking. Will do some damage, but not quite able to take down Schmink.
Yeah, we were starting to see the resurgence of Doug from Dimsdale Dimmadome there with the headshots, but not quite. Does get culled down in the last few there, but we do see Schmink, last man standing here for red right hand and taking out some hollows, but they're very, very comfortable in their positioning right now. And Schmink using the camera, gonna hop over this one, drop down and will spot no one. The timing wasn't quite there, so we will see the peak come through, the smokes come through. Schmink chipped away and smoked out, and Rai will finish that one up for the HK Rebels, taking round 1 on map 2.
Yeah, exactly. That last player, that Hibana, she just knew she had to get out of there. She knew she had to peek into those gas smokes. And once you start doing that, the trade just comes in. But just looking at what Dog did right there in that Aruni, doing amazing work. Just being a nuisance on that on the roam, finding kills everywhere around the map,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Able to find himself in 3K in order to get this first match started on the right foot.
Both teams are ready. We're ready for final
So the producer has just told us there that the other game is also starting on the other side, so we will be able to jump into Outlast versus Packwatch on the other side of things. So, but at the moment, HK 5-5. It's going to be starting up just in a few moments here as we do see Ash, Ayana, Ace. Bucky, as you said, is going to come through for Sneeze, so I'm not really liking the setup though. I'm not liking the way that HK Rebels are playing this right now, but
Attackers are heading out to defuse
Is there anything that's standing out to you from what they're doing? Like, I just don't like their positionings here right now, and I feel like they need to be a little bit more aggressive with their takes.
Yeah, definitely on a side like this, you really just have to expand a little bit more. Usually you see teams going for that all the way upstairs up the bomb side, but they decide that open area is probably the better position for them, and they need to just really extend themselves if they want to play here. They cannot just sit back on the side, because open area, like it's in the name, it's just
Oh my god, man. Someone else just left again. It's, yeah, we're re-instinct again.
Yeah, so producer just told us there's someone left there. Sorry about that, but we will be jumping through onto a very slow take coming through here by JetCon. And let's have a look here. I'm not really seeing too aggressive takes, but Burnt Turkey will take that one. And yeah, it's gonna be a slow take. It's this lobby once again opening up, and Sen needs to find an angle here. Nothing yet. Where are we going to go for this one? What's the plan here? Call it out to me.
In the plan is just opening up that entire open area, trying to fight those kills. But oh god, there's already JetCon peeking out, finding himself too. And Red Right Hand, I don't like what I'm seeing from them here. They do take map space, but they just don't seem to be quite aggressive on it. They don't seem to be providing up those map space, and then seem to be letting those HK Rebel players just run over them, finding those kills bit by bit by bit. As now Schmink once again have to do it all. It once again has to be the hard breacher that has to do the most of the work.
And as I've said it before, like, HK Rebels are starting to show why they are the favorites coming in, why they've won 2 times before, and I hope you're starting to see the HK Rebels at their best right now, because they are starting to open up here and really find their groove.
Yeah, this is just the difference between the calibers in teams here. HK Rebels, they don't need to be on a comfortable side. They can play everywhere and anywhere in order to destroy you. They just need to disrupt your team a little bit, and they know exactly how to peek or how to peek you, when to peek you, who to peek, and what to do in order to take those Red Hand players down a peg. And every single time that happens, every single time we see those players going for the lobby, that it's big, or those attack players going for the big open attack area, and every single time we see a player just kind of roaming there, being a snake, being a rat, just hiding in the grass, not able to see him, and once you see him, it's just way too late.
Yeah, Doug is becoming Doug the Bounty Hunter very, very quickly here, and 3-1 right now, warding up, and all eyes will be on Doug from me for sure for the moment, because Doug has been kind of the unspoken hero in the background. I keep trying to hype him up, and then someone else starts to go big. Burnt Turkey and Rai, JetCon and Vipoa, very, very strong members coming in from HK Rebels, but Doug, my unsung hero for this one, and I want to see more from Doug.
To see some stuff coming through for him in that first round, getting himself that 3K, but last time around he was a bit quiet, only able to get an assist and then died immediately after. Now this Red Right Hand side, interesting pick seeing the Monty come through. Not something that you see quite often in this tier of play, but there might just be an idea behind what Red Right Hand is thinking here. It might just be. They might just notice something that we not necessarily are thinking about. So definitely need those things. Interesting getting that counter.
Yeah, Burnt Turkey really working their way around, but Doug Dibsdale Dimmadome has opened up business in the bank and is starting to really put the pressure onto Red Right Hand. And that Red Right Hand might be turning blue because they're getting choked out slowly.
Is
that a stretch?
Good for them.
That felt like a stretch.
Well, no, that wasn't definitely not a stretch. This is definitely starting to look very grim. Burnt Turkey, finding himself another one. This is now a two-man lead for this HK Rebel side, and one of those players that is still alive is the Monty. And it's not necessarily, it's one of those operators that you want in the late game, but well, Every
This is
single
not the
time I
late
say-
game.
Every single time I say I mention an operator, they just die immediately. I love mentioning it. Sen. Okay.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He did turn it though. He did turn it. That was a nice little flick. We're not going to downplay that at all. That turn was nasty.
Yeah, even Doug doesn't quite fathom what happened to him there, as he just gets turned around on. Cian, fortunately, not able to quite do it. Just doesn't have a real way back into that round. But
Defenders,
still,
protect your bombs
two
from being
kills and
defused
getting
by
that
attackers.
180 kill. That's a good confidence boost in my book.
Yeah, having a bit of a change up now in the setup. I'm liking the adaptations, but I feel like I need to talk about the fact that as of right now, Red Right Hand, and I want to pick your brain as much as possible on this, they haven't found an answer to any of the problems that have been placed in front of them. They're staring at the sheet going, we've never done maths before, I thought this was geography, because they're just not finding it.
Yeah, definitely, and that's their problem so far has really been that they always want to go for this open area lobby take, and every single time HK Rebels have just been there, ready to just take him down bit by bit, and HK Rebels, they are so good at that. Red Right Hand, they need to change it up. They need to go for something different here if they really want to have any success. But once again, it seems like we're just writing the exact or reading the exact same story every round and round again. It's just same thing happening again and again.
Can I get the map list, please, Mr. Producer? Just can we get it dropped in the chat? Because I want to see if this is HK Rebels map, because they didn't play this yesterday. But is it Red Right Hand's map? Because if it is, that is very wondering. And Doug does it again. Opens up on the roof. They're just spraying him down. He was outside. He was searching for those kills. It was Doug the bounty hunter back again. But regardless, he does pick up one. He still gets that opener. And Sneeze Era falls for that one. 0-4 right now, and not having the greatest games.
Yeah, Doug just showing no respect jumping out of the window. I mean, it's something that you see in ranked, but in this tier of play, with that confidence, it's not something that I see a lot come at all. If we even see it happening, it might just be one of those things that is just a dog thing to do. But HK Rebels, they are so comfortable in this map. They know that Red Right Hand just don't have an answer as of yet. That Red Right Hand need to really find a way back into it. And Red Right Hand, they don't seem to be happy with what's going on this game.
I did get confirmation there from the producers. Thank you guys so much for everything you're doing in the background. But they did pick bank. So HK, this is their map, and they're starting to show it here. I was going to be very worried if it was Red Right Hand's map and they were going 3-0 and they were getting dominated so badly here. But they are turning it around. HKR, and this is their map, their moment, and they have that map lead. If they can close this one out, it's all theirs.
Yeah, exactly. As well, reading a little bit into, well, actually, we'll talk about that in a bit. We'll talk about what's happening in this round first. This attacking side, they found themselves a lot of positioning, but this time around, these HK Rebels players, they haven't gone that aggressive necessarily. That entire lobby has been left alone for once, and the red right hand side, they seem to finally be in a decent position in order to take this. And as I say it, burnt turkey will take it back.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than the burnt turkey running up the stairs after you. That would be terrifying on Thanksgiving nonetheless, but low health on the turkey, so it could be gobbled up very quickly here by Red Right Hand, but the smokes are coming through. More importantly, the kills are falling and their members are dying left and right. And look at the turn from Jekon on the ground. Stand up, quick turn, quick kill. Look, just footsteps, bang.
Yeah. And all right, what I wanted to mention a little bit ago.
Oh, a monologue. Let's go, TW. Give us the monologue.
All right. Thinking about the Red Right Hand mentality going into this second map, it definitely has to be very bad. You lost that map pick of yours of Villa where you seemed so comfortable. You seemed to get yourself into a right position early on in order to take the first map, in order to get yourself into the grand finals. But then you still managed to lose it out 6-4. At least it was close, but they have to feel butthurt a lot about the fact that they lost out their map pick, which they should have won, and now they're on bank, which is HK Rebels map pick, and they seem so comfortable about it. This mentality-wise, we gotta be thinking like, what can we even do here? This is their map pick. We know that they're better than us on it, and we're already one map down. What can we even do in order to fight back?
10 seconds to go.
And I think the best thing to usually do in these situations, which is something that a lot of teams don't do, is call a timeout. Just call a timeout, get yourselves an extra minute, and sit down, relax, and talk about what's going wrong and what's. It's the best thing to do is just go one by one and go, I'm getting opened up on this site. I don't know where I'm meant to be aiming. I don't know how to play this one, and maybe swap it around, take different angles. Maybe someone else play the entry, someone else play the support, someone else go for something new and just change the entire way you play it and find something that works. Find an opening and go, we can abuse that one. But right now, they're going to sit on their laurels. They're going to go back to the Diana, the Ash pick, and Sneezera at least is going for something a little bit different.
Yeah, finally seeing him go for something different, but is it going to be enough? That Amaro pick, I don't quite know if that's really the pick to go for. Of course, it could be used for a kill or two, but still, it's just a very one-sided operator.
Yeah. Decided quick breach though, and getting in early can maybe spell the difference here, but right now their letters are all jumbled, they're all over the place, and we have to keep an eye on what is the plan. Vipoa just holding the angle. There's no pressure on HK. They don't feel like they're in an intense situation. This is just a pug for them.
Yeah, exactly. There's just nothing these red hand players can do right. I mean, every single time HK Rebels just know how to find that first pick. They know how to position themselves greatly.
Oh no.
In order to go forward, and yeah, already once again Vipoa opening up the score, finding the first one, and Dog is there to tag one in as well.
Yeah, Doug from Dibsdale Digadome, I will keep saying it because he is just picking these left and right, opening up, and it is my player to watch in Jetcon. That one's gotta hurt. Vipoa finishing that one off. Sneezera on this interesting pick is going to be the last member standing. One low health bar, 4 members full on life, and have to be careful here. The first swing comes through. They're aiming at the opposite side, and that flawless round has to be the final nail in the coffin, I think, for the mental coming through for Red Right Hand. I feel bad because Red Right Hand were such a strong team coming in. I really had high hopes for them going into this, and I feel like HK picked a map that not a lot of people play, and they're very comfortable on it.
Yeah, same. I was after that first map of Villa, I was wondering if Red Right Hand were going to be able to put up a fight in the second map, and they've answered my question. There is just no fight to be had. They lose out their own map pick, and that was kind of their only real hope for getting into a good best of 3, for really being able to fight against this HK Rebels side. But of course, even if they do lose this game, they still have a chance to come back and to perhaps get a revenge against HK Rebels. We'll just have to see, because they still have to play a game tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
They will have another chance, and it will be a mental reset. If they go in tomorrow, they might have a better of a chance if they just get some practice in, maybe tonight after the games, go over the maps that they're not so comfortable on, and maybe go in with the idea of what to ban away. And if they end up in that grand finals against HK again, Bank will need to be taken off that list.
Oh yeah, most
Bomb
definitely.
located by
This is
attackers.
not a good, comfortable pick for Red Right Hand at all. Every single thing we see them do is just being shot down time and time again. And if they don't find this round, then I think it's just going to be GG's in chat going forward.
GG's in chat indeed, and HK Rebels, they've went for some more interesting picks. Jetcon going to be maybe going for a couple of more kills. Deathless so far though, that's the important thing I want to see. Rai and Jetcon have weathered the storm for sure, and I want to see Sneezera go for something big here, go for a big play, but as we're currently on swapping over to Burnt Turkey, some angles might be opening up soon. Gonna go through those cameras. Does spot one. Will be a ping going down, knowing that there is some information being gathered on that side, and Vipoa uses the kunai straight away. Covers those immediately. Such a strong operator.
Yeah, able to just close down those angles once they've been opened up. Shutting down that, or making those attackers reinvest even more utility into destroying that. It's just so strong. Now at least he doesn't have to worry about that angle going forward. But Doug, he does have a lot of angles for him to worry about.
Yeah, from Doug from Dimsdale, Dibbledome had to dip from that one because that was going to be the end of his life if he had stayed, and that was a sentence and a half. God damn.
Themselves in close, and oh, he might have
Nizera. First blood forced Nizera to open up, finally getting that first kill. Might be a bit of a swing in momentum, but Doug again does get dropped down on by the Schmink. But it is not enough. Jekon covering that angle, does trade it back 3 for 3. 3 for 2. Vipoa opening up onto CEN, and Diffuser with a mountain to climb and a lot of angles to hold. Does still have to push onto this one, but Diffuser also dropped.
Yeah, and even when you're wondering, like these red right hand players are seeming to get into a good position every single time it happens, where one of those HK Rebels players decides to go a bit aggressive or whatever. The trades or the rest of the team is immediately on it. They know about what's going to happen, or they know that a teammate is going to go for an aggressive play, and they know how to set themselves up in order to trade it, and that's what they've been so good at so far. Getting those trades in, playing as a well-organized machine. But at least
attackers are activating
will get planted by Diffuser as Sneezera is able to cover him up, but Sneezera has to do a 1 versus 2 clutch if he wants to clutch it out, and he's now been spotted out from the back. Rai will take him down, and Rebels will go undefeated in that first half.
Yeah, they will go undefeated. They will get that defuse coming through as well, and it's a comfortable start, a comfortable game. And HK Rebels, they just need to defend once here, and I've said it before, their defense has been really, really good. Considering it's also their map, they must swap over now, be prepared for their attack. I think out of all those rounds that are coming up, one should be inevitable for the HK Rebels.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel like this is kind of just an over game for the for that side. Sorry, for the red right hand side. As what can you do against this this setup? Every single round that red right hand have, they're just gonna be looking at a mountain to climb. It's just gonna be they're just gonna be with their backs against the wall going forward. And Rebels just need to find one small mistake in order to get themselves a good lead into the round, perhaps get themselves a man or two up, and then it basically should be over. The trading game should get come through at the end.
Yeah, also some more news on the other side. The other game, Outlast Gaming and Packwatch, has resumed. We are back in for the rehost there, so looking forward to jumping over to that one when we get a chance, but we cannot leave the site right now. HK Rebels and Red Right Hand is what we need to watch right now, as it's such an important match, it's such an important game, and I'm so scared for Red Right Hand right now. I would be shaking in my little boots.
Yeah, definitely. I would already be checking my helmet time, but there might be something in it. They just have to be scared about every single thing these HK Rebels players are doing. Already, they're doing quite a different setup from the red right hand side that we saw earlier on. We see them already taking those edges early on instead of going for lobby. This switch up in pace is proving to all pretty good as that already. I managed to find that kill, but trades do come through in the way of red right hand.
Yeah, they already are pushing through and getting those first few picks, most importantly, and all eyes on to Vipoa, Rai and Burnt Turkey here to clutch this round out. The health is low on Owen, but can just hold a tight angle and be careful, but it looks like it's going to be a re-strategize coming through for Burnt Turkey here, but the speed at which they're moving through these floors is slightly terrifying still.
Oh yeah, definitely. They seem to be just running through here with confidence, opening up those hatches, making sure to put a lot of pressure towards these last Red Right Hand players. And if they're able to do that, they might just find themselves a way back into it. And Power indeed finds that kill. Call now, Lois, or the last call now coming through. It doesn't quite yet come. Doesn't quite come through.
Right.
Able to pick up one, and this might just be the beginning of the sunset. This might be the beginning of the end for the Red Right Hand side. Schmink at least able to take it back into a 2-on-2. There's still 1 minute left on the clock. And there's a lot of utilities to work with for the HK Rebel side. But Hoa now finding 1-2, and it looks just to be the end. Schmink now has to find himself a triple kill in order to keep his team in it. Well, at least he spotted out the first one, and there he goes. Double kill already found, but now he has the last one to worry about, and that last one is just creeping his way in here. Like a snake, getting closer and closer without being hurt, without making a step.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Vipoa would be the one to fall there. I honestly thought Burn Turkey was in a much worse angle, but right now, Schmink getting info, getting what they can here, and Burn Turkey throwing out utility left and right and not quite landing just yet. The flash goes in, angle being held, 10 seconds left to go. It is a close round, but it does go to Burn Turkey. That is exactly what they needed, and I don't like to see 7-0s, but just how clean they had done that, a flawless victory coming in for HK Rebels, and they just had their number from the very beginning.
Oh yeah, definitely. They had the number, and the number was way too easy to read. I mean, I was expecting to perhaps see a stomp or two today, but what we just got to see, definitely is something, as HK Rebels will now position themselves for that grand final tomorrow, and that's going to mean that Red Right Hand still have to play one more game before they get into that grand final tomorrow. They will have to play against the winner of this one, Outlast Gaming versus Packwatch.
Yeah, Outlast Gaming versus Packwatch. Outlast 1-0 in the series already, 3-2 right now. Packwatch, after the reset, did take up that last round, so all eyes on them for the moment. But that first round looked very heavily in favor of Packwatch, with a 3-1 coming out from Floose.
Definitely 3-1 coming out early, but we had a long pause before this match, or a long technical pause before the match got back up again, and that might have just shifted the tides a little bit towards this Packwatch side, as they already managed to pick up the first round after that technical timeout did get cancelled, after we did get knocked again.
Yeah, I see the poke coming through, breaking down everything, firing shots in left and right, trying to find some chip damage, get some information going, but they seem very comfortable on it already, and Foresight pushing forward. See Floose going up towards that window, might have an angle on Kronk, but Kronk is actually able to step away in time. Nothing found just yet, and we do see the first one opening up to Ivy, landing one onto Ivy. She does fall immediately, and yeah, that Capcan, it was such a pivotal pick for them when we were watching previously, but now it does manage to fall, and Outlast, they've dropped the diffuser, they're going to swap that over to a different operator, and they've opened up the round well.
Yeah, definitely, but as well, mentioning Capcan doesn't have to be alive in order to really have that, what's it called, that presence on the map, that in order to really find those kills, he doesn't have to be alive, he can just be dead. You can have those traps placed all around, but now my question is, did he place those traps before he died, or did he still have them on him? Because this Outlast Gaming side, they're getting closer and closer in towards the side. We're fighting everywhere in order to get themselves into the right positions.
Yeah, we're looking through and rejected gold, picking up another one on the Pox and Locks there, so they do go for a 4-2 advantage. It's their moment, and Jat Holes will take another one on. Ja opens up, and Foresight cleans that one, and that is a very, very nice round for them. They take a 2-round advantage, and that's exactly what they need right now.
Yeah, most definitely. This 2-round lead from Outlast, it's what we need to see them do. We need to see them really get off to a good start in the second half, though. If they can get off to a good start on this defending side, We'll oh, actually, we're seeing Josh just get what's it called? Leaving the game for a second. Apparently, he had a illegal skin on his drone, so we'll be taking that off as we'll be heading
Attackers
into a
need to
pause once
locate and
again.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, getting used to the technical pauses when it comes to Siege is something that all the chatters and viewers alike will have to get ready for. But as we do jump into a very quick technical pause, we will chat to you through, I suppose, the lead that Outlast had, and maybe we'll touch on HK Rebels just a little bit and how well they're doing.
Oh yeah, Outlast, of course, are just one game away from winning this best of 3. They've already won out that first map. Now they do have to be able to find their second map, and I'm wondering if production can quickly give me a word on who picked what map in this best of 3. If this is Outlast's best, or if this is Outlast's pick of Villa, or if it is the other side that has picked the Villa.
Yeah, we'll be able to get that information over soon. And as we do kind of break down the previous game we saw, we'll talk about HK Rebels in their last game. 7-0 on map 2. We know that was a stomp. That was their map. They played it exceptionally well. Didn't look like it was too practiced by Red Right Hand. They do have another chance tomorrow, but map 1 was a lot closer overall.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, map 1 was not their map pick. I mean, they did still let it go through in the best of 3, yada yada yada, but it still was Red Right Hand's pick to go for, and they somehow still managed to win it out. So that just, they seemed very strong. And looking at if Red Right Hand was the other team from that upper bracket that had to go up against them, they were the one that really had to put up a fight against HK Rebels in order to show that the Giants or the Titans could even bleed, and they didn't do it. They perhaps scratched them, but they still didn't make them bleed. They showed that they can kind of be taken down a little peg, but not like you can't take a map against this team at this very moment.
Yeah, and we are actually going to shoot over to a very quick break, so we'll be back in just a few moments to get back into this game. So please, guys, don't go anywhere. This is going to be a great series, and it is so important to see who's going to make it to that final. Don't go anywhere.
What's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried. No matter all the times you lied, I cried and cried and cried. Then took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit. I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic. Just to me, you're dead. 'Cause I lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. Refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I tried into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts for never, but you left in a hurry. Say you wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Bunny Daniel. With that smile, dude. Oh, yeah, mystery man. Miss Daniel's over here, honey. Here's that. Really got a smile.
I know you want me now. Case closed, I'm done now. Final bow, what a good performance. I don't believe it. Work on your theatrics. Now you know your place. Ain't that a shame? Tryna get face to face. I ain't got much to say. Just come and see me. Pay the damn fee. This ain't no promo. I don't do shit for free. Say you do better, you just waste my time. You better get in the back, cause there's a long line. Say you do better, but you only waste my time. Crying will never do. I put this shit on mute.
Yes, your manners are showing all day long.
I put this shit on mute. I put this shit on mute.
We are back. Gentle Dems and Theys and all the NBs as well. Do you not like that intro?
I like that intro.
That's been carefully crafted over 6 years of casting, and I think it is putting my stamp on the start of what we need to actually do and involve everyone, because everyone matters here. So we are going to jump straight back in. Outlast 3, Packwatch 2, and we've had our chats behind the scenes, as we always do, and let's pick your brain a little bit more about the mental edge and the mental that kind of happens with all of these tech pauses and issues that do arise throughout these games. Is there going to be much of a change now? Because we saw Packwatch after the last pause come back strong. Will it happen again?
I hope for them. I hope for them that they're going to be able to put up a third one on the scoreboard and get ourselves into an exciting game number 2 and perhaps fight back towards this Outlast side. But this Outlast side, they're looking strong, and they are looking damn strong, as Flu's already is going to be taken down. That will make sure that these Outlast players are really being put in a great position to win out this first half.
Yeah, but for me, all eyes on Ivy. She is the Capcan. She has the power right now, and it has been a problem for them before. But we do see Josh holding a little rat angle here. going for the sneaky one. You gotta watch out because Josh could open this one up. The flash comes through. He's ready to peek it, but he will actually run for it, and he will try to escape that combat. So, an interesting start to say the least.
When he's able to get out of there, just right in the nick of time, making sure that he doesn't get his head blown off before that bullet comes through. Luckily for him, be able to fight another day, but no. Okay, Broken being taken down as well, as Foresight is looking to have himself a field day.
Foresight is a terrifying opponent right now for Packwatch, and 5-3, and this is their attack. This is what we got to be watching out for, them moving in, them doing their biz, and really taking over this floor. And with it seems so early where the sites are, but Pox and Locks has something to say, and so does Josh. It goes to 3 for 3. Ivy opening up onto Deity as well. It all falls apart very quickly there for Outlast, and the health bars looking strong too.
Yeah, in the one moment it looked so great for them. They win a 5-on-3, and the other moment they're finding themselves down in a 2-on-3 without a single kill or trade coming in from those 3 kills. Fox Unlock's now going to be finding himself 1-2, and it's going to leave it all up to Jolts in the back, and Jolts will be taken down.
Chat holes.
Oh, chat holes.
You don't want chat coming for you. I'm telling you, chat will come for you. Chat holes. It is a very confusing spelling of that. I will say that, because we were going Jolts first and Jot is as well, because we thought it might have been a capital I. But it is a Jat holes, and we gotta get those right, or we will get absolutely hounded by chat. But we have a look.
An A in there? I mean, I want to have a. Is there an A in there?
We don't know the nationality. We don't know the nationality. It could be a difference in accents. For example, me with my knock when it's meant to be nook. You know. Yeah, we spell things weird over here. Like, I could type a name right now to you, and you would never be able to pronounce it.
Oh, I definitely. I think so, for sure. I've seen some of those tricky Irish words, and I will not be trying to say those on stream. I'd rather just be.
I'll send you one. I'll send you one, because it is my. My goddaughter's name, so I want to see you try that one. If the MDT on Discord, I do like the instilling Irish into people.
Okay, I'm gonna be thinking about this for a second.
Yeah, you take your time there, and I'll take over this start of action phase while you try to figure out exactly what that name is. But we see them opening up here, taking some very long angles and getting ready. Claw is a go, and first camera taken out. That is one down, and Ivy swapping over to the other cameras, trying to find something there, but nothing yet as they do try to open it up. And let's get a quick count on the Irish name. You got anything for me?
Diabla or Dibla?
Dervla.
Dervla?
Dervla.
Where's the V? I don't hear
There's no V in the Irish language. There's no K and there's no X, so we make our due where we do.
Okay, I mean, that's one way of spelling a name, I guess. That's indeed one way of getting a kill too for Judge, as he will get his team one player here.
Yeah, Ash opening up there, Josh finding the pick and finding the opening for Packwatch, but 3 for 3, Outlast Gaming. This is where they need to start to shore up those angles and get ready for this attack from Packwatch. As we've seen previously, it is very, very strong. So as they do come through, some utility being used. Josh opening up here on that Ash and trying to find the right areas to go for, but I think it all really comes down to Flores, Ivy, but Floos has something to say instead. Just go for the gunfight and takes them, but that Flores could be massive here.
Oh yeah, that Flores being able to get rid of those last few positions that these players are able to hide themselves in will definitely come in massive, as it just seems up to Foresight on his own will be taken down, and that's a flawless round coming through for this attacking side.
Yeah, big swing in the favor of Packwatch there, and that's kind of what we wanted to see from them on this return. I did ask you previously about the mental if they had the chance, and it looks like they're taking that mental break with plans. They were planning everything behind the scenes.
Yeah, definitely. Packwatch, they were looking down towards that Outlast Gaming side before all of those timeouts came through. And now that they've had their time to kind of talk about what has gone wrong early on in the game, what can they do right early on in the game, and really get their mental just reset. It really shows that those technical timeouts, they can really just annoy a team, and they can make or break a team essentially. And currently it's making Packwatch and it's breaking Outlast.
Yeah, and as we are going to burst through onto the scene, getting this setup ready, EDD primed. We got to stand clear of that one. I do like the little things popping up just for the voice lines, because there is some good ones. ADS also going down. We do see the razor wire coming up. It just gives so much more information over for us. But the setup, they broke the bookshelf. Come on, guys. Some respect.
Some interesting thing I would definitely love to see in Siege is perhaps a radar or a map for casters being implemented. Because it's sometimes just so hard to really wrap your head around what is happening whenever you're following some players and you can't really just look at the entire map. Looking at the entire map here, Packwatch is going to take their time taking it, as they'll now be placing themselves all around the map, trying to spot out those defenders and perhaps find themselves a leeway into the round.
Yeah, so we do see tagging. That is a great little start. Pox and locks, but Josh does fall to Jat holes there, and it's not the kind of round that they wanted to start off with that one. And I do get worried whenever I see a man fall early on the side of Packwatch, so we have to keep an eye on this. Outlast 3-4, 5-4. I'm already liking these picks, but they have went for a cap can, but Pox and Locks takes out Foresight.
Oh no, and once again, Outlast Gaming, they seem to be in a prime position to take that round, but the one moment they're in a prime position, the other moment they just seem to have lost it without really fighting for it too much.
Attackers have located
Fox unlocks. He does get down to low, or he does get himself down to low HP, but if that really is going to come into play, we'll have to see in just a bit.
Oh, it's so tense in these moments when you know everything is on the line for both of these teams, but for me, all eyes on that cap can. It's been so pivotal on both sides of this coin, and spoken on this line, trying to get that roar going, but does take a bit of damage there. Does have to watch out. Ivy. Information being handed over. Floofs does. Ooh, gets a little bit of poke, but Kronk on the other side pulls that lever onto Spoken, and one goes down. Straight through the wall. Floofs will take another. Floofs being a big player here for them in the last couple of rounds. 4-1. Poxon knocks 4-0. Big players left standing on this one. We don't have the updated scores from the previous rounds before the rehost, but right now they are popping off. Deity, something to say. They do come through. Kronk, that quick peek, that quick slide coming around that corner, Ferrari style. And one player left, all onto Ivy. Last woman standing. Flores, diffuser in hand, 15 seconds. Not a lot of time and not a lot of angles. Those have to be careful and will get taken out by Deity, the star player from previous rounds. So Outlast, they take that one and they tie it back up.
Yeah, amazing round to see from Outlast. We finally were able to see Kronk waking up a bit more after that timeout. He's someone that performed a great on in that first map of Chalet. Now again, he has to perform, or if I'm not mistaken, before the timeouts, he was definitely playing very well. Now after these timeouts, he's been a bit quiet, and he needs to get that engine or that Kronk up a bit. That Kronk engine, yeah, that was it. That Kronk engine Kronk up a bit more going forward into this map if he really wants to put his team, in the right position.
Yeah, and it's all about those star players coming forward. And so you're looking at the setup now, you're looking at the changes coming through on the attack, the Ayana coming through and the Ace coming through. The player to watch for you this time around, what are you looking at going, this is the one. This is the player that's going to bring Packwatch to that map tree.
I'll definitely be looking at Floofs. Floofs was playing absolutely out of his mind on the game that we saw earlier on from them. Not the game in Chalet in this best of 3, the game that we saw, or the best of 3 that we saw a bit before that. He was just showing up time and time again, but this time he really has to do that as Pox unlocks, takes down the first one. It's going to be Kronk found trying to go a bit too aggressive, probably getting a bit too comfortable after getting those 2 kills in the previous round.
Yeah, Kronk clocked out immediately, and a big player for Outlast. We cannot downplay that enough. That is a big loss to Outlast's defense, and Foresight holding here, but 3 members on his side of the house right now. The breach is coming through. Foresight needs to be ready for this, ready to open those up, and has some inklings that they might be there. Is holding the correct angle here for those pushes. Can't quite see what that utility was that was thrown, but does get taken out. Pox and locks, rejected gold, trading it back. The information there, the trade there, and the team play coming through, but still man advantage for Packwatch.
Exactly, and that's the setup that Outlast decided to go for, and so far it's not really turned into their favor. Packwatch do have that advantage, that one more player still being alive on that side. They should be starting to hit the sides pretty soon. Rejected Gold actually able to get himself a second one, even poking some shots at Floofs. That's a third one for him on the scoreboard, and Josh is turning up some one trade as well. Rejected Gold. Now he's left up to do it all as Rejected Gold. He found himself the quad kill, and he has to find himself the ace in order to win out this round. Last player in bathroom, and it seems like he's quite aware of it. Josh getting himself closer and closer and closer. Rejected Gold ready for the peak. He's on the angle, and there's still though a minute left to play around with for Josh. He doesn't necessarily have to move into Rejected Gold's crosshair, as he's now going to be taking his time, perhaps droning out, trying to see if he can find an opening into one of these sides.
Look how close. The left leg is just so close to that wall. Rejected Gold looking for the miracle play. Camera taken out. Angle being held once again.
There it is.
Oh my god, Rejected, you need to be holding those. You need to be holding those. Josh is leaning up for this one, and the 30 seconds left. There has to be some movement here, but he has made the cross. He has gone for the plant. The tap has went through. There comes the head, and there it is. The ace for Rejected Gold, and he does take it. That is massive for the side of Outlast, and exactly what they needed from their player. That's a sub right there. That's a sub.
Yeah, that's a sub indeed. I mean, why is he a sub? Why do you not sign him?
Sign this man, contract out right now, send it into Discord, get this man onto the main roster of a team, because he will carry you through these very, very intense rounds.
Exactly. And before the game, we were kind of having a little bit of talk on why Outlast decided to go with the sub instead of going with one of their main players. Now that question has been answered by Rejected Gold. He's at least answered my question with that ace. What the?
Just wow. Amazing. Opens it up perfectly. Calm, cool, collected. It may not be rejected, but it was gold from them.
Definitely, and a lot of times in those situations you see the players getting themselves really close to winning out those clutch situations, but it's almost always at the end where it doesn't quite come through, where it doesn't quite happen. But Rejected Gold, he is just so good. He's still cold. He just knows that he wins those rounds. He keeps his head calm, he keeps himself collected. And if you're able to do that in those situations, you're definitely on your way to being one of the greater players in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the second ace we've actually seen over the last 2 days, at least I've seen. So absolutely incredible stuff coming out there, but we cannot harp on too much about that ace because we're coming into the next round, and last round doesn't matter. If Outlast can take one more Packwatch, they'll need to watch their back more than anything else, because that is going to be match point if Outlast can take it. So once again, on this defense, a lot to play for. They've located the bomb sites very early here, so Packwatch have a lot of information to work with straight off the bat.
Joel's going for a couple of shots, missing them out though. And Lion's Scan will come through, at least lock him into place, and he now seems to be in a very difficult position to hold on to.
Okay. Sliding.
Open on that wall.
Sliding and gliding across the floor. He's slugging about right now, and as we do see, many of them rappel up. They're going to go up that floor, and they're going to try work their way down. So looking forward to seeing what they're going to go for. Multiple cameras going in, but one taken almost immediately.
There's still a play here though, and I
Hold.
don't quite think that Diddy has been thrown down. No, indeed, he has not died. He drops down from the hatch, finds himself a kill, and it's going to be Outlast Gaming on the brink of finding themselves match point. What can you do with your Packwatch? Another one goes down, and Ivy and Spoken just have to do all of it in order to keep Outlast Gaming from finding match point.
Yeah, bringing up to match point 5-2. Great hold coming in. A lot to work with. Ivy and Spoken, the last two members standing here. And if they can do the reverse, if they can get this ace themselves, we will shut up indefinitely. But right now, looking for the hack. They are actually finding the heartbeats. I love this.
Yeah. There's nothing these last two players can do. The heartbeats have been found. The info is known about them. Now that it's known that they're going into the site. And all of these defenders, they can basically just perch themselves up for these last couple players. Now Ivy is the last one that has to try to fight her way back into it, but because his teammate Spoken did go down with only 30 seconds left on the clock, and her position being known, what is there you can do with your Ivy? Nothing indeed. As that's a flawless round from Outlast Gaming.
Ace,
like
flawless. Yeah, ace the flawless, and then just one more round to go, and you have to kind of give Packwatch credit where it's due for how well they've played up until this point. You have to remember how far they've gotten in this bracket and how well they've played throughout the tournament, and even in game one they looked very, very good as well. But Outlast just edging them out on this map. There is still all to play for. They still could take two in a row. I will love to see some very spicy picks. We see Lion, Ayana, IQ. I didn't get to see the last two before they went through, but it's going to be Dokkaebi, Nash. I love Dokkaebi.
Seeing the Dokkaebi like combo, I love seeing that. I love seeing it, but it gets me flashbacks too. If some of you remember the good old times when Lion just got released and Dokkaebi was still a bit more powerful than she is right now, it was just not even fun playing against that. But at least nowadays it's still a viable strat, but it's just not quite as powerful as it was back in the days.
Yeah, so it's set up the last couple of seconds here, ticking away, and Kronk hasn't been having the greatest reset since it's come back, but Rejected Gold picking up that ace has definitely set them in the right places at the right times. But Kronk always can pull that lever, always can just turn around very, very quickly. So we'll see one camera fall. Spoken takes that one out. A little bit of time now to work with. Jatol's breaking some plants, as you do. Just like against the world, not trying to save the trees here, clearly.
I mean, why save the trees if you can just kill them, you know? Why not be a menace if you can be a menace? But maybe it has some kind of tactical advantage going for those trees, going for those plants. Definitely every single thing that you can gain in a game like this, I will take it, or I would take it any day if I was one of these players.
Yeah. Very, very slow, methodical start, but the most important thing is that they've actually made some space here. But Rejected Gold does get taken out by Ivy. I was seeing that out of the corner of my eye that the walk-up was coming there, and Ivy taking out a massive pick, so a lot to work with now with Rejected Gold down. Outlast, they always have to be careful. They always have to be very cautious when a player does go down, because it seems to be very quick from Packwatch then that the speed comes through.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's that speed that Packwatch essentially hit with towards the end that is so dangerous to deal with. And Outlast Gaming, they haven't really found anything so far. They perhaps have a couple players roaming, but most of them aren't really doing too much. No, they're not mistaken that Lion could have just been caught off guard. Timing doesn't quite turn in for that defensive player.
Yeah, we do see they're very hesitant now. We've lost that tempo from them before, where they opened up a pick and they really rushed through and really put the pressure on. But now, having found the bomb sites, that inverted look from Floofs opens up and finds an angle, and this is where we start to see the movement. A minute left to go. We'll pass it over to TW to bring us through this one, because this could be the last game.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Floofs here, he's gonna have to find his first pick onto that Jaeger if he does want to wade into it. If that kill steal doesn't manage to be found, there's gonna be a very hard time to get in there. Jolt's able to pick it up, but meanwhile the trade does come through. Kronk here on that door, able to hit the first kill with the shotgun, but Ivy, she's there to trade it out, and she's there to at least hit one head, but at least... Or actually, Pucksunlock's able to get himself another one too, leaves it all onto the forward side, into the back of the side. He's been able to clutch up a couple rounds so far, and he has to do a massive one in order to win out this map. 1 on 3 already finds himself the first one. He's now getting himself closer, but he might have just missed the timing. Shots coming through, and he sees that pre-fire, but Pucksunlock's from distance will take him down.
Yeah, big round there, and Packwatch, they're back. They have an opportunity here. One more, bring it to that overtime. We could go to a map 3, but has to be scary. It's just like you've got one, there's still one more hurdle to get over, and then you still have to play that overtime. So from the side of Outlast, Jaeger, Mute, Azami, Alibi, and the Capcan, very interesting, very good choice. But will it be locked? It will be locked. Okay, perfect. I do like the Capcan. Anything on the attacking side you think won't be going through? Because Floofs is spicing it up.
I mean, I don't quite want to be touching on the attacking side here. I want to be touching more into the defending side from Outlast, because what we saw from them last round is not the Outlast that we've been seeing so far this tournament. They were all just kind of playing in the back of side, not searching for any of those first or initial picks in the beginning of the round. They seem to be playing like a team that was either on their back foot or backed into a corner, or a team that just seems too how would you call it? Too eager to want to close it down. They want to close it down too badly. They want to play really safe Rainbow Six Siege here. And if they all just cramp up on the side, eventually Packwatch should be able to take them down. Hopefully we won't be seeing that again from them, because it's been because that will just spell disaster for the Outlast side.
Yeah, it would be disaster, but for the moment, they're finished getting set up now. This is where the comms have to come in clean. There's no more vibes. There's no more jokes being told. This is where everything needs to be clean, crisp, lock, holding angles. Floofs roaming around, trying to find something, but nothing yet. There will be someone passing by, and the shots go through, but just a little bit too slow from Floofs there. But an opening there. I think they're starting to crack under this pressure a little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely. Outlast already having shown a couple cracks now. We'll have to see if the glass has been broken enough to stand on, or if it would if they would just fall through it. Or if they stand on those cracks. But if you got my analogy there, that was quite a weird one.
Yeah, there was a stretch there. You really tried, but like it passed. But it's like, as a father, it's just like it wasn't dad joke worthy, you know. It wasn't quite there. Yeah, it was getting there though. We like the attempt, but we need to see a good attempt coming through from Packwatch now. And if the Wolves come a calling, does the Pack come too?
Ooh, yeah, the Pack definitely needs to be finding something here. This Voodoo, this pack of Wolves just isn't doing too well so far, and Floofs picking up the first one. Great start for Packwatch, but the trade does come through from Deity. Staying alive on that 90, and Spoken, he's in a bad position. His teammate is at least there to back him up a little bit, but he does get tagged down to half HP from that peak.
Yeah, Pucksunlock and I think Floofs were in a bit of a trade back and forth there, and as you do see some of the locks coming through, the kunai coming through, and those walls coming through, but Pucksunlock finds an angle, doesn't quite find the kill. Low health battles all over, but like there's so much tension here. Shots are starting to miss. People aren't getting it as clean as they wanted to before. Josh getting that diffuser down, but does get dropped in the end. Pucksunlock does manage to pick up 2 on the other side, but this is getting close. This is getting scary. Foresight, the last man standing, and Poxenox cleans that one up for Packwatch, and the Wolves are calling.
Yeah, Poxenox keeping his team in it for the win, still trying to fight for that overtime. Outlast Gaming don't seem like their previous self anymore. It seems like the pack has awakened and the pack is hunting, and they're smelling some deer. Outlast Gaming, they have to run away from this Packwatch side if they still want to fight for this map.
Yeah, so swapping sides now, and it's going to be Outlast. Well, it's actually going to be the same, but Outlast on defense, Packwatch on attack. It's been working for them. They have momentum on it. A big change has to come through for Outlast here for that swap, but they need to take this round. It's so important for them to break the momentum of Packwatch, because I think if Packwatch can take one, they can take two, and then we're going to a map tree.
Yeah, and you don't want to match with your Outlast Gaming here. You want to just finish it up with a quick 2-0, not get Packwatch back into the game. Because if Packwatch does manage to get back into the game, if they do manage to go to that final decider map of the best of three, we're going to see two entirely different teams. Or we're going to be seeing two entirely different teams from what we saw in the first map. Outlast Gaming in the first map seemed to be so comfortable, but Packwatch Gaming are getting their way back into it bit by bit by bit, showing that they're not a team to be messed with.
Okay, let's bring it down a little bit here, Ivy. Getting those pokes through, starting to break down the doors, but let's break down the defense here a little bit. Outlast. Some interesting picks coming through, but I'm not really seeing something that stands out as someone's ready for this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. It once again just seems like a very packed up side of the Outlast Gaming. Just all of them not really playing with those roamers. They're playing more horizontally than vertically at this very moment. And horizontally, it's being cleared out just a bit. They do have 3 players upstairs, so there's something to work with. Those 3 players should be able to rotate out after they find a kill or two, but they have to find that kill or two first. And if they're not going to be able to find those, then Outlast will find themselves in a very bad position.
Yeah, but the first kill does fall. Foresight opens up onto Spoken. Not what they needed, and Josh also taking a chunk as well there, but they're starting to trade it back. Kronk has something to say. Ivy will take out Foresight. That is a advantage now running over, and that's not what Packwatch wanted going into this one, but we've seen them do it before. They can do it again. We do have Kronk now sitting, waiting. They've got the diffuser back. The spray comes through, and he will go down. Floose will fall. Poxenox ready for this one. Jodels. Kronk gets another one. Kronk coming up big in the turn. Ivy onto rejected, but will fall in the ends to Jat Holes, and Outlast Gaming overtime round 1 all theirs.
Yeah, finally finding themselves another round on that scoreboard, able to get themselves onto match point again. Now we're gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to clutch this one, or if they're gonna be able to close it out this time around. At least they do get that attacking side, their more comfortable side on this map of Villa to play a match point on so far. Both of the ones they had were on defense side, and they weren't able to close it out there. So with a switch in sides, we'll hopefully be able to see a switch in Tides.
Yeah, the switch will change up a lot here in Outlast Gaming. Overtime match point under attack. We saw them take a commanding lead on attack, if I do remember correctly. Did they take the lead? We've watched a lot of Siege today.
Yeah, I don't quite remember. I'm just gonna say yes. I'm just gonna say yes. I think they did.
I think they did take a couple of rounds at the start, so I'm more than excited to see what they're going to bring out here. We do see Lion, we do see Sledge, Ayana, Ash. It's not really too far away from the kind of strongest picks forward. They're going very meta heavy here.
Yeah, definitely going very meta heavy it's a good play to go for it. I do like seeing the Goyo come out. It's not one of those operators that we've seen played way too much so far this tournament, and I feel like he still has a lot of value. his fire shields are definitely able to give you a lot or extend you a lot of time, and especially with the way that these teams have been playing a bit more defensive style, a bit more curled up in the back of the side. You want to get those Goyo shields in order to even get more time, and in order to perhaps disrupt that enemy attack from coming in quite cleanly and comfortably. That's what you want to do. Once that attack starts coming in, once the hit starts coming through on the side, you want it to be disrupted. You don't want them to be able to clean up and to find those trades one by one, as it does seem like Outlast Gaming are finding the kills one by one. Foresight will find himself another one, and Josh is down. It's just Packwatch on their last line. Poxonox has spotted out one, is going to be able to get that kill, but in the meantime, that injured player will get killed, and Josh is able to get revived, but he is down to low HP too.
4 members strong. They're putting the timer down. They're putting down the beacon, saying you have to come here now or we take this one. Foresight spraying down, setting up their camera, setting up everything they need. C4 also in the area, so if they do push in, they gotta be able to check for that very, very quickly. Josh does manage to take out Foresight. They are able to hold this one down. Poxonlocks takes another. It's happening. They have the opportunity. If they can get this one, it will be massive, but Rejected Gold says something about it. Does manage to...
Oh, wait a second. Josh has clutched it out. Josh has clutched it out. He managed to win it. Wait, what?
No way.
Huh?
Josh
What?
gets the defuse, gets it down, and...
What the fuck are we witnessing?
Oh, it's cracked. It's cracked. Josh pulls it through, pistol out, ready to go, takes it, and yeah, we get the last swap in, and it's the last overtime.
Oh my god. Wow. Now Outlast Gaming, they have to do it on attack or defense. The side that seems so, or where they had 2 defending match points, and they managed to lose out both. Packwatch are in a very comfortable situation right here, finding themselves 7-7. If they win this map, they're going to be going into that map number 3, and then they're not quite out yet. But if they do lose it, Outlast Gaming will be able to get themselves a spot further and will be able to eliminate Packwatch.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. I can't imagine what the calls are right now coming from both teams, but it looks like Packwatch ready for this one. No changes yet on the agents. We do see one actually. Floofs has swapped around. Flores is going to come through. I think Ivy, Ash, Ayana. I don't know where to call this one.
Me neither. Me neither at all. Outlast, they seem weak on their defense, but they did win their last defense. But again, they did seem weak on their match point defense, so I'm really confused on what is going to happen this round. I don't really have any predictions as towards what we're going to see this happening here, but at least a pretty weird pick being made by Deity on that phone. It's an interesting one to see.
Definitely is.
What is that gold play? Just in front of the window with the shotgun, wait for those 2 players, and he's able to get the shot out, but not quite able to do enough damage onto Josh in order to take him down.
Yeah, he does manage to get some chip onto them, and that's what's important, but also kind of goes low himself. This was... Yeah, this is what we gotta watch out for here, because this is where the nerves come in, the panic. But Kronk goes big, takes out Floofs, one of the key players here. Floofs has been important for them, but as long as Josh is alive, they have to be scared. Josh has clutched out that one. Poxonlocks also massive. As I just said, it takes out Kronk, one of my star players. Ivy gets traded back after taking out Gold. So, for now, Outlast, they have the health advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing trades coming through left, right, and center. Now we have a little bit calm before the storm, as Poxonox will be going in. And that's Foresight taken down, caught off guard. Poxonox really wants to clutch out this round for his team, make sure that he's able to get make sure that he's able to go into the map number 3 as this one getting close to him. Deity finds a kill too though. Is this gonna put in these last players of Packwatch in on the last back foot as spoken? He has something to he needs something to speak about if he wants to win this round, if he wants to make sure that his team gets to stay in it. Jolts, why did you go for that peak? That was so unnecessary. Spoken will take that any day.
Yeah, the angle has to be careful here. They don't have any inkling or information about where they might be, but right now, Deity might get caught out on this angle if they keep going, but they're going to. Oh, this is so tense. The hologram.
Deity knows exactly where Spoken is playing, and so far Spoken. Okay, he's been able to spot out Deity, so at least both of these players now know where each other is at. Spoken still has to retrieve the bomb. Deity is now starting to poke some shots, and Deity will pick it up. Outlast Gaming will take it down, and they are going to be going through as they will be able to take down Hox and Rox and Co. Unfortunately, we weren't quite able to see a map number 3 come out.
Yeah. That was very, very close. MVP does go over to Foresight in the end. We did not get to see the full kill score as we did have that rehost, but it was Josh's clutch. There was aces, there was flawlesses, there was... Yeah, there's so much gone into the last 2 games of Siege, and I do think in the end, the more clutch players you had on your side, the closer you are going to get to those finals, and those clutch moments kept coming true. And Outlast, GG, well played.
Yeah, GG, well played to Outlast, but we definitely still have to mention over towards that other side. Pox unlocks the game we just saw from him. Holy crap! Holy crap!
There need to be some contracts flying out pretty soon.
Yeah,
Rejected Gold as the sub. I'm not sure if it's actually the sub of the roster, as at the first time I saw him, it was with Ampty. But it was 2 games with Ampty, 1 with Rejected Gold. Rejected Gold jumping in today, really showing their stuff. Definitely worthy of a main roster. Pox and Locks, really hoping to see them again come into the next tournament at the end of April. There will be another one. So some really great teams, some really impressive players. And I think Kronkentime didn't show up too much in the last map, but the first map, Kronk was definitely a really big player there. So I guess GG's to both of our victors today. We will see them again tomorrow in the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen tomorrow, and I hope you're all going to join us there. But I think that is all from us on the cast here today, TW. I hope you've had a great time.
Yeah, I've definitely had a great time. I hope you've had a great time.
So I did hear what was said there.
Yeah, we've definitely been able to watch some amazing Rainbow Six Siege for today. And
yeah, some amazing games. And yeah, that will be all from us, and we will see y'all soon. We will see you tomorrow, and it'll be another great time tomorrow. So see us all there.
Ass clean, yeah. You bet I'm a dick, I'm fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the. You're all hype, flex on a hoe any day or time. Yeah, she want pipes, so I learn to be a plumber. She wanna get beats, so I had to be a drummer. Yeah, I'm looking her beat. Yeah, I'm running this scene. Yeah, I'm looking her beat. I'm running this scene. You bet I'll simp for a fat ass clit. Yeah, you bet I'm a dick, I'm a fire that stick. My name Jeff Bezos. Bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. Bet. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing in the hits. You bet I'm rich, y'all hearing.
He said that he want me, might just add him to the roster. Dress up in his face, that boy look good, he like a rasta. Baby, we could run it up, you could be my partner. There's no Oh,